Section 1 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 1. Partition 3, Section 1, Member 1, Subsection 1. The Preface. There will not be wanting, I presume, one or other that will much discommend some part of this treatise of love melancholy, the object, which Erasmus in his preface to Sir Thomas More suspects of his, that it is too light for divine, too comical a subject to speak of love symptoms, too fantastical, and fit alone for a wanton poet, a feeling young lovesick gallant, an effeminate courtier, or some such idle person. And 'tis true, they say, for by naughtiness of men it is so come to pass, as Corsinus observes, ut castis oribus vox amoris suspecta sit, et invisa. The very name of love is odious to chaster ears, and therefore some again, out of an affected gravity, will dislike all for the name's sake before they read a word, dissembling with him in Petronius, and seem to be angry that their ears are violated with such obscene speeches, that so they may be admired for grave philosophers and staid carriage. They cannot abide to hear talk of love toys, or amorous discourses, vultu, gestu, oculis, in their outward actions averse, and yet in their cogitations they are all out as bad, if not worse than others. Eruit, posuitque meum Lucretia librum, sed coram bruto, brute recede, legit. But let those cavillers and counterfeit Catos know, that as the Lord John answered the Queen in that Italian Guazzo, an old, a grave, discreet man is fittest to discourse of love matters, because he hath likely more experience, observed more, hath a more staid judgment, can better discern, resolve, discuss, advise, give better cautions and more solid precepts, better inform his auditors in such a subject, and by reason of his riper years sooner divert. Besides, nihil in hac amoris voce subtimendum, there is nothing here to be excepted at. Love is a species of melancholy, and a necessary part of this my treatise, which I may not omit. Operi suscepto inserviendum fuit. So Jacobus Mercilius pleadeth for himself in his translation of Lucian's dialogues, and so do I must and will perform my task. And that short excuse of Mercerus, for his edition of Aristaenetus shall be mine, if I have spent my time ill to write, let not them be so idle as to read. But I am persuaded it is not so ill spent. I ought not to excuse or repent myself of this subject, on which many grave and worthy men have written whole volumes. Plato, Plutarch, Plotinus, Maximus, Tyrius, Alcinous, Avicenna, Leon Hebreus in 3 large dialogues, Xenophon's Symposium, Theophrastus, if we may believe Athenaeus Book 13 Chapter 9, Picus Mirandula, Marius, Aequicola, both in Italian, Commanus de Linea Amoris, Book 3, Petreius Godefridus hath handled in 3 books, Petrus Haedus, and which almost every physician, as Arnoldus, Villanovanus, Valleriola, Aelian Montaltus, and Laurentius, in their treatises of melancholy, Jason Pratensis, Valescus de Taranta, Gordonius, Hercules de Saxonia, Savonarola, Langius, etc., have treated of apart, and in their works. I excuse myself, therefore, with Peter Godefridus, Valleriola, Ficinus, and in Langius's words. Cadmus Milesius writ 14 books of love, and why should I be ashamed to write an epistle in favour of young men of this subject? A company of stern readers dislike the second of the Aenids, and Virgil's gravity, for inserting such amorous passions in an heroical subject. But Servius, his commentator, justly vindicates the poet's worth, wisdom, and discretion in doing as he did. Castalio would not have young men read the Canticles, because to his thinking it was too light and amorous a tract, a ballad of ballads, as our old English translation hath it. he might as well forbid the reading of Genesis, because of the loves of Jacob and Rachel, the stories of Sichem and Dinah, Judah and Thamar; reject the book of Numbers for the fornications of the peoples of Israel with the Moabites, that of Judges for Samson and Delilah's embracings, that of the Kings for David and Bathsheba's adulteries, the incest of Ammon and Thamar, Solomon's concubines, etc., the stories of Esther, Judith, Susanna, and many such. Dicaearchus and some other carp at Plato's majesty, that he would vouchsafe to indite such love toys, amongst the rest, for that dalliance with Agatho. Suavia dans Agathoni, animam ipse in labra tenebam, aegra etenim properans tanquam abitura fuit. For my part, saith Maximus Tyrius, a great Platonist himself, me non tantum admiratio habet, sed eliam stupor. I do not only admire, but stand amazed to read that Plato and Socrates both should expel Homer from their city, because he writ of such light and wanton subjects. Quod Junonum cum Jove in ida concumbentes inducit, ab immortale nube contectos. Vulcan's net, Mars and Venus' fopperies before all the gods, because Apollo fled, when he was persecuted by Achilles, the gods were wounded and ran whining away, as Mars that roared louder than Stentor, and covered 9 acres of ground with his fall. Vulcan was a summer's day falling down from heaven, and in Lemnos Isle brake his leg, etc., with such ridiculous passages, when, as both Socrates and Plato by his testimony, writ lighter themselves, quid enim tam distat, as he follows it, quam amans attemperante, formarum admirator ad demente. What can be more absurd than for grave philosophers to treat of such fooleries, to admire Ortiloquus, Alcibiades for their beauties as they did, to run after, to gaze, to dote on fair Phaedrus, delicate Agatho, young Lysis, fine Charmides, he cine philosophum decent? Doth this become grave philosophers? Thus peradventure Callias, Thrasymachus, Polus, Aristophanes, or some of his adversaries and emulators might object, but neither they nor Anytus and Melitus his bitter enemies, that condemned him for teaching Critias to tyrannize, his impiety for swearing by dogs and playing trees, for his juggling sophistry, etc., never so much as upbraided him with impure love, writing or speaking of that subject. And therefore, without question, as he concludes, both Socrates and Plato in this are justly to be excused. But suppose they had been a little overseen, should divine Plato be defamed? No, rather as he said of Cato's drunkenness, if Cato were drunk, it should be no vice at all to be drunk. They reprove Plato then, but without cause, as Ficinus pleads, for all love is honest and good, and they are worthy to be loved that speak well of love. Being to speak of this admirable affection of love, saith Valleriola, there lies open a vast and philosophical field to my discourse, by which many lovers become mad. Let me leave my more serious meditations, wander in these philosophical fields, and look into those pleasant groves of the Muses, where with unspeakable variety of flowers we may make garlands to ourselves, not to adorn us only, but with their pleasant smell and juice to nourish our souls, and fill our minds desirous of knowledge, etc. After a harsh and unpleasing discourse of melancholy, which hath hitherto molested your patience, and tired the author, give him leave with Godefridus the lawyer, and Laurentius, chapter 5, to recreate himself in this kind after his laborious studies, since so many grave divines and worthy men have, without offence to manners, to help themselves and others, voluntarily written of it. Heliodorus, a bishop, penned a love story of Theagenes and Chariclea, and when some Catos of his time reprehended him for it, chose rather, saith Nicephorus, to leave his bishopric than his book. Aeneas Sylvius, an ancient divine, and past 40 years of age, as he confesseth himself after Pope Pius Secundus, indicated that wanton history of Euryalus and Lucretia. And how many superintendents of learning could I reckon up that have written of light fantastical subjects? Beroaldus, Erasmus, Alpheratius, 24 times printed in Spanish, etc. Give me leave then to refresh my muse a little, and my weary readers, to expiate in this delightsome field, hoc deliciarum campo, as Fonseca terms it, to season a surly discourse with a more pleasing aspersion of love matters, edulcare vitam convenit, as the poet invites us, curas nugis, &c. 'Tis good to sweeten our life with some pleasing toys to relish it, and as Pliny tells us, magna pars studiosorum amenitates quaerimus. Most of our students love such pleasant subjects. Though Macrobius teach us otherwise, that those old sages banished all such light tracts from their studies, to nurses' cradles, to please only the ear, yet out of Apuleius I will oppose as honourable patrons Solon, Plato, Xenophon, Adrian, &c., that as highly approve of these treatises. On the other side, methinks they are not to be disliked, they are not so unfit. I will not peremptorily say as one did tam suavia dicam facinora ut male sit ei qui talibus non delectator. I will tell you such pretty stories, that foul befall him that is not pleased with them. Neque dicam ea qua vobis usui sit audivisse, et voluptati meminisse. With that confidence, as Beroaldus doth his enarrations on Propertius, I will not expert or hope for that approbation, which Lipsius gives to his Epictetus, pluris facio quum relego, semper ut novum, et quum repetivi, repetendum. The more I read, the more shall I covet to read. I will not press you with my pamphlets, or beg attention, but if you like them, you may. Pliny holds it expedient, and most fit, severitatem jucunditate etiam in scriptis condire, to season our works with some pleasant discourse. Synesius approves it, licet in ludicris ludere, the poet admires it, omne tulit punctum qui miscerit utile dulci, and there be those, without question, that are more willing to read such toys than I am to write. Let me not live, saith Aretine's Antonia, if I had not rather hear thy discourse than see a play. No doubt but there be more of her mind, ever have been, ever will be, as Hierome bears me witness. A far greater part had rather read Apuleius than Plato. Tully himself confesseth he could not understand Plato's Timaeus, and therefore cared less for it. But every schoolboy hath that famous testament of Gunius Corocotta Porcellus at his fingers' ends. The comical poet, id sibi negoti credidit solum dari, populo ut plaquent, quas fecissit fabulas, made this his only care and sole study, to please the people, tickle the ear, and to delight. But mine earnest intent is as much to profit as to please, non tam ut populo placerem, quam ut populum juvarum. And these my writings, I hope, shall take like gilded pills, which are so composed as well to tempt the appetite, and deceive the palate, as to help and medicinally work upon the whole body. My lines shall not only recreate, but rectify the mind. I think I have said enough. If not, let him that is otherwise minded remember that of Mordarensis, he was in his life a philosopher, as Ausonius apologizeth for him, in his epigrams a lover, in his precept most severe, in his epistle to Caerelia a wanton. Annianus, Sulpicius, Ervemus, Menander, and many old poets besides, did in scriptis prurire, write Fescennines, Atellans, and lascivious songs, latem materiam, yet they had in moribus censuram et severitatem, they were chaste, severe, and upright livers. Castum esse decet pium poetam, ipsum, versiculos nihil necesse est, qui tum denique habent salem et leporem. I am of Catullus' opinion, and make the same apology in mine own behalf. Hoc etiam quod scribo, pendet plerumque ex aliorum sententia et auctoritate, nec ipse forsan insanio, sed insanientes sequor. Atqui detor hoc insanire me, semel insanivimus omnes, et tute ipse opino insanis aliquando, et is, et ille, et ego, scilicet como sum, humani a me nihil alienum puto. And which he urgeth for himself, accused of the like fault, I as justly plead. Lasciva est nobis pagina, vita proba est. Howsoever my lines err, my life is honest. Vita verecunda est, muso jocosa mihi. But I presume I need no such apologies. I need not, as Socrates in Plato, cover his face when he spake of love, or blush and hide mine eyes, as Pallas did in her hood, when she was consulted by Jupiter about Mercury's marriage. Quod super nuptiis Virgo consulitur. It is no such lascivious, obscene, or wanton discourse. I have not offended your chaster ears with anything that is here written, as many French and Italian authors in their modern language of late have done. Nay, some of our Latin pontificial writers, Zanchi's, Asorius, Abulensis, Bucardus, &c., whom Rivet accuseth to be more lascivious than Virgil in Priapeius, Petronia in Catalectis, Aristophanes in Lycistrate, Martialis, or any other pagan profane writer. Qui tam atrociter, one notes, hoc genere peccarunt ut multa ingeniosissime scripta obscenitatum gratia castae mentes abhorreant. 'Tis not scurrile this, but chaste, honest, and most part serious, and even of religion itself, incensed, as he said, with the love of finding love, we have sought it, and found it. More yet, I have augmented and added something to this light treatise, if light, which was not in the former editions. I am not ashamed to confess it with a good author. Quod extendi et locupletari hoc subjectum plerique postulabant, et eorum importunitate victus, animum utcunque renitentem eo adegi, utiam sexta vice calamum in manum sumerem, scriptionique longe, et a studiis et professione mea alienae, me accingerum horas aliquas a seriis meis occupationibus interim superratus, easque velute ludo quidem ac recreatione destinans. Cogor, retrorsum vela dare, atque literare cursus, olim relictos. Et si non ignorarem novus fortasse detractores novis, hisce interpolationibus meis minime defutoros. And thus much I have thought good to say by way of preface, lest any man, which Godefridus feared in his book, should blame in me lightness, wantonness, rashness, in speaking of love's causes, enticements, symptoms, remedies, lawful and unlawful loves, and lust itself. I speak only to tax and deter others from it, not to teach, but to show the vanities and fopperies of this heroical or Herculean love, and to apply remedies unto it. I will treat of this with like liberty as of the rest. Sed dicam vobis, vos porro dicite multis millibus, et facite haec carta loquatur annus. Condemn me not, good reader, then, or censure me hardly, if some part of this treatise to thy thinking as yet be too light, but consider better of it. Omnia munda mundis. A naked man to a modest woman is no otherwise than a picture, as Augusta Livia truly said, and mala mens malus animus, 'tis as 'tis taken. If in thy censure be it too light, I advise thee as Lipsius did his reader for some places of Plautus, istos quasi serenum scopulos praetervehere. If they like thee not, let them pass, or oppose that which is good to that which is bad, and reject not therefore all. For to invert that verse of Martial, and with Hierom Wolfius to apply it to my present purpose, sunt mala, sunt quaedam mediocria, sunt bona plura. Some is good, some bad, some is indifferent. I say further with him, I have inserted, levicula quaedam et ridicula ascribere non summum gravatus, circum foranea quaedam e theatris, e plateis, etiam e popinis, some things more homely, light, or comical, litans gratiis, &c., which I would request every man to interpret to the best. And as Julius Caesar Scaliger besought Cardan, Siquid urbanius scule lusum a nobis per deos immortales te oro Hieronyme Cardane ne me male capias. I beseech thee, good reader, not to mistake me, or misconstrue what is here written. Per musas et charites et omnia poetarum numina, benigne lector, oro te neme male capias. 'Tis a comical subject. In sober sadness I crave pardon of what is amiss, and desire thee to suspend thy judgment, wink at small faults, or to be silent at least. But if thou likest, speak well of it, and wish me good success. Extremum hunc Arethusa mihi concede laborem. I am resolved, howsoever, velis, nolis, audacta stadium intrare, in the Olympics, with these Eliensian wrestlers in Philostratus, boldly to show myself in this common stage, and in this tragic comedy of love to act several parts, some satirically, some comically, some in a mixed tone, as the subject I have in hand gives occasion, and present scene shall require, or offer itself. End of Section 1. Section 2 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 2. Partition 3, Section 1, Member 1, Subsection 2. Love's beginning, object, definition, division. Love's limits are ample and great, and a spacious walk it hath, beset with thorns, and for that cause, which Scaliger reprehends in Cardan, not lightly to be passed over. Lest I incur the same censure, I will examine all the kinds of love, his nature, beginning, difference, objects, how it is honest or dishonest, a virtue or vice, a natural passion or a disease, his power and effects, how far it extends. Of which, although something has been said in the first partition, in those sections of perturbations, for love and hatred are the first and most common passions from which all the rest arise, and are attendant, as Picolomineus holds, or as Nicholas Carcinus, the primum mobile of all other affections, which carry them all about them. I will now more copiously dilate, that so it may better appear what love is, and how it varies with the objects, how in defect, or, which is most ordinary and common, immoderate, and in excess, causeth melancholy. Love universally taken is divined to be a desire, as a word of more ample signification, and though Leon Hebreus, the most copious writer of this subject, in his third dialogue make no difference, yet in his first he distinguisheth them again, and defines love by desire. Love is a voluntary affection, and desire to enjoy that which is good. Desire wisheth, love enjoys. The end of the one is the beginning of the other. That which we love is present, that which we desire is absent. It is worth the labour, saith Plotinus, to consider well of love, whether it be a god or a devil, or passion of the mind, or partly god, partly devil, partly passion. He concludes love to participate of all three, to arise from desire of that which is beautiful and fair, and defines it to be an action of the mind desiring that which is good. Plato calls it the great devil, for its vehemency and sovereignty over all other passions, and defines it an appetite, by which we desire some good to be present. Ficinus in his comment adds the word fair to this definition. Love is a desire of enjoying that which is good and fair. Austin dilates this common definition, and will have love to be a delectation of the heart, for something which we seek to win, or joy to have, coveting by desire, resting in joy. Scaliger taxeth these former definitions, and will not have love to be defined by desire or appetite. For when we enjoy the things we desire, there remains no more appetite, as he defines it. Love is an affection by which we are either united to the thing we love, or perpetuate our union, which agrees in part with Leon Hebreus. Now this love varies as its object varies, which is always good, amiable, fair, gracious, and pleasant. All things desire that which is good, as we are taught in the Ethics, or at least that which to them seems to be good. Quid enim vis mali, as Austin well infers, dic mihi, puto nihil in omnibus actionibus. Thou wilt wish no harm, I suppose, no ill in all thine actions, thoughts, or desires, nihil mali vis. Thou wilt not have bad corn, bad soil, a naughty tree, but all good, a good servant, a good horse, a good son, a good friend, a good neighbour, a good wife. From this goodness comes beauty, from beauty grace and comeliness, which result as so many rays from their good parts, make us to love, and so to covet it. For were it not pleasing and gracious in our eyes, we should not seek. No man loves, saith Aristotle, but he that was first delighted with comeliness and beauty. As this fair object varies, so doth our love. For as Proclus holds, omne pulchrum amabile, every fair thing is amiable, and what we love is fair and gracious in our eyes, or at least we do so apprehend and still esteem of it. Amiableness is the object of love, the scope and end is to obtain it, for whose sake we love, and which our mind covets to enjoy. And it seems to us especially fair and good, for good, fair, and unity cannot be separated. Beauty shines, Plato saith, and by reason of its splendour and shining causeth admiration, and the fairer the object is, the more eagerly it is sought. For as the same Plato defines it, beauty is a lively, shining, or glittering brightness, resulting from effused good, by ideas, seeds, reasons, shadows, stirring up our minds, that by this good they may be united and made one. Others will have beauty to be the perfection of the whole composition, caused out of the congruous symmetry, measure, order, and manner of parts, and that comeliness which proceeds from this beauty is called grace, and from thence all fair things are gracious. For grace and beauty are so wonderfully annexed, so sweetly and gently win our souls, and strongly allure, that they confound our judgment and cannot be distinguished. Beauty and grace are like those beams and shinings that come from the glorious and divine sun, which are diverse, as they proceed from the diverse objects, to please and affect our general senses. As the species of beauty are taken at our eyes, ears, or conceived in our inner soul, as Plato disputes at large in his Dialogue de Pulchro, Phaedro, Hippias, and after many sophistical errors confuted, concludes that beauty is a grace in all things, delighting the eyes, ears, and soul itself. So that, as Valesius infers hence, whatsoever pleaseth our ears, eyes, and soul, must needs be beautiful, fair, and delightsome to us. And nothing can more please our ears than music, or pacify our minds. Fair houses, pictures, orchards, gardens, fields, a fair hawk, a fair horse, is most acceptable unto us. Whatsoever pleaseth our eyes and ears, we call beautiful and fair. Pleasure belongeth to the rest of the senses, but grace and beauty to these two alone. As the objects vary and are diverse, so they diversely affect our eyes, ears, and soul itself, which gives occasion to some to make so many several kinds of love as there be objects. One beauty ariseth from God, of which and divine love St. Dionysius, with many fathers and neoterics, have written just volumes, de amore Dei, as they term it, merry paraenetical discourses. Another from his creatures, there is a beauty of the body, a beauty of the soul, a beauty from virtue. Formum martyrum, Austin calls it, quam videmus oculis animi, which we see with the eyes of our minds. Which beauty, as Tully saith, if we could discern with these corporeal eyes, admirabili sui amores excitaret, would cause admirable affections, and ravish our souls. This other beauty, which ariseth from those extreme parts, and graces which proceed from gestures, speech, several motions, and proportions of creatures, men and women, especially from women, which made those old poets put the three graces still in Venus's company, as attending on her, and holding up her train, are infinite almost, and vary their names with their objects, as love of money, covetousness, love of beauty, lust, immoderate desire of any pleasure, concupiscence, friendship, love, goodwill, etc., and is either virtue or vice, honest, dishonest, in excess, defect, as shall be showed in his place. Heroical love, religious love, etc., which may be reduced to a twofold division according to the principal parts which are affected, the brain and liver. Amor et amicitia, which Scaliger, Valesius, and Melancthon warrant out of Plato, Philean, and Eran, from that speech of Pausanias belike, that makes two Veneres and two loves. One Venus is ancient, without a mother, and descended from heaven, which we call celestial; the younger, begotten of Jupiter and Dione, whom commonly we call Venus. Ficinus, in his comment upon this place, chap. 8, following Plato, calls these two loves, two devils, or good and bad angels according to us, which are still hovering about our souls. The one rears to heaven, the other depresseth us to hell. The one good, which stirs us up to the contemplation of that divine beauty for whose sake we perform justice and all godly offices, study philosophy, &c. The other base, and though bad yet to be respected, for indeed both are good in their own natures. Procreation of children is as necessary as finding out of truth, but therefore called bad, because it is abused, and withdraws our souls from the speculation of that other to viler objects. So far Ficinus, St. Austin, Book 15, de Civitate Dei et Super, Psalm 64, hath delivered as much in effect. Every creature is good, and may be loved well or ill, and two cities make two loves, Jerusalem and Babylon, the love of God the one, the love of the world the other. Of those two cities we are all citizens, as by examination of ourselves we may soon find, and of which. The one love is the root of all mischief, the other of all good. So in his chapter 15 book de Amore Ecclesiae, he will have those four cardinal virtues to be naught else but love rightly composed. In his book 15 de Civitate Dei, chapter 22, he calls virtue the order of love, whom Thomas, following 1 partition 2, question 55, article 1 and question 56, 3 question 62, article 2, confirms as much, and amplifies in many words. Lucian to the same purpose hath a division of his own. One love was born in the sea, which is as various and raging in young men's breasts as the sea itself, and causeth burning lust. The other is that golden chain which was let down from heaven, and with a divine fury ravisheth our souls, made to the image of God, and stirs us up to comprehend the innate and incorruptible beauty to which we were once created. Beroaldus hath expressed all this in an epigram of his. Dogmata divini memorant si vera Platonis, sunt Geminae Veneres et Geminatus amor. Coelestis Venus est nullo generata parente, quae castus sanctus nectit amore viros. Altera sed Venus est totum vulgata per orbem, quae divum mentes alligat, atque hominum, improba, seductrix, petulans, etc. If divine Plato's tenets they be true, two Veneres, two loves there be, the one from heaven, unbegotten still, which knits our souls in unity, the other famous over all the world, binding the hearts of gods and men, dishonest, wanton, and seducing she, rules whom she will, both where and when. This twofold division of love Origen likewise follows in his comment on the Canticles, one from God, the other from the devil, as he holds, understanding it in the worse sense, which many others repeat and imitate. Both which, to omit all subdivisions, in excess or defect, as they are abused, or degenerate, cause melancholy in a particular kind, as shall be shown in his place. Austin, in another tract, makes a threefold division of this love, which we may use well or ill, God, our neighbour, and the world, God above us, our neighbour next us, the world beneath us. In the course of our desires, God hath three things, the world one, our neighbour two. Our desire to God is either from God, with God, or to God, and ordinarily so runs. From God when it receives from him whence and for which it should love him, with God when it contradicts his will in nothing, to God when it seeks to him, and rests itself in him. Our love to our neighbour may proceed from him, and run with him, not to him, from him, as when we rejoice of his good safety and well doing; with him, when we desire to have him a fellow and companion of our journey in the way of the Lord; not in him, because there is no aid, hope, or confidence in man. From the world our love comes, when we begin to admire the Creator in his works, and glorify God in his creatures. With the world it should run, if, according to the mutability of all temporalities, it should be dejected in adversity, or over elevated in prosperity. To the world, if it would settle itself in its vain delights and studies. Many such partitions of love I could repeat, and subdivisions, but least, which Scaliger objects to Cardan, Exercitatio 501, I confound filthy burning lust with pure and divine love. I will follow that accurate division of Leon Hebreus, Dialogue 2, betwixt Sophia and Philo, where he speaks of natural, sensible, and rational love, and handleth each apart. Natural love, or hatred, is that sympathy or antipathy which is to be seen in animate and inanimate creatures, in the four elements, metals, stones, gravia tendant deorsum, as a stone to his centre, fire upward, and rivers to the sea. The sun, moon, and stars go still around, amantes naturae debita exercere, for love of perfection. This love is manifest, I say, in inanimate creatures. How comes a lodestone to draw iron to it, jet chaff, the ground to covet showers, but for love? No creature, St. Hierom concludes, is to be found, quod non aliquid emat, no stock, no stone, that hath not some feeling of love. 'Tis more eminent in plants, herbs, and is especially observed in vegetables, as between the vine and elm a great sympathy, between the vine and the cabbage, between the vine and the olive. Virgo fugit bromium, between the vine and bays a great antipathy. The vine loves not the bay, nor his smell, and will kill him if he grow near him. The burr and the lentil cannot endure one another. The olive and the myrtle embrace each other, in roots and branches if they grow near. Read more of this in Picolomineus, Crescentius, Baptista Porta, Fracastorius of the love and hatred of planets. Consult with every astrologer. Leon Hebreus gives many fabulous reasons, and moraliseth them withal. Sensible love is that of brute beasts, of which the same Leon Hebreus, Dialogue 2, assigns these causes. First, for the pleasure they take in the act of generation, male and female love one another. Secondly, for the preservation of the species, and desire of young brood. Thirdly, for the mutual agreement, as being of the same kind. Sus sui, canis cani, bos bovi, et asinus asino pulcherimus videtur, as Epicharmus held. And according to that adage of Diogenianus, adsistet usque graculus apud graculum, they much delight in one another's company. Formicae grata est formica, cicada cicadae, and birds of a feather will gather together. Fourthly, for custom, use, and familiarity, as if a dog be trained up with a lion and a bear, contrary to their natures, they will love each other. Hawks, dogs, horses, love their masters and keepers. Many stories I could relate in this kind, but see Gillius de Historia Animalium, Book 3, Chapter 14, those two epistles of Lipsius, of dogs and horses, Agellius, etc. Fifthly, for bringing up, as if a bitch bring up a kid, a hen ducklings, a hedge sparrow a cuckoo, etc. The third kind is amor cognitionis, as Leon calls it, rational love, intellectivus amor, and is proper to men, on which I must insist. This appears in God, angels, men. God is love itself, the fountain of love, the disciple of love, as Plato styles him, the servant of peace, the God of love and peace. Have peace with all men, and God is with you. Quisquis venerata Olympum, ipse sibe mundum subjicit atque Deum. By this love, saith Gerson, we purchase heaven, and buy the kingdom of God. This love is either in the Trinity itself, for the Holy Ghost is the love of the Father and the Son, etc. John 3:35, and verse 20, and 14:31, or towards us his creatures, as in making the world. amor mundum fecit, love built cities, mundi anima, invented arts, sciences, and all good things, incites us to virtue and humanity, combines and quickens, keeps peace on earth, quietness by sea, mirth in the winds and elements, expels all fear, anger, and rusticity, circulus a bono in bonum, a round circle still from good to good, for love is the beginner and end of all our actions, the efficient and instrumental cause, as our poets in their symbols, impresses, emblems of rings, squares, &c., shadow unto us. Si rerum quaeris fuerit, quis finis et ortus, desine, nam causa est unica solus amor. If first and last of anything you wit, cease, love's the sole and only cause of it. Love, saith Leo, made the world, and afterwards in redeeming of it, God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son for it, John 3:16. Behold what love the Father hath showed on us, that we should be called the sons of God, 1 John 3:1, or by his sweet providence, in protecting of it, either all in general, or his saints elect, and church in particular, whom he keeps as the apple of his eye, whom he loves freely, as Hosea 14:5 speaks, and dearly respects. Carior est ipsis homo quam sibi. Not that we are fair, nor for any merit or grace of ours, for we are most vile and base, but out of his incomparable love and goodness, out of his divine nature. And this is that Homer's golden chain, which reacheth down from heaven to earth, by which every creature is annexed, and depends on his Creator. He made all, saith Moses, and it was good. He loves it as good. The love of angels and living souls is mutual amongst themselves, towards us militant in the church, and all such as love God, as the sunbeams irradiate the earth from those celestial thrones, they by their well wishes reflect on us, in salute hominum promovenda, alacres, et constantes ad ministri. There is joy in heaven for every sinner that repenteth. They pray for us, are solicitous for our good, casti genii. Ubi regnat caritas, suave desiderium, laetitiaque et amor Deo conjunctus. Love, proper to mortal men, is the third member of this subdivision, and the subject of my following discourse. End of Section 2. Section 3 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 3. Partition 3, Section 1, Member 2, Subsection 1. Subsection 1. Love of men, which varies as his objects, profitable, pleasant, honest. Valesius defines this love which is in men to be an affection of both powers, appetite and reason. The rational resides in the brain, the other in the liver, as before hath been said out of Plato and others. The heart is diversely affected of both, and carried 1,000 ways by consent. The sensitive faculty most part overrules reason, the soul is carried hoodwinked, and the understanding captive, like a beast. The heart is variously inclined, sometimes they are merry, sometimes sad, and from love arise hope and fear, jealousy, fury, a desperation. Now this love of men is diverse, and varies, as the object varies, by which they are enticed, as virtue, wisdom, eloquence, profit, wealth, money, fame, honour, or comeliness of person, etc. Leon Hubreus, in his first dialogue, reduceth them all to these three: utile, jucundum, honestum, profitable, pleasant, honest, out of Aristotle belike, of which he discourseth at large, and whatsoever is beautiful and fair is referred to them, or any way to be desired. To profitable is ascribed health, wealth, honour, etc., which is rather ambition, desire, covetousness than love. Friends, children, love of women, all delightful and pleasant objects are referred to the second. The love of honest things consists in virtue and wisdom, and is preferred before that which is profitable and pleasant, intellectual about that which is honest. St. Augustine calls profitable worldly, pleasant, carnal, honest, spiritual. Of and from all three result charity, friendship, and true love, which respects God and our neighbour. Of each of these I will briefly dilate, and show in what sort they cause melancholy. Amongst all these fair enticing objects, which procure love and bewitch the soul of man, there is none so moving, so forcible as profit, and that which carrieth with it a show of commodity. Health indeed is a precious thing, to recover and preserve which we will undergo any misery, drink bitter potions, freely give our goods. Restore a man to his health, his purse lies open to thee, bountiful he is, thankful and beholding to thee. But give him wealth and honour, give him gold, or what shall be for his advantage and preferment, and thou shalt command his affections, oblige him eternally to thee, heart, hand, life, and all is at thy service. Thou art his dear and loving friend, good and gracious lord and master, his ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥. He is thy slave, thy vassal, most devout, affectioned, and bound in all duty. Tell him good tidings in this kind, there spoke an angel, a blessed hour that brings in gain. He is thy creature, and thou his creator. He hugs and admires thee, he is thine for ever. No lodestone so attractive as that of profit, none so fair an object as this of gold. Nothing wins a man sooner than a good turn. Bounty and liberality command body and soul. Munera, crede mihi, placant hominesque deosque. Placatur donis Jupiter ipse datis. Good turns doth pacify both God and men, and Jupiter himself is won by them. Gold of all other is a most delicious object, a sweet light, a goodly lustre it hath. Gratius aurum quam solam intuamur, saith Augustine, and we had rather see it than the sun. Sweet and pleasant in getting, in keeping, it seasons all our labours. Intolerable pains we take for it, base employments, endure bitter flouts and taunts, long journeys, heavy burdens, all are made light and easy by this hope of gain. At mihi plaudo ipse domi, simul ac nummos contemplor in arca. The sight of gold refresheth our spirits, and ravisheth our hearts, as that Babylonian garment and golden wedge did Achan in the camp. The very sight and hearing sets on fire his soul with desire of it. It will make a man run to the antipodes, or tarry at home and turn parasite, lie, flatter, prostitute himself, swear and bear false witness. He will venture his body, kill a king, murder his father, and damn his soul to come at it. For Monsieur Henri Massa, as he well observed, the mass of gold is fairer than all your Grecian pictures, that Apelles, Phidias, or any doting painter could ever make. We are enamoured with it. Prima fere vota, et cunctis notissima templis, divitiae ut crescant. All our labours, studies, endeavours, vows, prayers, and wishes are to get, how to compass it. Haec est illa cui famulatur maximus orbis, diva potens rerum, domitrixque pecunia fati. This is the great goddess we adore and worship, this is the sole object of our desire. If we have it, as we think, we are made for ever, thrice happy, princes, lords, etc. If we lose it, we are dull, heavy, dejected, discontent, miserable, desperate, and mad. Our estates and bene esse ebbs and flows with our commodity. And as we are endowed or enriched, so are we beloved and esteemed. It lasts no longer than our wealth. When that is gone, and the object removed, farewell friendship. As long as bounty, good cheer, and rewards were to be hoped, friends enough. They were tied to thee by the teeth, and would follow thee as crows do a carcass. But when thy goods are gone and spent, the lamp of their love is out, and thou shalt be contemned, scorned, hated, injured. Lucian's Timon, when he lived in prosperity, was the sole spectacle of Greece. Only admired, who but Timon? Everybody loved, honoured, applauded him. Each man offered him his service, and sought to be kin to him. But when his gold was spent, his fair possessions gone, farewell Timon. None so ugly, none so deformed, so odious an object as Timon. No man so ridiculous on a sudden. They gave him a penny to buy a rope. No man would know him. 'Tis the general humour of the world. Commodity steers our affections throughout. We love those that are fortunate and rich, that thrive, or by whom we may receive mutual kindness, hope for like courtesies, get any good, gain, or profit. Hate those and abhor on the other side, which are poor and miserable, or by whom we may sustain loss or inconvenience. And even those that were now familiar and dear unto us, our loving and long friends, neighbours, kinsmen, allies, with whom we have conversed and lived so many Gerions for some years past, striving still to give one another all good content and entertainment, with mutual invitations, feastings, disports, offices, for whom we would ride, run, spend ourselves, and of whom we have so freely and honourably spoken, to whom we have given all those turgent titles, and magnificent eulogiums, most excellent and most noble, worthy, wise, grave, learned, valiant, &c., and magnified beyond measure. If any controversy arise between us, some trespass, injury, abuse, some part of our goods be detained, a piece of land come to be litigious, if they cross us in our suit, or touch the string of our commodity, we detest and depress them upon a sudden. Neither affinity, consanguinity, or old acquaintance can contain us, but rupto jecore exierit caprificus. A golden apple sets all together by the ears, as if a marrowbone or honeycomb were flung amongst bears. Father and son, brother and sister, kinsmen are at odds, and look what malice, deadly hatred can invent, that shall be done. Terrible, derum, pestilens, atrox, ferum, mutual injuries, desire of revenge, and how to hurt them, him and his, are all our studies. If our pleasures be interrupt, we can tolerate it; our bodies hurt, we can put it up and be reconciled; but touch our commodities, we are most impatient, fair becomes foul, the graces are turned to harpies, friendly salutations to bitter imprecations, mutual feastings to plotting, villainies, minings, and counterminings, good words to satires and invectives. We revile a contra. Naught but his imperfections are in our eyes. He is a base knave, a devil, a monster, a caterpillar, a viper, a hog rubber, &c. Desinit in piscem mulier formosa superne. The scene is altered on a sudden, love is turned to hate, mirth to melancholy, so furiously are we most part bent, our affections fixed upon this object of commodity, and upon money, the desire of which in excess is covetousness. Ambition tyrannizeth over our souls, as I have shown, and in defect crucifies as much. As if a man by negligence, ill husbandry, improvidence, prodigality waste and consume his goods and fortunes, beggary follows, and melancholy. He becomes an object, odious and worse than an infidel, in not providing for his family. Section
4 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 4. Partition 3, Section 1, Member 2, Subsections 2 and 3. Subsection 2. Pleasant Objects of Love. Pleasant objects are infinite, whether they be such as have life, or be without life. Inanimate are countries, provinces, towers, towns, cities, as he said, Pulcherrimam insulam vidimus, etiam cum non vidimus. We see a fair island by description, when we see it not. The sun never saw a fairer city, Thessalotempe, orchards, gardens, pleasant walks, groves, fountains, etc. The heaven itself is said to be fair or foul, fair buildings, fair pictures, all artificial, elaborate, and curious works, clothes, give an admirable lustre. We admire and gaze upon them, et pueri junonis avem, as children do on a peacock, a fair dog, a fair horse and hawk, etc. Thessalus amat equum pullinum, buculum Egyptius, Lacedaemonius catulum, etc. Such things we love, are most gracious in our sight, acceptable unto us, and whatsoever else may cause this passion, if it be superfluous or immoderately loved, as Guianerius observes. These things in themselves are pleasing and good, singular ornaments, necessary, comely, and fit to be had. But when we fix an immoderate eye, and dote on them overmuch, this pleasure may turn to pain, bring much sorrow and discontent unto us, work our final overthrow, and cause melancholy in the end. Many are carried away with those bewitching sports of gaming, hawking, hunting, and such vain pleasures, as I have said, some with a moderate desire of fame, to be crowned in the Olympics, knighted in the field, etc., and by these means ruinate themselves. The lascivious dotes on his fair mistress, the glutton on his dishes, which are infinitely varied to please the palate, the epicure on his several pleasures, the superstitious on his idol, and fats himself with future joys, as Turks feed themselves with an imaginary persuasion of a sensual paradise. So several pleasant objects diversely affect diverse men. But the fairest objects and enticings proceed from men themselves, which most frequently captivate, allure, and make them dote beyond all measure upon one another, and that for many respects. First, as some suppose, by that secret force of stars, quod me tibi temperat astrum? They do singularly dote on such a man, hate such again, and can give no reason for it. Non amo te sabidi, etc. Alexander admired Hephaestion, Adrian Antoninus, Nero Sporus, etc. The physicians refer this to their temperament, astrologers to trine and sextile aspects, or opposite of their several ascendants, lords of their genitures, love and hatred of planets. Ciconia, to concord and discord of spirits, but most to outward graces. A merry companion is welcome and acceptable to all men, and therefore, saith Gomesius, princes and great men entertain jesters and players commonly in their courts. But pares cum paribus facilime congregantur, 'tis that similitude of manners which ties most men in an inseparable link, as if they be addicted to the same studies or disports. They delight in one another's companies. Birds of a feather will gather together. If they be of diverse inclinations or opposite in manners, they can seldom agree. Secondly, affability, custom, and familiarity may convert natures many times, though they be different in manners, as if they be countrymen, fellow students, colleagues, or have been fellow soldiers, brethren in affliction. Acerbe calamitatum societas diversi etiam ingene hominis conjungit. Affinity, or some such accidental occasion, though they cannot agree amongst themselves, they will stick together like burrs, and hold against a third. So after some discontinuance or death, enmity ceaseth. Or in a foreign place, pascitur in vivis livor post fata quiescit, et cessidere odia, et tristes mors obruit aras. A third cause of love and hate may be mutual offices, acceptum beneficium. Commend him, use him kindly, take his part in a quarrel, relieve him in misery, thou winnest him forever. Do the opposite, and be sure of a perpetual enemy. Praise and dispraise of each other do as much, though unknown, as Schopius by Scaliger and Cassabonus. Mulus mulum scabit. Who but Scaliger with him? What encomiums, epithets, eulogiums? Antistes sapientiae, perpetus dictator, literarum ornamentum, Europae miraculum, noble Scaliger, incredibilis ingenii praestantia, etc., dis potius quam homnibus per omnia comparandus, scripta ejus aurea and cilia de celo de lapsia poplitibus veneramur flexus, etc. But when they begin to vary, none so absurd as Scaliger, so vile and base, as his books De Burdanum Familia, and other satirical invectives may witness. Ovid, in Ibin, Archilochus himself was not so bitter. Another great tie or cause of love is consanguinity. Parents are clear to their children, children to their parents, brothers and sisters, cousins of all sorts, as a hen and chickens, all of a knot. Every crow thinks her own bird fairest. Many memorable examples are in this kind, and 'tis portenti simile if they do not. A mother cannot forget her child. Solomon so found out the true owner. Love of parents may not be concealed. 'Tis natural, descends, and they that are inhuman in this kind are unworthy of that air they breathe, and of the four elements. Yet many unnatural examples we have in this rank, of hard-hearted parents, disobedient children, of disagreeing brothers, nothing so common. The love of kinsmen is grown cold. Many kinsmen, as the saying is, few friends. If thine estate be good, and thou be able, par pari referre, to requite their kindness, there will be mutual correspondence. Otherwise thou art a burden, most odious to them above all others. The last object that ties man and man is comeliness of person, and beauty alone, as men love women with a wanton eye, which, ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥, is termed heroical, or love melancholy. Other loves, saith Piccolomenius, are so called with some contraction, as the love of wine, gold, etc., but this of women is predominant in a higher strain, whose part affected is the liver, and this love deserves a longer explication, and shall be dilated apart in the next section. Subsection 3. Honest objects of love. Beauty is the common object of all love. As jet draws a straw, so doth beauty love. Virtue and honesty are great motives, and give as fair a lustre as the rest, especially if they be sincere and right, not fucate, but proceeding from true form and an incorrupt judgment. Those two Venus twins, Eros and Anteros, are then most firm and fast. For many times otherwise men are deceived by their flattering Gnathos, dissembling chameleons, outsides, hypocrites that make a show of great love, learning, pretend honesty, virtue, zeal, modesty, with affected looks and counterfeit gestures. Feigned protestations often steal away the hearts and favors of men and deceive them, specie virtutis et umbra, when as revera and indeed, there is no worth or honesty at all in them, no truth but mere hypocrisy, subtlety, knavery, and the like. As true friends they are, as he that Caelius Secundus met by the highway side, and hard it is in this temporizing age to distinguish such companions, or to find them out. Such Gnathos as these for the most part belong to great men, and by this glozing flattery, affability, and such like philters, so dive and insinuate into their favors, that they are taken for men of excellent worth, wisdom, learning, demigods, and so screw themselves into dignities, honors, offices. But these men cause harsh confusion often, and as many times stirs as Rehoboam's counselors in a commonwealth, overthrew themselves and others. Tondlerus and some authors make a doubt whether love and hatred may be compelled by philters or characters, Cardon and Marbodius by precious stones and amulets, astrologers by election of times, etc., as I shall elsewhere discuss. The true object of this honest love is virtue, wisdom, honesty, real worth, interna forma, and this love cannot deceive or be compelled. Ut amorus amabilis esto. Love itself is the most potent philtrum. Virtue and wisdom, gratia gratum faciens, the sole and only grace. not counterfeit, but open, honest, simple, naked, descending from heaven, as our apostle hath it, an infused habit from God, which hath given several gifts, as wit, learning, tongues, for which they shall be amiable and gracious. Ephesians 4:11. As to Saul's stature and a goodly presence. 1 Samuel 9:1. Joseph found favor in Pharaoh's court, Genesis 39, for his person, and Daniel with the princes of the eunuchs, Daniel 19:19. Christ was gracious with God and men, Luke 2:52. There is still some peculiar grace, as of good discourse, eloquence, wit, honesty, which is the primum mobile, first mover, and a most forcible lodestone to draw the favors and good wills of men's eyes, ears, and affections unto them. When Jesus spake, they were all astonished at his answers, Luke 2:47, and wondered at his gracious words which proceeded from his mouth. An orator steals away the hearts of men, and as another Orpheus, quo vult, unde vult, he pulls them to him by speech alone. A sweet voice causeth admiration, and he that can utter himself in good words, in our ordinary phrase, is called a proper man, a divine spirit. For which cause belike our old poets, senatus populusque poetarum, made Mercury the gentleman usher to the graces, captain of eloquence, and those charities to be Jupiter's and Eurymone's daughters, descended from above. Though they be otherwise deformed, crooked, ugly to behold, those good parts of the mind denominate them fair. Plato commends the beauty of Socrates, yet who is more grim of countenance, stern and ghastly to look upon? So are and have been many great philosophers, as Gregory Nazianzen observes, deformed most part in that which is to be seen with the eyes, but most elegant in that which is not to be seen. Saepe suba trita latetat sapientia vesta. Aesop, Democritus, Aristotle, Politianus, Melanchthon, Gesner, etc. Withered old men, Silene Alcibiades, very harsh and impolite to the eye, but who were so terse, polite, eloquent, generally learned, temperate, and modest? No man then living was so fair as Alcibiades, so lovely, quo ad superficium, to the eye, as Boethius observes, but he had corpus torpissimum interne, a most deformed soul. Honesty, virtue, fair conditions are great enticers to such as are well given, and much avail to get the favor and good will of men. Abdolominus in Curtius, a poor man, but which mine author notes, the cause of this poverty was his honesty. For his modesty and continency from a private person, for they found him digging in his garden, was saluted king, and preferred before all the magnificos of his time. Injecta ae vestis purpura auroque distincta. A purple embroidered garment was put upon him, and they bade him wash himself, and, as he was worthy, take upon him the style and spirit of a king, continue his continency and the rest of his good parts. Titus Pomponius Atticus, that noble citizen of Rome, was so fair conditioned, of so sweet a carriage, that he was generally beloved of all good men, of Caesar, Pompey, Antony, Tully, of diverse sects, etc. Multas hareditates, Cornelius Nepos writes, sole bonitate consequitus, operae pretium adire, etc. It is worthy of your attention, Livy cries, you that scorn all but riches, and give no esteem to virtue, except they be wealthy withal. Quintus Cincinnatus had but 4 acres, and by the consent of the Senate was chosen dictator of Rome. Of such account were Cato, Fabricius, Aristides, Antonius, Probus, for their eminent worth. So Caesar, Trajan, Alexander admired for valor. Hephaestion loved Alexander, but Parmenio the king, Titus Deliciae humani generis, and which Aurelius Victor hath of Vespasian, the darling of his time, as Edgar Etheling was in England for his excellent virtues. Their memory is yet fresh, sweet, and we love them many ages after, though they be dead. Suavem memoriam sui reliquit, saith Lipsius of his friend, living and dead they are all one. I have ever loved, as thou knowest, so Tully wrote to Dolabella, Marcus Brutus, for his great wit, singular honesty, constancy, sweet conditions, and believe it there is nothing so amiable and fair as virtue. I do mightily love Calvisinus, so Pliny writes to Sosius, a most industrious, eloquent, upright man, which is all in all with me. The affection came from his good parts. And as St. Augustine comments on the 84th Psalm, there is a peculiar beauty of justice and inward beauty which we see through the eyes of our hearts, love and are enamored with, as in martyrs, though their bodies be torn in pieces with wild beasts, yet this beauty shines, and we love their virtues. The Stoics are of opinion that a wise man is only fair, and Cato in Tully 3, De Finibus, contends the same, that the lineaments of the mind are far fairer than those of the body, incomparably beyond them. Wisdom and valor, according to Xenophon, especially deserve the name of beauty, and denominate one fair. Et incomparabiliter pulchrior est, as Augustine holds, veritas Christianorum quam Helena Graecorum. Wine is strong, the king is strong, women are strong, but truth overcometh all things. Esdras 1, 3, 10, 11, 12. Blessed is the man that findeth wisdom, and getteth understanding, for the merchandise thereof is better than silver, and the gain thereof better than gold. It is more precious than pearls, and all the things thou canst desire are not to be compared to her. Proverbs 2, 13, 14, 15. A wise, true, just, upright, and good man, I say it again, is only fair. It is reported of Magdalene, Queen of France, and wife to Louis XI, a Scottish woman by birth, that, walking forth in an evening with her ladies, she spied M. Alanus, one of the king's chaplains, a silly, old, hard-favoured man fast asleep in a bower, and kissed him sweetly. When the young ladies laughed at her for it, she replied, that it was not his person that she did embrace and reverence, but, with a platonic love, the divine beauty of his soul. Thus in all ages virtue hath been adored, admired, a singular lustre hath proceeded from it, and the more virtuous he is, the more gracious, the more admired. No man so much followed upon earth as Christ himself, and as the psalmist saith, 14:2, he was fairer than the sons of men. Chrysostom homily 8 on Matthew, Bernard de Omnibus Sanctis, Augustine, Cassiodore, interpreted of the beauty of his person. There was a divine majesty in his looks, it shined like lightning and drew all men to it. But Basil, Cyril, Theodoret, Arnobius, etc., of the beauty of his divinity, justice, grace, eloquence, etc. Thomas on the Psalms 14 of both. And so doth Barradius and Peter Morales, Liber de Pulchritudine Jesu et Mariae, adding as much of Joseph and the Virgin Mary. Haec alias forma praesesserit omnes, according to that prediction of Sibylla Cumea. Be they present or absent, near us or afar off, this beauty shines, and will attract men many miles to come and visit it. Plato and Pythagoras left their country to see those wise Egyptian priests. Apollonius travelled into Ethiopia, Persia, to consult with the Magi, Brahmani, gymnosophists. The Queen of Sheba came to visit Solomon, and many, saith Hiram, went out of Spain and remote places 1,000 miles to behold that eloquent Livy. Multi Romam non ut erbum pulcherrimam, aut urbus et orbus dominum Octavianum, sed ut hunc unum inviserent adorentque, a gabidus profecti sunt. No beauty leaves such an impression, strikes so deep, or links the souls of men closer than virtue. Non per Deus aut pictor possit, aut statutarius ulus fingere, talem pulchritudinem qualem virtus habet. No painter, no graver, no carver can express virtue's lustre, or those admirable rays that come from it, those enchanting rays that enamor posterity, those everlasting rays that continue to the world's end. Many, saith Favorinus, that loved and admired Alcibiades in his youth, knew not, cared not for Alcibiades a man, nunc intuentes quaerebant Alcibiadem. But the beauty of Socrates is still the same. Virtue's luster never fades, is ever fresh and green, semper viva to all succeeding ages, and a most attractive lodestone to draw and combine such as are present. For that reason belike Homer feigns the three graces to be linked and tied hand in hand, because the hearts of men are so firmly united with such graces. O sweet bands, Seneca exclaims, which so happily combine, that those which are bound by them love their binders, desiring withal much more harder to be bound, and as so many gerons to be united into one. For the nature of true friendship is to combine, to be like affected, of one mind. Velle et nolle ambobus idem, satiataque toto, mens ivo, as the poet saith, still to continue one and the same. And where this love takes place there is peace and quietness, a true correspondence, perfect amity, a diapason of vows and wishes, the same opinions, as between David and Jonathan, Damon and Pythias, Pylades and Orestes, Nisus and Euryalus, Theseus and Pirithous. They will live and die together, and prosecute one another with good turns. Nam vinci in amore turpissimum putant. Not only living, but when their friends are dead, with tombs and monuments, ninias, epithets, elegies, inscriptions, pyramids, obelisks, statues, images, pictures, histories, poems, annals, feasts, anniversaries. Many ages after, as Plato's scholars did, they will parentare still, omit no good office that they may tend to the preservation of their names, honors, and eternal memory. Illum coloribus, illum sera, illum are, etc. He did express his friends in colors, in wax, in brass, in ivory, marble, gold, and silver, as Pliny reports of a citizen in Rome, and in a great auditory not long since recited a just volume of his life. In another place, speaking of an epigram which Martial had composed in praise of him, he gave me as much as he might, and would have done more if he could, though what can a man give more than honor, glory, and eternity? But that which he wrote peradventure will not continue, yet he wrote it to continue. 'Tis all the recompense a poor scholar can make his well-deserving patron, Maecenas, friend, to mention him in his works, to dedicate a book to his name, to write his life, etc., as all our great poets, orators, historiographers have ever done, and the greatest revenge such men take of their adversaries, to persecute them with satires, invectives, etc., and 'tis both ways of great moment, as Plato gives us to understand. Paulus Jovius, in the 4th book of the life and deeds of Pope Leo Decimus, his noble patron, concludes in these words: "Because I cannot honor him as other rich men do, with like endeavor, affection, and piety, I have undertaken to write his life. Since my fortunes will not give me leave to make a more sumptuous monument, I will perform those rites to his sacred ashes, which a small, perhaps, but a liberal wit can afford. But I rove. Where this true love is wanting there can be no firm peace, friendship from teeth outward, counterfeit, or for some by-respects so long dissembled, till they have satisfied their own ends, which, upon every small occasion, breaks out into enmity, open war, defiance, heart-burnings, whispering, calumnies, contentions, and all manner of bitter melancholy discontents. And those men which have no other object of their love than greatness, wealth, authority, etc., are rather feared than beloved. Nec amant quemquam, nec amantur ab ulo. And howsoever borne with for a time, yet for their tyranny and oppression, griping, covetousness, currish hardness, folly, intemperance, imprudence, and such like vices, they are generally odious, abhorred of by all, both God and men. Non uxor salvum te vult, non filius omnes, vicini odurunt. Wife and children, friends, neighbors, all the world forsakes them, would fain be rid of them, and are compelled many times to lay violent hands on them, or else God's judgment overtake them. Instead of graces, come furies. So when fair Abigail, a woman of singular wisdom, was acceptable to David, Nabal was churlish and evil-conditioned. And therefore Mordecai was received when Haman was executed, Haman the favorite, that had his seat above the other princes, to whom all the king's servants that stood in the gates bowed their knees and reverenced. Though they flourished many times, such hypocrites, such temporizing foxes, and blear the world's eyes by flattery, bribery, dissembling their natures, or other men's weakness, that cannot so apprehend their tricks, yet in the end they will be discerned and precipitated in a moment. Surely, saith David, thou hast set them in slippery places. Psalm 37:5. As so many Sejanni, they will come down to the Gemonian scales, and as Eusebius in Ammianus, that was in such authority, ad jubendum imperatorem, be cast down headlong on a sudden. Or put case they escape, and rest unmasked to their lives' end. Yet after their death their memory stinks as a snuff of a candle put out, and those that durst not so much as mutter against them in their lives will prosecute their names with satires, libels, and bitter imprecations. They shall mail audire in all succeeding ages, and be odious to the world's end. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marilyn Mack. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 5, Partition 3, Section 1, Member 3. Charity composed of all three kinds, pleasant, profitable, honest. Besides this love that comes from profit, pleasant, honest, for one good turn asks another in equity, that which proceeds from the law of nature, or from discipline and philosophy, there is yet another love compounded of all these three, which is charity, and includes piety, dilection, benevolence, friendship, even all those virtuous habits. For love is the circle-equant of all other affections, of which Aristotle dilates at large in his Ethics, and is commanded by God, which no man can well perform but he that is a Christian and a true regenerate man. This is, to love God above all, and our neighbor as ourself. For this love is lignus accendens et accensus, a communicating light, apt to illuminate itself as well as others. All other objects are fair and very beautiful, I confess. Kindred, alliance, friendship, the love that we owe to our country, nature, wealth, pleasure, honor, and such moral respects, etc., of which read copious Aristotle in his Morals. A man is beloved of a man in that he is a man. But all these are far more eminent and great when they shall proceed from a sanctified spirit that hath a true touch of religion and a reference to God. Nature binds all creatures to love their young ones. A hen to preserve her brood will run upon a lion. A hind will fight with a bull, a sow with a bear, a silly sheep with a fox. So the same nature urgeth a man to love his parents. Di mi pater omnes uderent, niti magis quam oculos a me meos. And this love cannot be dissolved, as Tully holds, without detestable offense, but much more God's commandment, which enjoins a filial love and an obedience in this kind. The love of brethren is great, and like an arch of stones, if one be displaced, all comes down. No love so forcible and strong, honest, to the combination of which nature, fortune, virtue happily concur. Yet this love comes short of it. Dulce et decorum pro patria mori. It cannot be expressed. What a deal of charity that one name of country contains. Amor laudes et patriae pro stipendio est. The Decii did se devovere orati curri Scaevola, Regulus, Codrus, sacrificed themselves for their country's peace and good. Una dies Fabios ad bellum miserat omnes, ad bellum misos perdidit una dies. One day the Fabii stoutly warred. One day the Fabii were destroyed. 50,000 Englishmen lost their lives willingly near Battle Abbey in defense of their country. Paulus Aemilius, Book 1, Chapter 6, speaks of 6 senators of Calais that came with halters in their hands to the King of England to die for the rest. This love makes so many writers take such pains, so many historiographers, physicians, etc., or at least, as they pretend, for common safety and their country's benefit. Sanctum nomen amiciticae sacrorum communio sacra. Friendship is a holy name and a sacred communion of friends. As the sun is in the firmament, so is friendship in the world, a most divine and heavenly band. As nuptial love makes, this perfects mankind, and is to be preferred, if you will stand by the judgment of Cornelius Nepos, before affinity or consanguinity. Plus, in amicitia vale similitudo morum, quam affinitas, etc., the cords of love bind faster than any other wreath whatsoever. Take this away, and take all pleasure, joy, comfort, happiness, and true content out of the world. 'Tis the greatest tie, the surest indenture, strongest band, and, as our modern Marrow decides it, is much to be preferred before the rest. Quote, hard is the doubt, and difficult to deem, when all 3 kinds of love together meet, and so dispart the heart with power extreme, whether shall weigh the balance down, to wit, the dear affection unto kindred sweet, or raging fire of love to womenkind, or zeal of friends combined by virtues meet. But of them all the band of virtuous mind, methinks the gentle heart should most assured bind. For natural affection soon doth cease, and quenched is with Cupid's greater flame. But faithful friendship doth them both suppress, and them with mastering discipline doth tame, through thoughts aspiring to eternal fame. For as the soul doth rule the earthly mass, and all the service of the body frame, so love of soul doth love of body pass, no less than perfect gold surmounts the meanest brass. End quote. A faithful friend is better than gold, a medicine of misery, an only possession. Yet this love of friends, nuptial, heroical, profitable, pleasant, honest, all 3 loves put together, are little worth if they proceed not from a true Christian illuminated soul, if it be not done in ordine ad Deum, for God's sake. Though I had the gift of prophecy, spake with tongues of men and angels, though I feed the poor with all my goods, give my body to be burned, and have not this love, it profiteth me nothing. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verses 1 and 3. 'Tis splendidum peccatum, without charity. This is an all-apprehending love, a deifying love, a refined, pure, divine love, the quintessence of all love, the true philosopher's stone. Non potest enim, as Augustine infers, veraciter amicus esse hominis, nisi foerit ipsius primatus veritatis. He is no true friend that loves not God's truth. And therefore this is true love indeed, the cause of all good to mortal men, that reconciles all creatures, and glues them together in perpetual amity and firm league, and can no more abide bitterness, hate, malice, than fair and foul weather, light and darkness, sterility and plenty may be together, As the sun in the firmament, I say, so is love in the world, and for this cause 'tis love without an addition, love ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, love of God and love of men. The love of God begets the love of man, and by this love of our neighbor the love of God is nourished and increased. By this happy union of love all well-governed families and cities are combined, the heavens annexed, and divine souls complicated, the world itself composed, and all that is in it conjoined in God and reduced to one. This love causeth true and absolute virtues, the life, spirit, and root of every virtuous action. It finisheth prosperity, easeth adversity, corrects all natural encumbrances, inconveniences, sustained by faith and hope, which with this our love make an indissoluble twist, a Gordian knot, an equilateral triangle, and yet the greatest of them is love. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 13, which inflames our souls with a divine heat, and being so inflamed, purged, and so purgeth, elevates to God, makes an atonement, and reconciles us unto him. That other love infects the soul of man, this cleanseth, that depresses, this rears, that causes cares and troubles, this quietness of mind. This informs, that deforms our life, that leads to repentance, this to heaven. For if once we be truly linked and touched with this charity, we shall love God above all, our neighbor as ourself, as we are enjoined. Mark chapter 12, verse 31. Matthew chapter 19, verse 19. Perform those duties and exercises, even all the operations of a good Christian. This love suffereth long and is bountiful, envieth not, boasteth not itself, is not puffed up, it deceiveth not, it seeketh not his own things, is not provoked to anger, it thinketh not evil, it rejoiceth not in iniquity, but in truth, it suffereth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verses 4, 5, 6, and 7. It covereth all trespasses. Proverbs chapter 10, verse 12. A multitude of sins. 1 Peter chapter 4. As our Savior told the woman in the gospel that washed his feet, many sins were forgiven her, for she loved much. Luke chapter 7, verse 47. It will defend the fatherless and the widow. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 17. Will seek no revenge or be mindful of wrong. Leviticus chapter 19, verse 18. Will bring home his brother's ox if he go astray, as it is commanded. Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 1. Will resist evil, give to him that asketh, and not turn from him that borroweth. Bless them that curse him, love his enemy. Matthew chapter 5. Bear his brother's burden. Galatians chapter 6, verse 7. He that so loves will be hospitable, and distribute to the necessities of the saints. He will, if it be possible, have peace with all men. Feed his enemy if he be hungry. If he be athirst, give him drink. He will perform those 7 works of mercy. He will make himself equal to them of the lower sort. Rejoice with them that rejoice. Weep with them that weep. Romans chapter 12. He will speak truth to his neighbor. Be courteous and tender-hearted, forgiving others for Christ's sake, as God forgave him. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 32. He will be like-minded. Philemon chapter 2, verse 2. Of one judgment. Be humble, meek, long-suffering. Colossians chapter 3. Forbear, forget, and forgive. chapter 12, verses 13, 23. And what he doth shall be heartily done to God, and not to men. Be pitiful and courteous. 1 Peter chapter 3. Seek peace and follow it. He will love his brother, not in word and tongue, but in deed and truth. John chapter 3, verse 18. And he that loves God, Christ will love him that is begotten of him. John verse 1, etc. Thus should we willingly do if we had a true touch of this charity, of this divine love, if we could perform this which we are enjoined, forget and forgive, and compose ourselves to those Christian laws of love. O felix hominum genus, si vestros animos amor, quo coelum regitur regat. Angelical souls, how blessed, how happy should we be, so loving, how might we triumph over the devil, and have another heaven upon earth. But this we cannot do, and which is the cause of all our woes, miseries, discontent, melancholy, want of this charity. We do invicem angeriare, contemn, consult, vex, torture, molest, and hold one another's noses to the grindstone hard, provoke, rail, scoff, calumniate, challenge, hate, abuse, hard-hearted, implacable, malicious, peevish, inexorable as we are, to satisfy our lust or private spleen, for toys, trifles, and impertinent occasions, spend ourselves, goods, friends, fortunes, to be revenged on our adversary, to ruin him and his. 'Tis all our study, practice, and business how to plot mischief, mind, countermind, defend and offend, ward ourselves, injure others, hurt all, as if we were born to do mischief, and that with such eagerness and bitterness, with such rancor, malice, rage, and fury, we prosecute our intended designs, that neither affinity or consanguinity, love or fear of God or men can contain us. No satisfaction, no composition will be accepted, no offices will serve, no submission, though he shall upon his knees, as Sarpedon did to Glaucus and Homer, acknowledging his error, yield himself with tears in his eyes, beg his pardon. We will not relent, forgive, or forget, till we have confounded him and his, made dice of his bones, as they say, see him rot in prison, banish his friends, followers, et omne invisum genus, rooted him out, and all his posterity. Monsters of men as we are, dogs, wolves, tigers, fiends, incarnate devils, we do not only contend, oppress, and tyrannize ourselves, but as so many firebrands, we set on and animate others. Our whole life is a perpetual combat, a conflict, a set battle, a snarling fit. Arisdia is settled in our tents. Omnia delite, opposing wit to wit, wealth to wealth, strength to strength, fortunes to fortunes, friends to friends, as at a sea fight we turn our broadsides, or two millstones with continual attrition, we fire ourselves, or break another's backs, and both are ruined and consumed in the end. Miserable wretches, to fat and enrich ourselves, we care not how we get it. Quocunque modo rem. How many thousands we undo, whom we oppress, by whose ruin and downfall we arise, whom we injure, fatherless children, widows, common societies, to satisfy our own private lust. Though we have myriads, abundance of wealth and treasure, pitiless, merciless, remorseless and uncharitable in the highest degree, and our poor brother in need, sickness, in great extremity, and now ready to be starved for want of food, we had rather, as the fox told the ape, his tail should sweep the ground still than cover his buttocks, rather spend it idly, consume it with dogs, hawks, hounds, unnecessary buildings, in riotous apparel, ingurgitate or let it be lost, than he should have a part of it. Rather take from him that little which he hath, than relieve him. Like the dog in the manger, we neither use it ourselves, let others make use of it or enjoy it, part with nothing while we live, for want of disposing our household, and setting things in order, set all the world together by the ears after our death. Poor Lazarus lies howling at his gates for a few crumbs. He only seeks chippings, offals. Let him roar and howl, famish, and eat his own flesh. He respects him not. A poor decayed kinsman of his sets upon him by the way in all his jollity, and runs begging bareheaded by him, conjuring by those former bonds of friendship, alliance, consanguinity, etc., uncle, cousin, brother, father, per egoas lacrimas, dextramque tuamte, si, quiidquam dete merue, fuit aut tibi quiidquam, dulce meum, misera mei. Some show pity for Christ's sake. Pity a sick man, an old man, etc. He cares not, ride on. Pretend sickness, inevitable loss of limbs, goods, plead suretyship, or shipwreck, fires, common calamities, show thy wants and imperfections. Et si per sanctum juratus dicat osirem, credita non ludo, crudeles tolita claudum. Swear, protest, take God and all his angels to witness. Quaere peregrinum. Thou art a counterfeit crank, a cheater. He is not touched with it. Pauper, ubiqua yashet. Ride on, he takes no notice of it. Put up a supplication to him in the name of 1,000 orphans, a hospital, a spittle, a prison, as he goes by. They cry out to him for aid. Ride on, suronares. He cares not. Let them eat stones, devour themselves with vermin, rot in their own dung. He cares not. Show him a decayed haven, a bridge, a school, a fortification, etc., or some public work. Ride on. Good your worship, your honor, for God's sake, your country's sake. Ride on. But show him a roll wherein his name shall be registered in golden letters, and commended to all posterity, his arms set up, with his devices to be seen. Then peradventure he will stay and contribute. Or, if thou canst thunder upon him, as papists do, with satisfactory and meritorious works, or persuade him by this means he shall save his soul out of hell, and free it from purgatory, if he be of any religion, then in all likelihood he will listen and stay. Or that he have no children, no near kinsmen, heir he cares for, at least, or cannot well tell otherwise how or where to bestow his possessions, for carry them with him he cannot. It may be then he will build some school or hospital in his life, or be induced to give liberally to pious uses after his death. For I dare boldly say, vain glory, that opinion of merit, and this enforced necessity, when they know not otherwise how to leave, or what better to do with them, is the main cause of most of our good works. I will not urge this to derogate from any man's charitable devotion, or bounty in this kind, to censure any good work. No doubt there may be many sanctified, heroical, and worthy-minded men that in true zeal, and for virtue's sake, divine spirits, that out of commiseration and piety extend their liberality, and as much as in them lies to do good to all men, clothe the naked, feed the hungry, comfort the sick and needy, relieve all, forget and forgive injuries, as true charity requires. Yet, most part there is simulatum quid, a deal of hypocrisy in this kind, much default and defect. Cosmo de' Medici, that rich citizen of Florence, ingeniously confessed to a near friend of his that would know of him why he built so many public and magnificent palaces, and bestowed so liberally on scholars, not that he loved learning more than others, but to eternize his own name, to be immortal by the benefit of scholars. For when his friends were dead, walls decayed, and all inscriptions gone, books would remain to the world's end. The lantern in Athens was built by Xenocles, the theatre by Pericles, the famous Port Piraeum by Musicles, Palace Palladium by Phidias, the Pantheon by Callicratidas. But these brave monuments are decayed all, and ruined long since. Their builders' names alone flourish by meditation of writers. And as he said of that Marian oak, now cut down and dead, Nullius agricolae manu volta stirps tam diuturna, quam quae poetae versu seminari potest. No plant can grow so long as that which is ingeniosata, set and manured by those ever-living wits. Alon Bacuth, that weeping oak under which Deborah, Rebecca's nurse, died and was buried, may not survive the memory of such everlasting monuments. Vainglory and emulation, as to most men, was the cause efficient, and to be a trumpeter of his own fame, Cosmo's sole intent so to do good, that all the world might take notice of it. Such, for the most part, is the charity of our times, such our benefactors, mecenates, and patrons. Show me amongst so many myriads a truly devout, a right, honest, upright, meek, humble, a patient, innocuous, innocent, a merciful, a loving, a charitable man. Probus quis nobiscum vivit. Show me a Caleb or Joshua. Dic mihi musa virum. Show a virtuous woman, a constant wife, a good neighbor, a trusty servant, an obedient child, a true friend, etc. Crows in Africa are not so scant. He that shall examine this iron age wherein we live, where love is cold, et jam teres astrea reliquit. Justice fled with her assistance, virtue expelled, justitiae zoro, incorrupta fides, nudiquae veritas. All goodness gone, where vice abounds, the devil is loose, and see one man vilify and insult over his brother, as if he were an innocent, or a block, oppress, tyrannize, prey upon, torture him, vex, gall, torment and crucify him, starve him. Where is charity? He that shall see men swear and forswear, lie and bear false witness, to advantage themselves, prejudice others, hazard goods, lives, fortunes, credit, all, to be revenged on their enemies, men so unspeakable in their lusts, unnatural in malice, such bloody designments, Italian blaspheming, Spanish renouncing, etc., may well ask, where is charity? He that shall observe so many lawsuits, such endless contentions, such plotting, undermining, so much money spent with such eagerness and fury, every man for himself, his own ends, the devil for all, so many distressed souls, such lamentable complaints, so many factions, conspiracies, seditions, oppressions, abuses, injuries, such grudging, repining, discontent, so much emulation, envy, so many brawls, quarrels, monomachies, etc., may well require, what is become of charity? When we see and read of such cruel wars, tumults, uproars, bloody battles, so many men slain, so many cities ruinated, etc., for what else is the subject of all our stones almost, but bills, bows, and guns, so many murders and massacres, etc.? Where is charity? Or see men wholly devote to God, churchmen, professed divines, holy men, to make the trumpet of the gospel the trumpet of war, a company of hell-born Jesuits and fiery-spirited friars, facem praefere, to all seditions, as so many firebrands set all the world by the ears. I say nothing of their contentious and railing books, whole ages spent in writing one against another, and that with such virulency and bitterness, Pioneas sermonibus et sale nigro, and by their bloody inquisitions, that in 30 years Baal saith consumed 39 princes, 148 earls, 235 barons, 14,755 commons, worse than those 10 persecutions, may justly doubt, where is charity? Obsecro vos quales I demum Christiani. Are these Christians? I beseech you, tell me. He that shall observe and see these things may say to them as Cato to Caesar, Credo quae de inferis dicuntur falsa existimas. Sure, I think thou art of opinion there is neither heaven nor hell. Let them pretend religion, zeal, make what shows they will, give alms, peacemakers, frequent sermons. If we may guess at the tree by the fruit, they are no better than hypocrites, epicures, atheists. With the fool in their hearts they say, there is no God. 'Tis no marvel then, if being so uncharitable, hard-hearted as we are, we have so frequent and so many discontents, such melancholy fits, so many bitter pangs, mutual discords, all in a combustion, often complaints, so common grievances, general mischiefs. Si tante interes tragoidiae, quibus labefacatatur et misere laceratur humanum genus, so many pestilences, wars, uproars, losses, deluges, fires, inundations, God's vengeance, and all the plagues of Egypt come upon us, since we are so currish one towards another, so respectless of God and our neighbors, and by our crying, sins pull these miseries upon our own heads. Nay more, 'tis justly to be feared, which Josephus once said of his countrymen Jews, if the Romans had not come when they did to sack their city, surely it had been swallowed up with some earthquake, deluge, or fired from heaven as Sodom and Gomorrah. Their desperate malice, wickedness, and peevishness was such. 'Tis to be suspected, if we continue these wretched ways, we may look for the like heavy visitations to come upon us. If we had any sense or feeling of these things, surely we should not go on as we do, in such irregular courses, practice all manner of impieties, our whole carriage would not be so averse from God. If a man would but consider, when he is in the midst and full career of such prodigious and uncharitable actions, how displeasing they are in God's sight, how noxious to himself, as Solomon told Joab, 1 Kings chapter 2. The Lord shall bring this blood upon their heads, Proverbs chapter 1, verse 27. Sudden desolation and destruction shall come like a whirlwind upon them. Affliction, anguish, the reward of his hand shall be given him. Isaiah chapter 3, verse 11, etc. They shall fall into the pit they have digged for others, and when they are scraping, tyrannizing, getting, wallowing in their wealth, this night, O fool, I will take away thy soul. What a severe account they must make, and how gracious on the other side a charitable man is in God's eyes. Audet sibi gratiam. Matthew, verse 7. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. He that lendeth to the poor gives to God, and how it shall be restored to them again. How by their patience and long suffering they shall heap coals on their enemies' heads. Romans chapter 12. And he that followeth after righteousness and mercy shall find righteousness and glory. Surely they would check their desires, curb their unnatural inordinate affections, agree amongst themselves, abstain from doing evil, amend their lives, and learn to do well. Behold how comely and good a thing it is for brethren to live together in union. It is like the precious ointment, etc. How odious to contend one with the other. Miseriquid luctation culis ise valumus. Ecce mors supra caput est, et supremum illud tribuno. Ubi et dicta et facta nostra examinanda sunt, supiamus. Why do we contend and vex one another? Behold, death is over our heads, and we must shortly give an account of all our uncharitable words and actions. Think upon it, and be wise. End section 5.
Section 6 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 6. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 1, Subsection 1. Heroical love causeth melancholy. His pedigree, power, and extent. In the preceding section mention was made, amongst other pleasant objects, of this comeliness and beauty which proceeds from women, that causeth heroical or love melancholy, is more eminent above the rest, and properly called love. The part affected in men is the liver, and therefore called heroical, because commonly gallants, noblemen, and the most generous spirits are possessed with it. His power and extent is very large, and in that twofold division of love, philein and eran, those two veneries which Plato and some others make mention of, it is most eminent, and kai exochon, called Venus, as I have said, or love itself, which although it be denominated from men and most evident in them, yet it extends and shows itself in vegetal and sensible creatures, those incorporeal substances, as shall be specified, and hath a large dominion of sovereignty over them. His pedigree is very ancient, derived from the beginning of the world, as Phaedrus contends, and his parentage of such antiquity that no poet could ever find it out. Hesiod makes terror and chaos to be love's parents, before the gods were born. Ante deos omnes primum generavit amorem. Some think it is the self same fire Prometheus fetched from heaven. Plutarch, Amatorium Libello, will have love to be the son of Iris and Favonius. But Socrates, in that pleasant dialogue of Plato, when it came to his turn to speak of love, of which subject Agatho the rhetorician, magniloquous Agatho, that chanter Agatho, had newly given occasion, in a poetical strain telleth this tale. When Venus was born, all the gods were invited to a banquet, and among the rest, Porus, the god of bounty and wealth, Paeania or poverty came a-begging at the door. Porus, well whittled with nectar, for there was no wine in those days, walking in Jupiter's garden, in a bower met with Paeania, and in his drink got her with child, of whom was born love, and because he was begotten on Venus' birthday, Venus still attends upon him. The moral of this is in Ficinus. Another tale is there borrowed out of Aristophanes. In the beginning of the world, men had 4 arms and 4 feet, but for their pride, because they compared themselves with the gods, were parted into halves, and now peradventure by love they hope to be united again, and made one. Otherwise thus: Vulcan met 2 lovers, and bid them ask what they would, and they should have it. But they made answer, O Vulcane faber deorum, &c. O Vulcan, the gods' great smith, we beseech thee to work us anew in thy furnace, and of 2 make us one. Which he presently did, and ever since true lovers are either all one, or else desire to be united. Many such tales you shall find in Leon Hebreus Dialog. 3, and their moral to them. The reason why love was still painted young, as Phornutus and others will, is because young men are most apt to love, soft, fair, and fat, because such folks are soonest taken; naked, because all true affection is simple and open; he smiles, because merry and given to delights; hath a quiver, to show his power, none can escape; is blind, because he sees not where he strikes, whom he hits, &c. His power and sovereignty is expressed by the poets, in that he is held to be a god, and a great commanding god, above Jupiter himself, Magnus Daemon, as Plato calls him, the strongest and merriest of all the gods according to Alcinous and Athenaeus. Amor virorum rex, amor rex et deum, as Euripides, the god of gods and governor of men, for we must all do homage to him, keep a holiday for his deity, adore in his temples, worship his image, numen enim hoc non est nudum nomen, and sacrifice to his altar, that conquers all, and rules all. Malum cum icone, curvo et apro eolico, cum anteo et stymphalicis avibus luctari, quam cum amore. I had rather contend with bulls, lions, bears, and giants, than with love, he is so powerful, enforceth all to pay tribute to him, domineers over all, and can make mad and sober whom he list, insomuch that Caecilius in Tully's Tusculans holds him to be no better than a fool or an idiot, that doth not acknowledge love to be a great god. Qui in manu sit quem esse dementum velit, quem sapere, quam in morbum injici, &c. That can make sick and cure whom he list. Homer and Stesichorus were both made blind, if you will believe Leon Hebreus, for speaking against his godhead; and though Aristophanes degrade him, and say that he was scornfully rejected from the council of the gods, had his wings clipped besides, that he might come no more amongst them, and to his farther disgrace banished heaven for ever, and confined to dwell on earth, yet he is of that power, majesty, omnipotency, and dominion, that no creature can withstand him. Imperat Cupido etiam diis pro arbitrio, et ipsum arcere ne armipotens potest Jupiter. He is more than quartermaster with the gods. Tenet cetide aequor, umbras Aeaco, coelum Jove, and hath not so much possession as dominion. Jupiter himself was turned into a satyr, shepherd, a bull, a swan, a golden shower, and what not, for love, that as Lucian's Juno right well objected to him, ludus amoris tu es, thou art Cupid's whirligig. How did he insult over all the other gods, Mars, Neptune, Pan, Mercury, Bacchus, and the rest? Lucian brings in Jupiter complaining of Cupid that he could not be quiet for him, and the moon lamenting that she was so impotently besotted on Endymion, even Venus herself confessing as much, how rudely and in what sort her own son Cupid had used her, being his mother, now drawing her to Mount Ida for the love of that Trojan Anchises, now to Libanus for that Assyrian youth's sake, and although she threatened to break his bow and arrows, to clip his wings, and whipped him besides on the bare buttocks with her pantoffel, yet all would not serve, he was too headstrong and unruly. That monster conquering Hercules was tamed by him. Quem non mille ferae, quem non Sthenelejus hostis, nec potuit Juno vincere, vicit amor, whom neither beasts nor enemies could tame, nor Juno's might subdue, love quelled the same. Your bravest soldiers and most generous spirits are enervated with it, ubi mulieribus blanditiis permittunt se, et inquinantur amplexibus. Apollo, that took upon him to cure all diseases, could not help himself of this, and therefore Socrates calls love a tyrant, and brings him triumphing in a chariot, whom Petrarch imitates in his triumph of love, and Fracastorius in an elegant poem expresseth at large, Cupid riding, Mars and Apollo following his chariot, Psyche weeping, etc. In vegetal creatures, what sovereignty love hath, by many pregnant proofs and familiar examples may be proved, especially of palm trees, which are both he and she, and express not a sympathy but a love passion, and by many observations have been confirmed. Vivunt in venerem frondes, omnisque vicissim felix arbor amat, nutant et mutae palmae foedera, populeo suspirat populus ictu, et platano platanus, alnoque assibilat alnus. Constantine de Agricultura lib. 10. cap. 4. gives an instance out of Florentius his Georgics, of a palm tree that loved most fervently, and would not be comforted until such time her love applied herself unto her. You might see the two trees bend, and of their own accords stretch out their boughs to embrace and kiss each other, they will give manifest signs of mutual love. Ammianus Marcellinus, lib. 24, reports that they marry one another, and fall in love if they grow in sight, and when the wind brings the smell to them, they are marvellously affected. Philostratus in Imaginibus observes as much, and Galen, lib. 6, de locis affectis, cap. 5. They will be sick for love, ready to die and pine away, which the husbandmen perceiving, saith Constantine, stroke many palms that grow together, and so stroking again the palm that is enamoured, they carry kisses from the one to the other, or tying the leaves and branches of the one to the stem of the other, will make them both flourish and prosper a great deal better, which are enamoured. They can perceive by the bending of boughs and inclination of their bodies. If any man think this which I say to be a tale, let him read that story of two palm trees in Italy, the male growing at Brundisium, the female at Otranto, related by Jovianus Pontanus in an excellent poem, sometimes tutor to Alphonsus Junior, King of Naples, his secretary of state, and a great philosopher, which were barren, and so continued a long time, till they came to see one another growing up higher, though many stadiums asunder. Pierius in his hieroglyphics, and Melchior Guilandinus, Tractatus de Papiro, cites this story of Pontanus for a truth. See more in Salmus, Mizaldus Arcanorum, Sand's Voyages, etc. If such fury be in vegetals, what shall we think of sensible creatures? How much more violent and apparent shall it be in them? Omne adeo genus in terris hominumque ferarum, et genus aequoreum percudes, pictaeque volucres in furias ignemque runt, amor omnibus idem. All kinds of creatures in the earth, and fishes of the sea, and painted birds do rage alike, this love bears equal sway. hic Deus et terras et Maria alta domat. Common experience and our sense will inform us how violently brute beasts are carried away with this passion, horses above the rest. Furor est insignis equarum. Cupid in Lucian bids Venus his mother be of good cheer, for he was now familiar with lions, and oftentimes did get on their backs, hold them by the mane, and ride them about like horses, and they would fawn upon him with their tails. Bulls, bears, and boars are so furious in this kind, they kill one another, but especially cocks, lions, and harts, which are so fierce that you may hear them fight half a mile off, saith Turbeville, and many times kill each other, or compel them to abandon the rut, that they may remain masters in their places. And when one hath driven his co-rival away, he raiseth his nose up into the air, and looks aloft as though he gave thanks to nature, which affords him such great delight. How birds are affected in this kind appears out of Aristotle. He will have them sing ob futurum venerem, for joy or in hope of their venery which is to come. He will have them to sing ob futuram venerem, for joy or in hope of their venery which is to come. Aere primum volucres te diva tuumque significant initum, per culsae corda tua vi. Fishes pine away for love, and wax lean, if Gomesius's authority may be taken, and are rampant too, some of them. Peter Gellius, lib. 10, de Historia Animalium, tells wonders of a Triton in Epirus. There was a well not far from the shore, where the country wenches fetched water. They, Tritons, stupri causa, would set upon them and carry them to the sea, and there drown them, if they would not yield. So love tyrannizeth in dumb creatures. Yet this is natural for one beast to dote upon another of the same kind. But what strange fury is that when a beast shall dote upon a man? Saxo Grammaticus hath a story of a bear that loved a woman, kept her in his den a long time, and begot a son of her, out of whose loins proceeded many northern kings. This is the original belike of that common tale of Valentine and Orson. Aelian, Pliny, Peter Gillius are full of such relations. A peacock in Leucadia loved a maid, and when she died the peacock pined. A dolphin loved a boy called Hernias, and when he died, the fish came on land, and so perished. The like adds Gellius, lib. 10, cap. 22, out of Apion, Aegypti lib. 15. A dolphin at Puteoli loved a child, would come often to him, let him get on his back, and carry him about, and when by sickness the child was taken away, the dolphin died. Every book is full, saith Busbequius, the emperor's orator with the Grand Signior, not long since, and yields such instances, to believe which I was always afraid, lest I should be thought to give credit to fables, until I saw a lynx which I had from Assyria, so affected towards one of my men, that it cannot be denied but that he was in love with him. When my man was present, the beast would use many notable enticements and pleasant motions, and when he was going, hold him back, and look after him when he was gone, very sad in his absence, but most jocund when he returned. And when my man went from me, the beast expressed his love with continual sickness, and after he had pined away some few days, died. Such another story he hath of a crane of Majorca, that loved a Spaniard, that would walk any way with him, and in his absence seek about for him, make a noise that he might hear her, and knock at his door, and when he took his last farewell, famished herself. Such pretty pranks can love play with birds, fishes, beasts. Coelestis aestheris ponti, terrae claves habet Venus, solaque istorum omnium imperium obtinet. And if all be certain that is credibly reported, with the spirits of the air and devils of hell themselves, who are as much enamoured and dote, if I may use that word, as any other creatures whatsoever. For if those stories be true that are written of incubus and succubus, of nymphs, lascivious fauns, satyrs, and those heathen gods which were devils, those lascivious telchines, of whom the Platonists tell so many fables, or those familiar meetings in our days, and company of witches and devils, there is some probability for it. I know that Biamanus, Wierus, Book 1, chapters 19 and 24, and some others stoutly deny it, that the devil hath any carnal copulation with women, that the devil takes no pleasure in such facts, they be mere fantasies, all such relations of incubi, succubi, lies and tales. But Augustine, Book 15, de Civitate Dei, doth acknowledge it, Erastus de Lamiis, Jacobus Sprenger and his colleagues, etc. Zanchius, chapter 16, book 4, de operibus Dei. Dandinus, in Aristotelis de Anima, book 2, text 29, commentary 30, Bodin, book 2, chapter 7, and Paracelsus, a great champion of this tenet amongst the rest, which give sundry peculiar instances, by many testimonies, proofs, and confessions evince it. Hector Boethius in his Scottish History hath 3 or 4 such examples, which Cardan confirms out of him, book 16, chapter 43, of such as have had familiar company many years with them, and that in the habit of men and women. Philostratus, in his 4th book de Vita Apollonii, hath a memorable instance in this kind, which I may not omit, of one Menippus Lycius, a young man 25 years of age, that going between Cenchreas and Corinth, met such a phantasm in the habit of a fair gentlewoman, which taking him by the hand, carried him home to her house in the suburbs of Corinth, and told him she was a Phoenician by birth, and if he would tarry with her, he should hear her sing and play, and drink such wine as never any drank, and no man should molest him, but she being fair and lovely would live and die with him, that was fair and lovely to behold. The young man, a philosopher, otherwise staid and discreet, able to moderate his passions, though not this of love, tarried with her a while to his great content, and at last married her, to whose wedding, amongst other guests, came Apollonius, who, by some probable conjectures, found her out to be a serpent, a Lamia, and that all her furniture was like Tantalus's gold described by Homer, no substance, but mere illusions. When she saw herself descried, she wept and desired Apollonius to be silent, but he would not be moved, and thereupon she, plate, house, and all that was in it, vanished in an instant. Many thousands took notice of this fact, for it was done in the midst of Greece. Sabine, in his comment on the 10th of Ovid's Metamorphoses, at the tale of Orpheus, telleth us of a gentleman of Bavaria, that for many months together bewailed the loss of his dear wife. At length the devil in her habit came and comforted him, and told him, because he was so importunate for her, that she would come and live with him again. On that condition he would be new married, never swear and blaspheme as he used formerly to do, for if he did, she should be gone. He vowed it, married, and lived with her. She brought him children, and governed his house, but was still pale and sad, and so continued, till one day falling out with him, he fell a swearing. She vanished thereupon, and was never after seen. This I have heard, saith Sabine, from persons of good credit, which told me that the Duke of Bavaria did tell it for a certainty to the Duke of Saxony. One more I will relate out of Florilegus, ad annum 1058, an honest historian of our nation, because he telleth it so confidently, as a thing in those days talked of all over Europe. A young gentleman of Rome, the same day that he was married, after dinner with the bride and his friends went a walking into the fields, and towards evening to the tennis court to recreate himself. Whilst he played, he put his ring upon the finger of Venus statua, which was thereby made in brass. After he had sufficiently played, and now made an end of his sport, he came to fetch his ring, but Venus had bowed her finger in, and he could not get it off. Whereupon, loath to make his company tarry at present, there left it, intending to fetch it the next day, or at some more convenient time, went then to supper, and so to bed. In the night, when he should come to perform those nuptial rites, Venus steps between him and his wife, unseen or felt of her, and told her that she was his wife, that he had betrothed himself unto her by that ring, which he put upon her finger. She troubled him for some following nights. He, not knowing how to help himself, made his moan to one Palumbus, a learned magician in those days, who gave him a letter, and bid him at such a time of the night, in such a cross way, at the town's end, where old Saturn would pass by with his associates in procession, as commonly he did, deliver that script with his own hands to Saturn himself. The young man of a bold spirit accordingly did it, and when the old fiend read it, he called Venus to him, who rode before him, and commanded her to deliver his ring, which forthwith she did, and so the gentleman was freed. Many such stories I find in several authors to confirm this which I have said, as that more notable amongst the rest, of Philinium and Machates in Phlegon's Tractatus de Rebus Mirabilibus. And though many be against it, yet I, for my part, will subscribe to Lactantius, lib. 14. cap. 15. God sent angels for the tuition of men, but whilst they lived amongst us, that mischievous all commander of the earth, and hot in lust, enticed them by little and little to this vice, and defiled them with the company of women, and to Anaxagoras de resurrectione. Many of these spiritual bodies, overcome by the love of maids and lust, failed, of whom those were born we call giants. Justin Martyr, Clemens Alexandrinus, Sulpicius Severus, Eusebius, &c., to this sense make a twofold fall of angels, one from the beginning of the world, another a little before the deluge, as Moses teacheth us, openly professing that these genii can beget, and have carnal copulation with women. At Japan in the East Indies, at this present, if we may believe the relation of travellers, there is an idol called Tucedi, to whom one of the forest virgins in the country is monthly brought, and left in a private room, in the photoqui, or church, where she sits alone to be deflowered. At certain times the Tucedi, which is thought to be the devil, appears to her, and knoweth her carnally. Every month a fair virgin is taken in, but what becomes of the old, no man can tell. In that goodly temple of Jupiter Belus in Babylon, there was a fair chapel, saith Herodotus, an eyewitness of it, in which was splendide stratus lectus et apposita mensa aurea, a brave bed, a table of gold, &c., into which no creature came but one only woman, which their God made choice of, as the Chaldean priests told him, and that their God lay with her himself, as at Thebes in Egypt was the like done of old. So that you see this is no news, the devils themselves, or their juggling priests, have played such pranks in all ages. Many divines stiffly contradict this, but I will conclude with Lipsius, that since examples, testimonies, and confessions of those unhappy women are so manifest on the other side, and many even in this our town of Louvain, that it is likely to be so. One thing I will add, that I suppose in no age past, I know not by what destiny of this unhappy time, have there ever appeared or showed themselves so many lecherous devils, satyrs, and genii, as in this of ours, as appears by the daily narrations, and judicial sentences upon record. Read more of this question in Plutarch, Vita Numae, Austin, De Civitate Dei, Book 15, Wierus, Giraldus Cambrensis, Malleus Maleficarum, Quaestio 5, part 1, Jacobus Russus, Godelman, Erastus, Valesius, John Nider, Cicogna, Del Rio, Lipsius Bodine, Daemonologiae Liber 2, chap. 7, Pererius, etc. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 7. Partition 3, Section 2. Member 1, Subsection 2. How love tyrannizeth over men. Love or heroical melancholy. His definition, part affected. You have heard how this tyrant love rageth with brute beasts and spirits. Now let us consider what passions it causeth amongst men. Improbe amor quid non mortalia pectora cogis. How it tickles the hearts of mortal men. Horresco referens. I am almost afraid to relate, amazed, and ashamed. It hath wrought such stupendous and prodigious effects, such foul offences. Love, indeed, I may not deny, first united provinces, built cities, and by a perpetual generation makes and preserves mankind, propagates the church. But if it rage, it is no more love, but burning lust, a disease, frenzy, madness, hell. Est orcus ille, vis est immedicabilis, est rabies insana. 'Tis no virtuous habit this, but a vehement perturbation of the mind, a monster of nature, wit, and art, as Alexis in Athenaeus sets it out, viriliter audax, muliebriter timidum, furore praecaps, labore infractum, mel felium, blanda percussio, etc. It subverts kingdoms, overthrows cities, towns, families, mars, corrupts, and makes a massacre of men. Thunder and lightning, wars, fires, plagues, have not done that mischief to mankind as this burning lust, this brutish passion. Let Sodom and Gomorrah, Troy, which Dares Phrygius and Dictys Cretensis will make good, and I know not how many cities bear record, et fuit ante Helenam, etc., all succeeding ages will subscribe, Joanna of Naples in Italy, Fredegunda and Brunhalt in France, all histories are full of these basilisks. Besides those daily monomachies, murders, effusion of blood, rapes, riot, and immoderate expense, to satisfy their lusts, beggary, shame, loss, torture, punishment, disgrace, loathsome diseases that proceed from thence, worse than calentures and pestilent fevers, those often gouts, pox, arthritis, palsies, cramps, sciatica, convulsions, aches, combustions, etc., which torment the body, that feral melancholy which crucifies the soul in this life, and everlastingly torments in the world to come. Notwithstanding they know these and many such miseries, threats, tortures will surely come upon them, rewards, exhortations, et contra, yet either out of their own weakness, a depraved nature, or love's tyranny, which so furiously rageth, they suffer themselves to be led like an ox to the slaughter. Facilis descensus Averni, they go down headlong to their own perdition. They will commit folly with beasts, men leaving the natural use of women, as Paul saith, burned in lust one towards another, and man with man wrought filthiness. Semiramis equo, Pasiphae tauro, Aristo Ephesius Asinae se commiscuit, Fulvius equae, alii cannibus, capris, etc., unde mostra nascuntur aliquando, Centauri, Sylvani, et ad terrorem hominum prodigiosa spectra, nec cum brutis, sed ipsis hominibus rem habent, quod peccatum Sodomiae vulgo dicitur, et frequens olim vitium apud orientalis illos fuit. Graecos nimirum, Italos, Afros, Asianos, Hercules Hylam habuit, Polycletum, Dionum, Perithoronta, Abderum et Frigga, alii et Euristium ab Herculi amatum tradunt. Socrates pulchrorum adolescentum causa frequens gymnasium adibat. Flagitiosque spectacular pascebat oculus, quod et Philebus et Phaedon, rivalis, Charmides et reliqui Platonis dialogi, satis superque testatum faciunt, quod vero Alcibiades de eodem Socrati loquatur. Lubens conticesco, sed et abhorreo, tantum incitamentum praebet libidini. At hunc perstrinxit Theodoretus libdi curat Graec affect cap ultimo, quin et ipse Plato suum demirator Agathonum, Xenophon, Cliniam, Virgilius Alexin, Anacreon Bacillum, quod autem de Nerone, Claudio, caeterorumque portentosa libidine memoriae proditum, malem a Petronio, Suetonio, caeterisque petatis, quando omnem fidem excedat, quam a me expectatis, sed vetera querimur, apud Asianos, Turcos, Italos, nunquam frequentius hoc quam hodierno die vitium, Diana Romanorum Sodomia, officinae horum alicube apud Turcus, qui saxis semina mandant, arenas arantes, et frequentes querelae, etiam inter ipsos conjuges hac de re, quae virorum concubitum illicitum calcio in oppositum partum verso magistratui indicant. Nullum apud Italos familiare magis peccatum, qui et post Lucianum et Tatium scriptis voluminis defendunt. Johannes de la Casa, Benventinus Episcopus, divinum opus vocat, suave scellas, adeoque jactat, se non alia usum venere. Nihil usitatius apud monachos, cardinales, sacrificulos etiam furo hic ad mortem ad insanium. Angelus Politianus, ob pueri amorum, violentas sibi inanus injecit, et horrendum sane dictu. Quantum apud nos patrum memoria, scelus detestandum hoc saevier. Cum enim anno 1538, prudentissimus Rex Henricus Octavus cucullatorum coenobia, et sacrificorum collegia votatiorum, per venerabiles legum doctores Thomum Leum, Ricardum Laetonum visitari fecerat, etc. Tanto numero repete sunt apud eos scortatores, Cinedi, Ganiones, Paedicones, puerari, pederastae, sodomitae. Balei verbis utor, Ganymedes, etc. ut in uno quoque eorum novum credideris Gomorrham. Sed vide si lubat eorundum catalogum apud eundum bulcum. Puellae, inquit, in lectis dormire non poterunt ob fratres necromanticos. Haec si upod votarios, monachos, sanctus scilicet homunciones, quid in foro, quid in aula factum suspiceris? Quid apud nobiles, quid inter fornices, quam non foditatum, quam non spurcitiem? Sileo interim turpes illas, et se nominandas quidem monachorum, masturbationes, masturbatores. Rodericus a Castro vocat, tum et eos qui se invicem ad venerem excitandum flagris caedunt, spintrias, succubas, ambubeas, et lasciviente lumbo tribades, illas mulierculas, quae se invicem fricant, et praeter eunuchus etiam ad venerem explendam, artificiosa illa veretra habent. Immo quod magis mirere, faemina foeminam Constantinopoli non ita pridem deperiet, ausa rem plane incredibilem, mutatu cultum mentita virum de nuptis sermonum init, et brevi nupta est, sed authorem ipsum consule. Busbequium omito, Salinarios illos Aegyptiacos, qui cum formosarum cadaveribus concumbunt, et eorum visanum libidinem, qui etiam idole et imagines deperiunt. Nota est fabula Pygmalionus apud Ovidium, Mundi et Paulini apud Aegesippum belli Judeorum, lib 2 cap 4. Pontius C. Caesaris legatus referente Plinio, lib 35 cap 3, quem suspicio eum esse qui Christum crucifixit, picturis Atalante et Helenae adeo libidine incensus, ut tolere eius velet si natura tectorii permissit. Alius stratorum bonae fortunae deperiit. Elianus, lib 9 cap 37, alias bona Dei, et nequa pars probro vacet. Raptus ad stupra, quod ait ille, et ne os quidem a libidine exceptum. Heliogabalus, per omnia cava corporis libidinum recepit, Lamprid, vita ejus. Hostius quidam specula fecit, et ita deposuit, ut quum virum ipse pateritur, aversus omnes admissarii motus in speculo videret. Ac deinde falsa magnitudine ipsius membri tanquam vera gauderet. Simul virum et feminum passus. Quod dictu fedum et abominandum, ut verum plane sit, quod apud Plutarchum Gryllus Ulyssi objecit. Ad hunc usque diem apud nos neque masmarum, neque femina foeminam amavit, qualia multa apud vos memorabiles et praeclari viri fecerunt. Ut viles missos faciam, Hercules imbebum sectan socium, amicos deseruit, etc. Vestrae libidines intra suos naturae fines coercere non possunt, quin instar fluvii exundantis atrocem frigitatum, tumultum, confusionemque naturae gignant in re venerea, nam et capras, porcos, equus inierunt viri et feminae, insano bestiarum amore exarserunt. Imde Minotauri, Centauri, Sylvani, Sphinges, etc. Sed ne confutando dociam, aut ea foras efferam, quae non omnes scire convenit, haec enim doctiis solum modo, quod causa non ab simili rodericus, scripta velim. Ne levissimis ingentis et depravatis mentibus voctissimi sceleris notitiam, etc. Nolo quiam diutius hisce sordibus inquinare. I come at last to that heroical love which is proper to men and women, is a frequent cause of melancholy, and deserves much rather to be called burning lust than by such an honourable title. There is an honest love, I confess, which is natural, laqueus occultus captivans coda hominum, ut a mulieribus non possint separari, a secret snare to captivate the hearts of men, as Christopher Fonseca proves, a strong allurement of a most attractive, occult, adamantine property, and powerful virtue, and no man living can avoid it. Qui vim non sensit amoris, aut lapis est, aut bellua. He is not a man, but a block, a very stone, aut numen, aut Nebuchadnezzar. He hath a gourd for his head, a pipon for his heart, that hath not felt the power of it, and a rare creature to be found, one in an age, qui nunquam visae flagravit amore puellae, for semel insanivimus omnes, dote we either young or old, as he said, and none are excepted but Minerva and the Muses. So Cupid in Lucian complains to his mother Venus, that amongst all the rest his arrows could not pierce them. But this nuptial love is a common passion, and honest for men to love in the way of marriage. Ut materia appetit formam, sic mulier virum. You know marriage is honourable, a blessed calling appointed by God himself in paradise. It breeds true peace, tranquillity, content, and happiness, qua nulla est aut fuit unquam sanctio conjunctio, as Daphnaeus in Plutarch could well prove. Et quae generi humano immortalitatem parat, when they live without jarring, scolding, lovingly as they should do. Felices ter et amplius, quos erupta tenat copula, nec ullis divulsus ceremoniis, suprema citius solvit amor die. Thrice happy they, and more than that, whom bond of love so firmly ties, that without brawls till death them part, 'tis undissolved, and never dies. As Seneca lived with his Paulina, Abraham and Sarah, Orpheus and Eurydice, Arria and Poetus, Artemisia and Mausolus, Rubenius Celer, that would needs have it engraven on his tomb, he had led his life with Enea, his dear wife, 43 years, 8 months, and never fell out. There is no pleasure in this world comparable to it. 'Tis summum mortalitatis bonum, hominum divumque voluptas, alma Venus, latet enim in muliere aliquid majus potentiusque omnibus aliis humanis voluptatibus. As one holds, there is something in a woman beyond all human delight, a magnetic virtue, a charming quality, an occult and powerful motive. The husband rules her as head, but she again commands his heart, he is her servant, she is only joy and content, no happiness is like unto it, no love so great as this of man and wife, no such comfort as placens uxor, a sweet wife, omnis amor magnus, sed aperto in conjuge major. When they love at last as fresh as they did at first, caraque caro, consenescit conjugi, as Homer brings Paris kissing Helen, after they had been married 10 years, protesting withal that he loved her as dear as he did the first hour that he was betrothed, and in their old age, when they made much of one another, saying, as he did to his wife in the poet, Uxor vivamus quod viximus, et moriamur, servantes nomam sumsimus in thalamo, nec ferat ulla dies, ut commutemur in Evo, quin tibi sim juvenis, tuque puella mihi. Dear wife, let's live in love and die together, as hitherto we have in all good will. Let no day change or alter our affections, but let's be young to one another still. Such should conjugal love be, still the same, and as they are one flesh, so should they be of one mind, as in an aristocratical government, one consent, Geyron-like, coalescere in unum, have one heart in two bodies, will and nill the same. A good wife, according to Plutarch, should be looking glass to represent her husband's face and passion. If he be pleasant, she should be merry, if he laugh, she should smile, if he look sad, she should participate of his sorrow, and bear a part with him, and so should they continue in mutual love one towards another. Et me ab amore tuo deducet nulla senectus, sivi ego Tithonus, sive ego Nestor ero. No age shall part my love from thee, sweet wife, though I live Nestor or Tithonus' life. And she again to him, as the bride saluted the bridegroom of old in Rome, Ubi tu Caius, ego semper Caia. Be thou still Caius, I'll be Caia. 'Tis a happy state this indeed, when the fountain is blessed, saith Solomon, Proverbs 5:17, and he rejoiceth with the wife of his youth, and she is to him as the loving hind and pleasant roe, and he delights in her continually. But this love of ours is immoderate, inordinate, and not to be comprehended in any bounds. It will not contain itself within the union of marriage, or apply to one object, but is a wandering, extravagant, a domineering, a boundless, an irrefragable, a destructive passion. Sometimes this burning lust rageth after marriage, and then it is properly called jealousy; sometimes before, and then it is called heroical melancholy. It extends sometimes to co-rivals, &c., begets rapes, incests, murders. Marcus Antonius compressit Faustinum sororem, Caracalla Julium Novercum, Nero matrem, Caligula sorores, Cineras mirum filiam, &c. But it is confined within no terms of blood, years, sex, or whatsoever else. Some furiously rage before they come to discretion or age. Quartilla in Petronius never remembered she was a maid, and the wife of Bath in Chaucer cracks, since I was 12 years old, believe, husbands at kirk door had I 5. Aretine Lucretia sold her maidenhead 1,000 times before she was 24 years old, plus milies vendiderant virginitatem, &c. Neque te celabo, non deerant qui ut integram ambirent. Rahab, that harlot, began to be a professed queen at 10 years of age, and was but 15 when she hid the spies, as Hugh Broughton proves, to whom Serrarius the Jesuit, Christ 6 in cap. 2 Josue, subscribes. Generally women begin pubescere, as they call it, or catulire, as Julius Pollux cites, lib. 2 cap. 3, onomast out of Aristophanes, at 14 years of old, then they do offer themselves, and some plainly rage. Leo Afer saith, that in Africa a man shall scarce find a maid at 14 years of age, they are so forward, and many amongst us after they come into the teens do not live without husbands, but linger. What pranks in this kind the Middle Ages have played is not to be recorded. Si mihi sint centum linguae, sint oraque centum. No tongue can sufficiently declare. Every story is full of men and women's insatiable lust. Nero's, Heliogabali, Bonosi, etc. Coelius Amphilenum, sed Quintius Amphilenum deperunt, etc. They neigh after other men's wives, as Jeremiah cap. v. 8 complaineth, like fed horses, or range like town bulls, raptores virginum et viduarum, as many of our great ones do. Solomon's wisdom was extinguished in this fire of lust, Samson's strength enervated, piety in Lot's daughters quite forgot, gravity of priesthood in Eli's sons, reverend old age in the elders that would violate Susanna, filial duty in Absalom to his stepmother, brotherly love in Ammon towards his sister, human, divine laws, precepts, exhortations, fear of God and men, fair, foul means, fame, fortune, disgrace, honour, cannot oppose, stave off or withstand the fury of it. Omnia vincit amor, etc. No cord nor cable can so forcibly draw or hold so fast as love can do with a twined thread. The scorching beams under the equinoctial, or extremity of cold within the circle arctic, where the very seas are frozen, cold or torrid zone cannot avoid or expel this heat, fury, and rage of mortal men. Quo fugis ab demens, nulla est fuga, tu licet usque ad tanium fugias, usque sequitur amor. Of women's unnatural insatiable lust, what country, what village doth not complain? Mother and daughter sometimes dote on the same man, father and son, master and servant, on one woman. Sed amor, sed ineffrenata libido, quid castum in terris intentatumque reliquit. What breach of vows and oaths, fury, dotage, madness might I reckon up? Yet this is more tolerable in youth, and such as are still in their hot blood. But for an old fool to dote, to see an old lecher, what more odious, what can be more absurd, and yet what so common? Who so furious? Amare ea aetate si occiperint, multo insaniunt acrius. Some dote then more than ever they did in their youth. How many decrepit, hoary, harsh, writhen, bursten-bellied, crooked, toothless, bald, blear-eyed, impotent, rotten old men shall you see flickering still in every place? One gets him a young wife, another a courtesan, and when he can scarce lift his leg over a sill, and hath one foot already in Charon's boat, when he hath the trembling in his joints, the gout in his feet, a perpetual rheum in his head, a continuate cough, his sight fails him, thick of hearing, his breath stinks, all his moisture is dried up and gone, may not spit from him a very child again, that cannot dress himself or cut his own meat, yet he will be dreaming of, and honing after wenches. What can be more unseemly? Worse it is in women than in men, when she is aetate declivis, diu vidua, mater olim, parum decore matrimonium sequi videtur, an old widow, a mother so long since, in Pliny's opinion, she doth very unseemly seek to marry, yet whilst she is so old a crone, a beldam, she can neither see nor hear, go nor stand, a mere carcass, a witch, and scarce feel. She caterwauls, and must have a stallion, a champion. she must and will marry again, and betroth herself to some young man, that hates to look on but for her goods abhors the sight of her, to the prejudice of her good name, her own undoing, grief of friends, and ruin of her children. But to enlarge or illustrate this power and effects of love, is to set a candle in the sun. It rageth with all sorts and conditions of men, yet is most evident amongst such as are young and lusty, in the flower of their years, nobly descended, high fed, such as live idly and at ease, and for that cause, which our divines call burning lust, this ferinus insanus amor, this mad and beastly passion, as I have said, is named by our physicians heroical love, and a more honourable title put upon it, amor nobilis, as Savanarola styles it, because noble men and women make a common practice of it, and are so ordinarily affected with it. Avicenna lib. 3. Fen. 1. Tract 4. cap. 23, calleth this passion lici, and defines it to be a disease or melancholy vexation, or anguish of mind, in which a man continually meditates of the beauty, gesture, manners of his mistress, and troubles himself about it, desiring, as Savanarola adds, with all intentions and eagerness of mind, to compass or enjoy her. As commonly hunters trouble themselves about their sports, the covetous about their gold and goods, so is he tormented still about his mistress. Arnoldus Villanovanus, in his book of heroical love, defines it, a continual cogitation of that which he desires, with a confidence or hope of compassing it, which definition his commentator cavils at. For a continual cogitation is not the genus, but a symptom of love. We continually think of that which we hate and abhor, as well as that which we love. And many things we covet and desire, without all hope of attaining. Carolus a Lorme in his Questions makes a doubt, an amor sit morbus, whether this heroical love be a disease. Julius Pollux Onomast, lib. 6. cap. 44, determines it. They that are in love are likewise sic, lascivus, salax, lasciviens, et qui in venerem fuit, vere est e grotus, Arnoldus will have it improperly so called, a malady rather of the body than mind. Tully in his Tusculans defines it a furious disease of the mind, Plato madness itself. Ficinus his commentator, cap. 12, a species of madness, for many have run mad for women, Esdra 4:26, but Rhasis a melancholy passion, and most physicians make it a species or kind of melancholy, as will appear by the symptoms, and treat of it apart. Whom I mean to imitate, and to discuss in all his kinds, to examine his several causes, to show his symptoms, indications, prognostics, effect, that so it may be with more facility cured. The part affected in the meantime, as Arnoldus supposeth, is the former part of the head, for want of moisture, which his commentator rejects. Langius med. Epis. lib. 1. cap. 24, will have this passion seated in the liver, and to keep residence in the heart, to proceed first from the eyes, so carried by our spirits, and kindled with imagination in the liver and heart. Coget amare jecor, as the saying is. Medium feret per epar, as Cupid in Anacreon. For some such cause belike, Homer feigns Titus's liver, who was enamoured of Latona, to be still gnawed by two vultures day and night in hell, for that young men's bowels thus enamoured are so continually tormented by love. Gordonius cap. 2. part 2 will have the testicles an immediate subject or cause, the liver an antecedent. Fracastorius agrees in this with Gordonius, inde primitus imaginatio venerea, erectio, etc. Titillatissimam partem vocat, ita ut nisi extruso semine gestiens voluptas non cessat, nec assidua veneris recordatio, addit Gnastivinus, comment 4 sect. prob. 27, Arist. But properly it is a passion of the brain, as all other melancholy, by reason of corrupt imagination, and so doth Jason Pratensis, c. 19 de morb cerebri, who writes copiously of this erotical love, place and reckon it among the affections of the brain. ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 de anima confutes those that make the liver a part affected, and Guianerius, Tract 15. cap. 13 et 17, though many put all the affections in the heart, refers it to the brain. Ficinus, cap. 7. in Convivium Platonis, will have the blood to be the part affected. Jo Frietagius, cap. 14. noct. med. supposeth all four affected, heart, liver, brain, blood. But the major part concur upon the brain. 'Tis imaginatio laesa, and both imagination and reason are misaffected, because of his corrupt judgment, and continual meditation of that which he desires, he may truly be said to be melancholy. If it be violent, or his disease inveterate, as I have determined in the precedent partitions, both imagination and reason are misaffected, first one, then the other. End of Section 7. Section 8 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 8. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 1. Causes of heroical love. Temperature, full diet, idleness, place, climate, etc. Of all causes the remotest are stars. Ficinus chapter 19 saith they are most prone to this burning lust that have Venus in Leo in their horoscope, when the moon and Venus be mutually aspected, or such as be of Venus's complexion. Plutarch interprets astrologically that tale of Mars and Venus, in whose genitures Mars and Mars are in conjunction. They are commonly lascivious. And if women queens, as the good wife of Bath confessed in Chaucer, I followed mine inclination, by virtue of my constellation. But of all those astrological aphorisms which I have ever read, that of Cardan is most memorable, for which, howsoever, he is bitterly censured by Marinus Marcennus, a malapert friar, and some others which he himself suspected, yet methinks it is free, downright, plain, and ingenious. In his 8th geniture, or example, he hath these words of himself: Mars in Marte, and Venus in Venere dignitatibus, assiduum mihi Veneriorum cogitationem praestabunt. Ita ut nunquam quiescam, et Paulo post, cogitatio Veneriorum me torquet perpetuo, et quam facto implere non licuit, aut fecisse potentum puderit, cogitatione assidua mentitus suum voluptatum, et alibi, ob luna et mercurio dominium et radiorum mixtionem, profundum fuit ingenium, sed lascivum, egoque turpi libidini deditus et obscenus. So far Cardan of himself. Quod de se fatetur ideo ut utilitatem adferat studiosis hujusque disciplinae, and for this he is traduced by Marcennus, when as in effect he saith no more than what Gregory Nazianum of old to Chilo his scholar. Offerebant se mihi vicendi mulieres, quarum precellente elegantia et decore spectabili tentabatur meae, integritas pudicitiae, et quidem flagitium vitavi fornicationes, at munditiae virginalis florum arcana cordis cogitatione fodavi, sed ad rem. Aptiores ad masculinam Venerum sunt quorum genese Venus est in signo masculino, et in Saturni finibus aut oppositione, etc. Ptolomeus in quadriparte plure de his et specialia habet aphorismata, longo procul dubio usu confirmata, et ab experientia multa perfecta, inquit commentator ejus Cardanus. Campanella Astrologiae liber 4 caput 8 articulis 4 et 5 insanium amatorium remonstrantia, multa prae caeteris accumulat aphorismata, quaequi volet consulat. Chiromantici et cingulo Veneris plebumque conjecturam faciunt, et monte Veneris decorum decretis. Taisnerum, Johann de indagine Gocienium ceterosque silubet inspicias. Physicians divine wholly from the temperature and complexion. Phlegmatic persons are seldom taken, according to Ficinus Commentaries, chap. 9, naturally melancholy less than they. But once taken, they are never freed, though many are of the opinion flatuous or hypochondriacal melancholy are most subject of all others to this infirmity. Valescus assigns their strong imagination for a cause, Bodine abundance of wind, Gordonius of seed and spirits, or atomy in the seed, which cause their violent and furious passions. Sanguine thence are soon caught. Young folks most apt to love, and by their good wills, saith Lucian, would have a bout with every one they see. The colt's evil is common to all complexions. Theomestus, a young and lusty gallant, acknowledgeth, in the said author, all this to be verified in him. I am so amorously given, you may sooner number the sea sands and snow falling from the skies than my several loves. Cupid had shot all his arrows at me. I am deluded with various desires. One love succeeds another, and that so soon, that before one is ended, I begin with a second. She that is last is still fairest, and she that is present pleaseth me most. As an hydra's head my loves increase, no Iolaus can help me. Mine eyes are so moist a refuge and sanctuary of love, that they draw all beauties to them and are never satisfied. I am in doubt what fury of Venus this should be. Alas, how have I offended her so to vex me? What Hippolytus am I? What Telchine is my genius? Or is it a natural imperfection, an hereditary passion? Another in Anacreon confesseth, that he had 20 sweethearts in Athens at once, 15 at Corinth, as many at Thebes, at Lesbos, and at Rhodes, twice as many in Iona, thrice in Caria, 20,000 in all, or in a word, a fila panta, etc. Folia arborum omnium si nosti refere cuncta, aut computare arenas in aequore universas, solum meorum amorum te fecero logistam. Canst count the leaves in May, or sands in the ocean sea? Then count my loves, I pray. His eyes are like a balance, apt to propend each way, and to be weighed down with every wench's looks. His heart a weathercock, his affection tinder, or naphtha itself, which every fair object, sweet smile, or mistress's favour sets on fire. Guianerius, Tract 15, chapter 14, refers all this to the hot temperature of the testicles. Ferrandus, a Frenchman, in his Erotique Mélange, which book came first to my hands after the 3rd edition, to certain atomi in the seed, such as are very spermatic and full of seed. I find the same in Aristotle. Si non secernatur semen, cessare tentigines non possunt, as Gustavinius his commentator translates it, for which cause these young men that be strong set, of able bodies, are so subject to it. Hercules de Saxonia hath the same words in effect, but most part, I say, such as are aptest to love that are young and lusty, live at ease, stall fed, free from cares, like cattle in a rank pasture, idle and solitary persons. They must needs herquitulire, as Gustavinus recites out of Censorinus. Mens erit apta capi tum quum laetissima rerum, ut seges in pingui luxuriabit humo. The mind is apt to lust, and hot or cold, as corn luxuriates in a better mould. The place itself makes much wherein we live, the clime, air, and discipline, if they concur. In Armesnia, saith Galen, near to Pergamus, thou shalt scarce find an adulterer, but many at Rome, by reason of the delights of the seat. It was that plenty of all things which made Corinth so infamous of old, and the opportunity of the place to entertain those foreign comers. Every day strangers came in, at each gate, from all quarters. In that one temple of Venus 1,000 whores did prostitute themselves, as Strabo writes, besides Laius and the rest of better note. All nations resorted thither, as to a school of Venus. Your hot and southern countries are prone to lust, and far more incontinent than those that live in the north, as Bodine discourseth at large, moles Asiatici. So are Turks, Greeks, Spaniards, Italians, even all that latitude, and in those tracts, such as are more fruitful, plentiful, and delicious, as Valence in Spain, Capua in Italy, domicilium luxus, Tully terms it, and, which Hannibal's soldiers can witness, Canopus in Egypt, Sybaris, Phoeacia, Baiae, Cyprus, Lampsacus. In Naples the fruit of the soil and pleasant air enervates their bodies, and alter constitutions. Insomuch that Florus calls it certamen Bacchi et Veneris. But Folio admires it. In Italy and Spain they have their stews in every great city, as in Rome, Venice, Florence, wherein, some say, dwell 90,000 inhabitants, of which 10,000 are courtesans. And yet for all this, every gentleman almost hath a peculiar mistress. Fornications, adulteries, are nowhere so common. Urbs est jam tota lupana. How should a man live honest amongst so many provocations? Now if vigour of youth, greatness, liberty I mean, and that impunity of sin which grandees take unto themselves in this kind shall meet, what a gap must it needs open to all manner of vice? With what fury will it rage? For as Maximus Tyrius the Platonist observes, libido consequuta quum fuerit materiam improbam et praeruptam licentiam, et effrenatam audaciam, etc. What will not lust effect in such persons? For commonly princes and great men make no scruple at all of such matters. But with that whore in Spartian, quicquid libet licet, they think they may do what they list, profess it publicly, and rather brag with Proculus, that writ to a friend of his in Rome, what famous exploits he had done in that kind, than any way be abashed at it. Nicholas Sanders relates of Henry VIII, I know not how truly, quod paucas vidit pulcriores quas non concupieret, et paucissimas non concupieret quas non volarit. He saw very few maids that he did not desire, and desired fewer whom he did not enjoy. Nothing so familiar amongst them, 'tis most of their business. Sardanapalus, Messalina, and Joan of Naples are not comparable to meaner men and women. Solomon of old had 1,000 concubines, Ahasuerus his eunuchs and keepers, Nero his Tigelinas, panders, and bawds. The Turks, Muscovites, Moguls, Zerifs of Barbary, and Persian Sophies are no whit inferior to them in our time. Delectus fit omnium puellarum toto regno forma praestantiorum, saith Jovius, pro imperatore, et quas ille linquit, nobiles habent. They press and muster up wenches as we do soldiers, and have their choice of the rarest beauties their countries can afford. And yet all this cannot keep them from adultery, incest, sodomy, buggery, and such prodigious lusts. We may conclude that if they be young, fortunate, rich, high fed, and idle withal, it is almost impossible that they should live honest, not rage, and precipitate themselves into these inconveniences of burning lust. Otium et reges prius et beatas perdidit urbes. Idleness overthrows all. Vacuo pectore regnat amor. Love tyrannizeth in an idle person. Amores abundus antifio. If thou hast nothing to do, invidia vel amore miser torque bere, thou shalt be haled in pieces with envy, lust, some passion or other. Homines nihil agendo male agere discunt, 'tis Aristotle's simile, as match or touchwood takes fire, so doth an idle person love. Quaeritur Aegisthus quare sit factus adulta, &c. Why was Aegisthus a whoremaster? You need not ask a reason of it. Ismenedora stole Baccho, a woman forced a man, as Aurora did Cephalus. No marvel, saith Plutarch, luxurians opibus more hominum mulier agit. She was rich, fortunate, and jolly, and doth but as men do in that case, as Jupiter did by Europa, Neptune by Amymone. The poets therefore did well to feign all shepherds lovers, to give themselves to songs and dalliances, because they lived such idle lives. For love, as Theophrastus defines it, is otiosi animi affectus, an affection of an idle mind. Or as Seneca describes it, juventa gignitur, juxu nutritur, feriis alitur, otioque inter laeta fortunae bonae. Youth begets it, riot maintains it, idleness nourisheth it, etc., which makes Gordonius the physician, chap. 20. part. 2, call this disease the proper passion of nobility. Now if a weak judgment and a strong apprehension do concur, how, saith Hercules de Saxonia, shall they resist? Savonarola appropriates it almost to monks, friars, and religious persons, because they live solitarily, fare daintily, and do nothing. And well he may, for how should they otherwise choose? Diet alone is able to cause it, a rare thing to see a young man or woman that lives idly and fares well, of what condition soever, not to be in love. Alcibiades was still dallying with wanton young women, immoderate in his expenses, effeminate in his apparel, ever in love. But why? He was over delicate in his diet, too frequent and excessive in banquets. Ubicunque securitas, ibi libido dominator, lust and security domineer together, as Saint Hierome averreth, all which the wife of Bath in Chaucer freely justifies. For all to sicker, as cold engendereth hail, a liquorish tongue must have a liquorish tail. Especially if they shall further it by choice diet, as many times those Sybarites and Phaeaces do, feed liberally, and by their good will eat nothing but lascivious meats. Venus imprimis generosum, legumem, fabus, radices omnium generum bene conditas, et lago piperi aspersus, carduus hortulanus, lactucas, erucas, rapus, porus, caiapas, nucam piciam, amygdales dulces, electuaria, syrupos, succos, cochleas, concas, pisces optimi preparatos, aviculas, testiculus animalium, ova, condimenta diversorum generum, moles lectos, pulvinaria, etc. Et quicquid fere medici impotentia rei veneriae laboranti praescribunt, hoc quasi dia satyrion habent in delitiis, et his dapes multo delicatiores, mulsum, exquisitas et exoticas fruges, aromata, placentas, expressos succos multis feculis variatos, ipsumque vinum suavitate vincentes, et quicquid culina, pharmacopoeia, aut quaeque fere officina subministrare possit. Et hoc plerumque victum curum se ganiones infaciant, ut ille obcresceda suam, se bulbis et cochleus curavit, etiam ad venerem se parent, et ad hanc palastrum se excerciant, qui fieri possit, ut non misere deperient, ut non penitus insaniant. Estuans ventur cito despuit in libidinem, Hieronymus ait, post prandia, caliruenda quis enim continere se potest, luxuriosa res vinum, fomentum libidinus vocat Augustinus, blandum daemonum, Bernardus, lac veneris Aristophanes, non aetna, non Vesuvius tantis ardoribus aestuant, ac juveniles medullae vino plenae, addit Hieronymus, unde ob optimum vinum Lamascus olim Priapos sacor, et venerandi Bacchae socia apud. Orpheum Venus audit, haec si vinum simplex, et per se sumptum praestare possit, nam, quo me Bacchae raptis tui plenum, quem non furorem aecateris expectemus. Gomesias salem enumerat inter ea quae intempestivam libidinem provocare solent, et salatiores fiere foeminis ab isum salis contendit, venerem ideo dicunt ab oceano ortam. Unde tot in veneta scotorum milia, cur stint, in promptu causa est Venus orta mari. Et hinc vita mater Salacea oceane conjunx, verbumque fortasse salax a sale effluxit. Mala Bacchica tantum olim in amoribus prevalerant, ut coronae ex illis statuae Bacchae ponerentur. Cubebus in vino maceratis utuntur indi orientales ad venerem excitandum, et surex radice Africani. Cine radix eostem effectus habet, talisque herbe meminit Baptista porta ex India alatae, cujus mentionum facit et Theophrastus, sed infinita his similia apud Racin, Matthiolum, Mizaldum, caeterosque medicos occurrunt, quorum ideo mentionum fece, ne quis imperitior in hoscopulus impingat, sed pro virili tanquam sirtes et cautes consulto effugiat. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 9. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 2, Part 1. Other causes of love melancholy. Sight, being from the face, eyes, other parts, and how it pierceth. Many such causes may be reckoned up, but they cannot avail, except opportunity be offered of time, place, and those other beautiful objects or artificial enticements, such as kissing, conference, discourse, gestures concur with such like lascivious provocations. Kornmannus, in his book De Linea Amoris, makes 5 degrees of lust, out of Lucian belike, which he handles in 5 chapters, visus, colloquium, convictus, oscula, tactus. Sight, of all other, is the first step of this unruly love, though sometime it be prevented by relation or hearing, or rather incensed. For there be those so apt, credulous, and facile to love, that if they hear of a proper man or woman, they are in love before they see them, and that merely by relation, as Achilles Tatius observes. Such is their intemperance and lust, that they are as much maimed by report as if they saw them. Callisthenes, a young rich gentleman of Byzance in Thrace, hearing of Leucippe, Sostratus' fair daughter, was far in love with her, and, out of fame and common rumour, so much incensed, that he would needs have her to be his wife. And sometimes, by reading, they are so affected, as he in Lucian confesseth of himself, I never read that place in Panthea in Xenophon, but I am as much affected as if I were present with her. Such persons commonly feign a kind of beauty to themselves, and so did those 3 gentlewomen in Balthazar Castillo fall in love with a young man whom they never knew, but only heard him commended. Or by reading of a letter, for there is a grace cometh from hearing, as a moral philosopher informeth us, as well from sight. And the species of love are received into the fantasy by relation alone, ut cupere ab aspectu sic velle ab auditu. Both senses affect. Interdum et absentes amamus. Sometimes we love those that are absent, saith Philostratus, and gives instance in his friend Athenodorus, who that loved a maid at Corinth whom he never saw. Non oculi sed mens videt. We see with the eyes of our understanding. But the most familiar and usual cause of love is that which comes by sight, which conveys those admirable rays of beauty and pleasing graces to the heart. Plotinus derives love from sight, eros quasi orasis, sinescis oculi sunt in amore duces. The eyes are the harbingers of love, and the first step of love is sight. As Lilius Giraldus proves at large, they as two sluices let in the influences of that divine, powerful, soul-ravishing and captivating beauty, which, as one saith, is sharper than any dart or needle, wounds deeper into the heart, and opens a gap through our eyes to that lovely wound which pierceth the soul itself. Ecclesiasticus 18. Through it love is kindled like a fire. This amazing, confounding, admirable, amiable beauty, than which in all nature's treasure, saith Isocrates, there is nothing so majestical and sacred, nothing so divine, lovely, precious. 'Tis nature's crown, gold and glory. Bonum si non sumum, de summis tamen non infrequenter triumphans. Whose power hence may be discerned. We condemn and abhor generally such things as are foul and ugly to behold, account them filthy, but love and covet that which is fair. 'Tis beauty in all things which pleaseth and allureth us. A fair hawk, a fine garment, a goodly building, a fair house, etc. That Persian Xerxes, when he destroyed all those temples of the gods in Greece, caused that of Diana in integrum servari to be spared alone for that excellent beauty and magnificence of it. Inanimate beauty can so command. 'Tis that which painters, artificers, orators all aim at, as Eryximachus the physician in Plato contends. It was beauty first that ministered occasion to art, to find out the knowledge of carving, painting, building, to find out models, perspectives, rich furnitures, and so many rare inventions. Whiteness in the lily, red in the rose, purple in the violet, a lustre in all things without life. The clear light of the moon, the bright beams of the sun, splendor of gold, purple, sparkling diamond, the excellent feature of the horse, the majesty of the lion, the colour of birds, peacocks' tails, the silver scales of fish, we behold with singular delight and admiration. And which is rich in plants, delightful in flowers, wonderful in beasts, but most glorious in men, doth make us affect and earnestly desire it, as when we hear any sweet harmony, an eloquent tongue, see any excellent quality, curious work of man, elaborate art, or aught that is exquisite, that ariseth instantly in us a longing for the same. We love such men, but most part, for comeliness of person, we call them gods and goddesses, divine, serene, happy, etc. And of all mortal men, they alone, Calcagnius holds, are free from calumny. Qui divitiis magistratu et gloria florent injuria lacessimus. We backbite, wrong, hate renowned, rich and happy men. We repine at their felicity. They are undeserving, we think. Fortune is a stepmother to us, a parent to them. We envy, saith Isocrates, wise, just, honest men, except with mutual offices and kindnesses, some good turn or other, they extort this love from us. Only fair persons we love at first sight, desire their acquaintance, and adore them as so many gods. We had rather serve them than command others, and account ourselves the more beholding to them, the more service they enjoin us. Though they be otherwise vicious, dishonest, we love them, favour them, and are ready to do them any good office for their beauty's sake, though they have no other good quality beside. Dic igitur o famosa adolescens, as that eloquent Favorinus breaks out in Stobaeus, dic auctiloque, suavis nectare loceris, dic o telemache, vehementius lucile dicis, dic Alcibiades etumque ebrius, libentius tibi licet ebrio ascultabimus. Speak, fair youth, speak, Autolocus, thy words are sweeter than nectar. Speak, O Telemachus, thou art more powerful than Ulysses. Speak, Alcibiades, though drunk we will willingly hear thee as thou art. Faults in such are no faults. For when the said Alcibiades had stolen Anytus his gold and silver plate, he was so far from prosecuting so foul a fact, though every man had else condemned his impudence and insolency, that he wished it had been more and much better. He loved him dearly for his sweet sake. No worth is eminent in such lovely persons, all imperfections hid. Non enim facile de his quos plurimum diligimus turpitudinem suspicamur. For hearing, sight, touch, etc., our minds and all our senses are captivated. Omnes sensus formosus delectat. Many men have been preferred for their person alone, chosen kings, as amongst the Indians, Persians, Ethiopians of old. The properest man of person the country could afford was elected their sovereign lord. Gratior est pulchro veniens e corpore virtus. And so have many other nations thought and done, as Curtius observes, ingens enim in corporis majestate veneratio est. For there is a magical presence in such men, and so far was beauty adored amongst them, that no man was thought fit to reign that was not in all parts complete and supereminent. Agis, king of Lacedaemon, had like to have been deposed, because he married a little wife. They would not have their royal issue degenerate. Who would ever have thought that Adrian IV, an English monk's bastard, as Papirius Massavius writes in his life, inops a suis relectus squalidius et miser, a poor forsaken child, should ever come to be Pope of Rome? But why was it? Erat acri ingenio facundia expedita eleganti corpore, facieque laeta ac hilari. As he follows it out of Nubrengenis, for he ploughs with his heifer. He was wise, learned, eloquent, of a pleasant, a promising countenance, a goodly, proper man. He had, in a word, a winning look of his own, and that carried it, for that he was especially advanced. So Saul was a goodly man and a fair. Maximinus, elected emperor, etc. Brancus, the son of Apollo, whom he begot of Jance, Sucron's daughter, saith Lactantius, when he kept King Admetus's herds in Thessaly, now grown a man, was an earnest suitor to his mother to know his father. The nymph denied him, because Apollo had conjured her to the contrary. Yet overcome by his importunity, at last she sent him to his father. When he came into Apollo's presence, malas Dei reverenter osculatus, he carried himself so well, and was so fair a young man, that Apollo was infinitely taken with the beauty of his person. He could scarce look off him, and said he was worthy of such parents, gave him a crown of gold, the spirit of divination, and in conclusion made him a demigod. O vis superba forme, a goddess beauty is, whom the very gods adore. Nam pulchros dii amant. She is amoris domino, love's harbinger, love's lodestone, a witch, a charm, etc. Beauty is a dower of itself, a sufficient patrimony, an ample commendation, an accurate epistle, as Lucian, Apuleius, Tiraquellus, and some others conclude. Imperio digna forma, beauty deserves a kingdom, saith Abulensis, Paradoxa 2, chapter 110. Immortality. And more have got this honour and eternity for their beauty than for all other virtues besides. And such as are fair are worthy to be honoured of God and men. That Idalian Ganymede was therefore fetched by Jupiter into heaven, Hephaestion dear to Alexander, Antinous to Adrian. Plato calls beauty for that cause a privilege of nature, naturae gaudentis opus, nature's masterpiece, a dumb comment. Theophrastus, a silent fraud, still rhetoric Carneades, that persuades without speech, a kingdom without a guard, because beautiful persons command as so many captains. Socrates, a tyranny which tyrannizeth over tyrants themselves, which made Diogenes belike call proper women queens, quod facerent homines quae praeciperent, because men were so obedient to their commands. They will adore, cringe, compliment, and bow to a common wench, if she be fair, as if she were a noblewoman, a countess, a queen, or a goddess. Those intemperate young men of Greece erected at Delphos a golden image with infinite cost to the eternal memory of Phryne, the courtesan, as Aelian relates, for she was a most beautiful woman, insomuch, says Athenaeus, that Apelles and Praxiteles drew Venus's picture from her. Thus young men will adore and honour beauty, nay, kings themselves, I say, will do it, and voluntarily submit their sovereignty to a lovely woman. Wine is strong, kings are strong, but a woman strongest. 1 Esdras 4:10, as Zerubbabel proved at large to King Darius, his princes and noblemen. Kings sit still and command sea and land, etc. All pay tribute to the king, but women make kings pay tribute and have dominion over them. When they have got gold and silver, they submit all to the beautiful woman, give themselves wholly to her, gape and gaze on her, and all men desire her more than gold or silver or any precious thing. They will leave father and mother and venture their lives for her, labour and travel to get and bring all their gains to women, steal, fight and spoil for their mistress's sake. And no king so strong, but a fair woman is stronger than he is. All things, as he proceeds, fear to touch the king. Yet I saw him and Apame, his concubine, the daughter of the famous Bartacus, sitting on the right hand of the king, and she took the crown off his head, and put it on her own, and stroked him with her left hand, yet the king gaped and gazed on her. And when she laughed, he laughed, and when she was angry, he flattered to be reconciled to her. So beauty commands even kings themselves, nay, whole armies and kingdoms are captivated together with their kings. Forma vincit amatus, ferrum pulchritudio captivat, vincentur specie, qui non vincentur proelio. And 'tis a great matter, saith Xenophon, and of which all fair persons may worthily brag, that a strong man must labour for his living if he will have aught. A valiant man must fight and endanger himself for it. A wise man speak, show himself and toil, but a fair and beautiful person doth all with ease. He compasseth his desire without any painstaking. God and men, heaven and earth conspire to honour him. Every one pities him above another, if he be in need, and all the world is willing to do him good. Chariclea fell into the hands of pirates, but when all the rest were put to the edge of the sword, she alone was preserved for her person. When Constantinople was sacked by the Turk, Irene escaped and was so far from being made a captive that she even captivated the Grand Signior himself. So did Rosamond insult over King Henry II. I was so fair an object, whom fortune made my king, my love made subject. He found by proof the privilege of duty, that it had power to countermand all duty. It captivates the very gods themselves. Morosiora numina. Deus ipse deorum factus ob hanc formam bos equus imber olor. And those meli genii are taken with it, as I have already proved. Formosam barbari verentur et ad spectrum pulchrum immanis animus mansuescit. Heliodorus, Book 5. The barbarians stand in awe of a fair woman, and at a beautiful aspect a fierce spirit is pacified. For when, as Troy was taken, and the wars ended, as Clemens Alexandrius quotes out of Euripides, angry Menelaus, with rage and fury armed, came with his sword drawn to have killed Helen with his own hands, as being the sole cause of all those wars and miseries. But when he saw her fair face, as one amazed at her divine beauty, he let his weapon fall, and embraced her besides. He had no power to strike so sweet a creature. Ergo habectantur enses pulchritudine. The edge of the sharp sword, as the saying is dulled with a beautiful aspect, and severity itself is overcome. Hyperides, the orator, when Phryne, his client, was accused at Athens for her lewdness, used no other defence in her cause, but tearing her upper garment, disclosed her naked breast to the judges, with which comeliness of her body and amiable gesture they were so moved and astonished, that they did acquit her forthwith, and let her go. O noble piece of justice, mine author exclaims, and who is he that would not rather lose his seat and robes, forfeit his office, than give sentence against the majesty of beauty? Such prerogatives have fair persons, and they alone are free from danger. Parthenopaeus was so lovely and fair, that when he fought in the Theban wars, if his face had been by chance bare, no enemy would offer to strike at or hurt him. Such immunities hath beauty. Beasts themselves are moved by it. Sinalda was a woman of such excellent feature, and a queen, that when she was to be trodden on by wild horses for a punishment, the wild beasts stood in admiration of her person, Saxto Grammaticus, and would not hurt her. Wherefore did that royal virgin in Apuleius, when she fled from the thieves' den in a desert, make such an apostrophe to her ass on whom she rode? For what she knew to the contrary, but that he was an ass. Si me parentibus et proco formoso redideris, quas tibi gratias, quas honore habebo, quas cibos exhebibo. She would comb him, dress him, feed him, and trick him every day herself, and he should work no more, toil no more, but rest and play, etc. And besides, she would have a dainty picture drawn, in perpetual remembrance, a virgin riding upon an ass's back, with this motto, Asino vectore regia virgo fugiens captivitatem. Why said she all this? Why did she make such promises to a dumb beast, but that she perceived the poor ass to be taken with her beauty? For he did often obliquo collo pedes puelle decoros basiare, kiss her feet as she rode, et ad delicatulas voculas tentabat adhinere, offer to give consent as much as in him was to her delicate speeches, and besides he had some feeling, as she conceived of her misery. And why did Theogenes' horse in Heliodorus curvet, prance, and go on so proudly, exultans alacriter et superbiens, etc., but that, such as mine author supposeth, he was in love with his master. Dixesis ipsum equum pulchrum intelligere pulchram domini formam. A fly lighted on Malthus's cheek as he lay asleep. But why? Not to hurt him, as a parasite of his, standing by, well perceived, non ut pungeret, sed ut osculat retur, but certainly to kiss him, as ravished with his divine looks. Inanimate creatures, I suppose, have a touch of this. When a drop of Psyche's candle fell on Cupid's shoulder, I think sure it was to kiss it. When Venus ran to meet her rose-cheeked Adonis, as an elegant poet of ours sets her out, the bushes in the way, some catch her neck, some kiss her face, some twine about her legs to make her stay, and all did covet her for to embrace. E ipse amore inficitur, as Heliodorus holds, the air itself is in love. For when Hero played upon her lute, the wanton air in 20 sweet forms danced after her fingers. And those lascivious winds stayed Daphne when she fled from Apollo. Nudabant corpora venti, obviaque adversas vibrabant flamina vestes. Boreas Ventus loved Hyacinthus, and Orythea, Erithon's daughter of Athens, virapuit, etc. He took her away by force as she was playing with other wenches at Ilissus, and begat Zetes and Gallias, his 2 sons of her. That seas and waters are enamoured with this our beauty is all out as likely as that of the air and winds. For when Leander swam at the Hellespont, Neptune with his trident did beat down the waves, but they still mounted up, intending to have kissed him, and fell in drops like tears because they missed him. The river Alpheus was in love with Arethusa, as she herself tells the tale. Viridesque manus ecarte capillos, fluminis Alphei veteles recitavit amores, pars ego nympharum, etc. When Arteme and Isis meet, oscula mille sonant, connexu brachia pallent, mutuaque explicitis connectunt colla lacertis. Inachus and Peneus, and how many loving rivers can I reckon up, whom beauty hath enthralled? I say nothing all this while of idols themselves that have committed idolatry of this kind, of looking-glasses that have been wrapped in love, if you will believe poets, when their ladies and mistresses looked on to dress them. Et si non habeo sensum tua gratia sensum, exhibit et calidi sentio amoris onus, dirigis huc quoties spectantia luma, flamma succendunt inopi saucia membra mihi. Though I no sense at all of feeling have, yet your sweet looks do animate and save. And when your speaking eyes do this way turn, methinks my wounded members live and burn. I could tell you such another story of a spindle that was fired by a fair lady's looks, or fingers, some say, I know not well whether, but fired it was by report, and of a cold bath that suddenly smoked, and was very hot when naked Coelia came into it, miramur quis sistantus et unde vapor, etc. But of all the tales in this kind, that is the most memorable of Death himself, when he should have stricken a young sweet virgin with his dart, he fell in love with the object. Many more such could I relate, which are to be believed with a poetical faith. So dumb and dead creatures dote, but men are mad, stupefied many times at the first sight of beauty, amazed as that fisherman in Aristaenetus that spied a maid bathing by herself at the seaside. Soluta mihi sunt omnia membra, a capite ad calcem sensusque omnis pereet, de pectore tam immensus stupor animam invasit mihi. And as Lucian in his images confesses of himself that he was at his mistress's presence void of all sense, immovable, as if he had seen a Gorgon's head, which was no such cruel monster, as Coelius interprets it, Book 3, Chapter 9. But the very quintessence of beauty, which some fair creature, as without doubt the poet understood in the first fiction of it, at which the spectators were amazed. Miseri quibus intentata nites. Poor wretches are compelled at the very sight of her ravishing looks to run mad or make away with themselves. They wait the sentence of her scornful eyes, and whom she favours lives, the other dies. Heliodorus, Book 1, brings in Tiamesis, also almost beside himself when he saw Chariclea first, and not daring to look upon her a second time, for he thought it impossible for any man living to see her and contain himself. The very fame of beauty will fetch them to it many miles off. Such an attractive power this lodestone hath, and they will seem but short. They will undertake any toil or trouble, long journeys. Penia or Atalanta shall not overgo them, through seas, deserts, mountains, and dangerous places, as they did to gaze on Psyche. Many mortal men came here, far and near, to see that glorious object of her age. Paris for Helena, Corybus to Troja. Illis Trojam qui forte diebus venerat insano Cassandrae insensus amore. Who, flamed with a violent passion for Cassandra, happened then to be in Troy. King John of France, once prisoner in England, came to visit his old friends again, crossing the seas. But the truth is, his coming was to see the Countess of Salisbury, the nonpareil of those times, and his dear mistress. That infernal god Pluto came from hell itself to steal Proserpine. Achilles left all his friends for Polyxena's sake, his enemy's daughter, and all the Grecian gods forsook their heavenly mansions for that fair lady, Philodioneus' daughter's sake, the paragon of Greece in those days. Ea enim venustate fuit, ut eam certatim omnes die conjugem expeterent. For she was of such surpassing beauty that all the gods contended for her love. Formosa divis imperat puelle. The beautiful maid commands the gods. They will not only come to see, but as a falcon makes a hungry hawk hover about, follow, give attendance and service, spend goods, lives, and all their fortunes to attain. Were beauty under 20 locks kept fast, yet love breaks through, and picks them all at last. When fair Hero came abroad, the eyes, hearts, and affectations of her spectators were still attendant on her. Et medios intervultus supereminet omnes, perque urbem aspiciunt venientem numinis instar. So far above the rest Hero shined, and stole away the enchanted gazer's mind. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 10. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 2, Part 2. When Peter Aretine's Lucretia came first to Rome, and that the fame of her beauty ad urbanarum delicarum sectatores venerat, nemo non ad videdan eam, etc., was spread abroad, they came in, as they say, thick and threefold to see her, and hovered about her gates, as they did of old to Laius of Corinth, and Phryne of Thebes. Ad cujus jacuit Graecia tota fores, at whose gates lay all Greece. Every man sought to get her love, some with gallant and costly apparel, some with an affected pace, some with music, others with rich gifts, pleasant discourse, multitude of followers, others with letters, vows, and promises to commend themselves, and to be gracious in her eyes. Happy was he that could see her, thrice happy that enjoyed her company. Charmides in Plato was a proper young man in comeliness of person, and all good qualities, far exceeding others. Whensoever fair Charmides came abroad, they all seemed to be in love with him, as Critias described their carriage, and were troubled at the very sight of him. Many came near him, many followed him wheresoever he went, as those formarum spectatores did Acontius, if at any time he walked abroad. The Athenian lasses stared on Alcibiades, Sappho and the Mytilenean women on Phaon the fair. Such lovely sights do not only please, entice, but ravish and amaze. Cleonymus, a delicate and tender youth, present at a feast which Androcles his uncle made in Piraeo at Athens, when he sacrificed to Mercury, so stupefied the guests, Dineus, Aristippus, Agasthenes, and the rest, as Charidemus in Lucian relates it, that they could not eat their meat, they sat all supper time gazing, glancing at him, stealing looks, and admiring of his beauty. Many will condemn these men that are so enamoured for fools, but some again commend them for it. Many reject Paris's judgment, and yet Lucian approves of it, admiring Paris for his choice. He would have done as much himself, and by good desert in his mind. Beauty is to be preferred before wealth or wisdom. Athenaeus de Hypnosophisti, Book 13, Chapter 7, holds it not such indignity for the Trojans and Greeks to contend 10 years, to spend so much labour, lose so many men's lives for Helen's sake, for so fair a lady's sake. Ob talem uxorem qui prestantissima forma nil mortale refert. That one woman was worth a kingdom, 100,000 other women, a world itself. Well might Sterpsichores be blind for carping at so fair a creature, and a just punishment it was. The same testimony gives Homer of the old men of Troy, that were spectators of that single combat between Paris and Menelaus at the Scaean gate, when Helen stood in presence. They said all the war was worthily prolonged and undertaken for her sake. The very gods themselves, as Homer and Isocrates record, fought more for Helen than they did against the giants. When Venus lost her son Cupid, she made proclamation by Mercury, that he that could bring tidings of him should have 7 kisses, a noble reward, some say, and much better than so many golden talents. 7 such kisses to many men were more precious than 7 cities, or so many provinces. One such a kiss alone would recover a man if he were a dying, suaviolum Stygia sic te de valle reducet, etc. Great Alexander married Roxanne, a poor man's child, only for her person. 'Twas well done of Alexander, and heroically done. I admire him for it. Orlando was mad for Angelica, and who doth not condole his mishap? Thisbe died for Pyramus, Dido for Aeneas, who doth not weep, as, before his conversion, Augustine did in commiseration of her estate. She died for him. Methinks, as he said, I could die for her. But this is not the matter in hand. What prerogative this beauty hath, of what power and sovereignty it is, and how far such persons that so much admire and dote upon it are to be justified, no man doubts of these matters. The question is, how and by what means beauty produceth this effect? By sight. The eye betrays the soul, and is both active and passive in this business. It wounds and is wounded, is an especial cause and instrument, both in the subject and in the object. As tears, it begins in the eyes, descends to the breast. It conveys these beauteous rays, as I have said, unto the heart. Ut vidi, ut perii, Mars videt hanc, visamque cupit. Sesham saw Dinah, the daughter of Leah, and defiled her. Genesis, Book 34, verse 3. Jacob, Rachel, 29:17. For she was beautiful and fair. David spied Bathsheba afar off. 2 Samuel 11:2. The elders, Susanna, as that Orphomenian Strato saw fair Aristoclea, daughter of Theophanes, bathing herself at that Hercine well in Labadia, and were captivated in an instant. Viderunt oculi, raperunt pectora flammae. Ammon fell sick for Thamar's sake. 2 Samuel 13:2. The beauty of Esther was such that she found favour not only in the sight of Ahasuerus, but all of those who looked upon her. Gerson, Origen, and some others, contended that Christ himself was the fairest of the sons of men, and Joseph next unto him, speciosus pri filis hominum, and they will have it literally taken, his very person was such, that he found grace and favour of all those that looked upon him. Joseph was so fair, that as the ordinary gloss hath it, filiae decurrent per murum, et ad fenestras, they ran to the top of the walls and to the windows to gaze on him, as we do commonly to see some great personage go by. And so Matthew Paris describes Matilda the Empress going through Cullen. Petrus Moralis the Jesuit saith as much of the Virgin Mary. Antony no sooner saw Cleopatra, but, saith Appian, Book 1, he was enamoured of her. Theseus at the first sight of Helen was so besotted, that he esteems himself the happiest man in the world if he might enjoy her, and to that purpose kneeled down, and made his pathetical prayers unto the gods. Charicles, by chance, espying that curious picture of smiling Venus naked in her temple, stood a great while gazing, as one amazed. At length he brake into that mad passionate speech, O fortunate god Mars, that was bound in chains and made ridiculous for her sake. He could not contain himself, but kissed her picture, I know not how oft, and heartily desired to be so disgraced as Mars was. And what did he that his betters had not done before him? Atque aliquis de diis non tristibus optat sic fieri turpis. When Venus first came to heaven, her comeliness was such that, as mine author saith, all the gods came flocking about and saluted her, each of them went to Jupiter, and desired he might have her to be his wife. When fair Antilochus came in presence, as a candle in the dark his beauty shined, all men's eyes, as Xenophon describes the manner of it, were instantly fixed on him, and moved at the sight, insomuch that they could not conceal themselves, but in gesture or looks it was discerned and expressed. Those other senses, hearing, touching, may much penetrate and affect, but none so much, none so forcible as sight. Forma Briseis mediis in armis movit Achillem. Achilles was moved in the midst of a battle by fair Briseis, Ajax by Tecmessa, Judith captivated that great captain Holofernes, Delilah, Samson, Rosamond, Henry II, Roxolana, Suleiman the Magnificent, etc. Nica de kai sideron, kai porcale tis usa. A fair woman overcomes fire and sword, naught under heaven so strongly doth allure, the sense of man and all his mind possess, as beauty's loveliest bait, that doth procure great warriors erst their rigour to suppress, and mighty hands forget their manliness, driven with the power of an heart-burning eye, and lapped in flowers of a golden tress, that can with melting pleasure mollify their hardened hearts inured to cruelty. Clitiphon ingenuously confesseth that he no sooner came in Leucippe's presence, but that he did corde tremere et oculis lascivius intuere. He was wounded at the first sight, his heart panted, and he could not possibly turn his eyes from her. So doth Calisiris in Heliodorus, Book 2. Isis priest, a reverend old man, complain, who by chance at Memphis seeing that Thracian Rhodope, who might not hold his eyes off her. I will not conceal it, she overcame me with her presence, and quite assaulted my continency, which I had kept unto mine old age. I resisted a long time my bodily eyes with the eyes of my understanding. At last I was conquered, and as in a tempest carried headlong. Xenophiles, a philosopher, railed at women downright for many years together, scorned, hated, scoffed at them, coming at last into Daphnis, a fair maid's company, as he condoles his mishap to his friend Demaratus, though free before, intactus nullis ante Cupidimus, was far in love, and quite overcome upon a sudden. Victus sum fateor av Daphnidi, etc. I confess I am taken. Sola haec inflexit sensus, animumque labentum impulit. I could hold out no longer. Such another mishap, but worse, had Stratocles the physician, that blear-eyed old man, Mucoplanus, so Prodomrus describes him. He was a severe woman-hater all his life, fuida et contumeliosa semper in feminus profatus, a bitter persecutor of the whole sex, humanas aspides et viperas appellabat. He forswore them all still, and mocked them wheresoever he came, in such vile terms, ut matram et sorores Odysses, that if thou hadst heard him, thou wouldst have loathed thine own mother and sisters for his word's sake. Yet this old doting fool was taken at last with that celestial and divine look of Marilla, the daughter of Anticles the gardener, that smirking wench, that he shaved off his bushy beard, painted his face, curled his hair, wore a laurel crown to cover his bald pate, and for her love besides was ready to run mad. For the very day that he married he was so furious, ut solis occasum minus expectare posset, a terrible, a monstrous long day. He could not stay till it was night. Sed omnibus insalatutis in thalamum vestinans eruptit. The meat scarce out of his mouth, without any leave-taking, he would needs go presently to bed. What young man, therefore, if old men be so intemperate, can secure himself? Who can say, I will not be taken with a beautiful object? I can, I will contain. No, saith Lucian of his mistress, she is so fair, that if thou dost but see her, she will stupefy thee, kill thee straight, and Medusa-like turn thee to stone. Thou canst not pull thine eyes from her, but, as an adamant doth iron, she will carry thee bound headlong whither she will herself, infect thee like a basilisk. It holds both in men and women. Dido was amazed at Aeneas's presence. Obstupuit primo aspectu Sidonia Dido, and as he feelingly verified out of his experience, quam ego postquam vidi, non ita amavi ut sani solent homines, sed idem pactu un insani solent. I loved her not as others soberly, but as a madman rageth, so did I. So Musaeus of Leander, nusquam lumen detorquet ab illa, and Chaucer of Palamon. He cast his eye upon Amelia, and therewith he blent and cried ha, ha, as though he had been stroke unto the hearta. If you desire to know more particularly what this beauty is, how it doth influence, how it doth fascinate, for as all hold, love is a fascination, thus in brief, this comeliness of beauty ariseth from the due proportion of the whole, or from each several part. For an exact delineation of which, I refer you to poets, historiographers, and those amorous writers, to Lucian's Images, and Charidemus, Xenophon's description of Panthea, Petronius Catalectes, Helidorus Chariclea, Tacius Leucippe, Longus Sophistus Daphnis and Chloe, Theodorus Prodomus his Rhodanthes, Aristanaeus and Philostratus Epistles, Balthazar Castilio, Book 4, De Aulico, Laurentius, Chapter 10, De Melancholia, Aeneas Sylvius his Lucretia, and every poet almost, which have most accurately described a perfect beauty, an absolute feature, and that through every member both in men and women. Each part must concur to the perfection of it, for, as Seneca saith, Epistula 33, Book 4, non est formosa mulier cujus crus laudatur e brachium, sed illa cujus simul universa facies admirationem singulis partibus dedit. She is no fair woman, whose arm, thigh, etc. are commended, except the face and all the other parts be correspondent. And the face especially gives a lustre to the rest. The face is it that commonly denominates a fair or foul. Arx formi facies. The face is beauty's tower. And though the other parts be deformed, yet a good face carries it. Facies non uxor amatur. That alone is most part respected, principally valued, delicis suis ferox, and of itself able to captivate. Urit te glacerae nitor, urit grata protervitas, et vultus nimium lubricus aspici. Glycera's too fair a face was it that set him on fire, too fine to be beheld. When Scheria saw the singing wench's sweet looks, he was so taken that he cried out, O faciem pulchram, deleo omnes dehinc ex animu mulieres, te diet, quotidiarum harum formarum. O fair face, I'll never love any but her, look on any other hereafter but her. I am weary of these ordinary beauties, away with them. The more he sees her, the worse he is. Uritque videndo, as in a burning glass, the sunbeams are recollected to a centre, the rays of love are projected from her eyes. It was Aeneas's countenance ravished Queen Dido. Os humerosque Deo similis, he had an angelical face. O sacros vultus Baccho vel Apollin dignos, quos vir, quos tuto foemina nulla videt. O sacred looks, befitting majesty, which never mortal wight could safely see. End of Section 10. Section 11 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 11. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 2, Part 3. Although for the greater part this beauty be most eminent in the face, yet many times those other members yield a most pleasing grace, and are alone sufficient to enamour. A high brow like unto the bright heavens. Coeli pulcherrima plaga, frons ubi vivit honor, frons ubi ludit amor. White and smooth like the polished alabaster, a pair of cheeks of vermilion colour, in which love lodgeth. Amor qui mollibus genis puellae pernoctas, a coral lip, suaviorum delebrum, in which basia mille patent, basia mille latent, 1,000 appear as many are concealed. Gratiarum sedis gratissima, a sweet-smelling flower, from which bees may gather honey. Melilegae volucrus quid adhuc cava thyma rosaque, etc. Omnes ad domine labra venite miae, illa rosa spirat, etc. A white and round neck, that via lactea, dimple in the chin, black eyebrows, cupidinis arcus, sweet breath, white and even teeth, which some call the sail-piece, a fine round soft pap, gives an excellent grace. Quale desus tumidis pario de marmore mamis, and make a pleasant valley, lacteum sinum, between two chalky hills. Sororiantes papilulas, et ad pruritum frigidos amatores solo aspectu excitantes. Unde is forma papillarum quam fuit apta premi. Again, urebant oculos durae stantesque mammillae. A flaxen hair, golden hair was even in great account, for which Virgil commends Dido. Nondum sustulerat flavum proserpinia, crimen, et crines nondantur in aurum. Apollonius, Argonautica, Book 4, Jasonis flava como incendent cor Medeae, will have Jason's golden hair to be the main cause of Medea's dotage on him. Castor and Pollux were both yellow-haired. Paris, Menelaus, and most amorous young men have been such in all ages, molles ac suaves, as Baptista Porta infers, Physiognomia, Book 2, lovely to behold. Homer so commends Helen, makes Patroclus and Achilles both yellow-haired. Pulchricoma Venus, and Cupid himself was yellow-haired, in aurum coruscante et crispante capillo, like that neat picture of Narcissus in Callistratus. For so Psyche spied him asleep, Briseis, Polyxena, etc., flavicome omnes, and Hero the fair, whom young Apollo courted for her hair. Leland commends Guithera, King Arthur's wife, for a flaxen hair. So Paulus Emilius sets out Clodivius, that lovely king of France. Synesius holds every effeminate fellow or adulterer is fair-haired, and Apuleius adds that Venus herself, goddess of love, cannot delight, though she come accompanied with the Graces, and all Cupid's train to attend upon her, girt with her own girdle, and smell of cinnamon and balm, yet if she be bald or bad-haired, she cannot please her Vulcan. Which belike makes our Venetian ladies at this day to counterfeit yellow hair so much, great women to calamistrate and curl it up, vibrantes ad gratiam crines et tot orbibus in captivatimen flexos, to adorn their heads with spangles, pearls, and maid-flowers, and all courtiers to affect a pleasing grace in this kind. In a word, the hairs are Cupid's nets, to catch all comers, a brushy wood, in which Cupid builds his nest, and under whose shadow all loves 1,000 several ways sport themselves. A little soft hand, a pretty little mouth, small, fine, long fingers, gratiae qui digitis, 'tis that which Apollo did admire in Daphne, laudat digitosque manusque, a straight and slender body, a small foot, and well-proportioned leg, hath an excellent lustre. Cui totem incubit corpus uti fundamento aedis. Clearchus vowed to his friend Emander in Aristaenetus that the most attractive part of his mistress, to make him love and like her first, was her pretty leg and foot. A soft and white skin, etc., have their peculiar graces. Nebula haud est mollior ac hujus cutis est, Oedipal papillam bellulam. A black man is a pearl in a fair woman's eye, and is as acceptable as lame Vulcan was to Venus. For he, being a sweaty, fuligineous blacksmith, was dearly beloved of her, when fair Apollo, nimble Mercury were rejected, and the rest of the sweet-faced gods forsaken. Many women, as Petronius observes, sordibus calent, as many men are more moved with kitchen wenches, and a poor market maid than all these illustrious court and city dames, will sooner dote upon a slave, a servant, a dirt-dauber, a Brontus, a cook, a player, if they see his naked legs or arms, thorosaque brachia, etc., like that huntsman Meleager in Philostratus, though he be all in rags, obscene and dirty, besmeared like a ruddleman, a gipsy, or a chimney-sweeper, than upon a noble gallant, Nereus, Ephestion, Alcibiades, or those embroidered courtiers full of silk and gold. Justine's wife, a citizen of Rome, fell in love with Pylades, a player, and was ready to run mad for him, had not Galen himself helped her by chance. Faustina, the empress, doted on a fencer. Not one of 1,000 falls in love, but there is some peculiar part or other which pleaseth most, and inflames him above the rest. A company of young philosophers on a time fell at variance, which part of a woman was most desirable and pleased best. Some said the forehead, some the teeth, some the eyes, cheeks, lips, neck, chin, etc. The controversy was referred to Laius of Corinth to decide, but she, smiling, said they were a company of fools, for suppose they had her where they wished, what would they first seek? Yet this notwithstanding I do easily grant, neque quis vestrum negaverit opinor, all parts are attractive, but especially the eyes. Videt igni micantes, sideribus similes oculos, which are love's fowlers. Aucupium amoris, the shoeing horns, the hooks of love, as Arandus will, the guides, touchstone, judges, that in a moment cure madmen, and make sound folks mad, the watchmen of the body. What do they not? How vex they not? All this is true, and, which Athenaeus, Book 13, Chapter 5, and Tatius hold, they are the chief seats of love, and James Lernutius hath facetely expressed in an elegant ode of his, Amorem ocellis flammolius herae, vidi incidentum, credite posterae, fratresque circum lubidinus, cum fatere volitare et arcu, etc. I saw love sitting in my mistress's eyes, sparkling, believe it all posterity, and his attendants playing round about with bow and arrows ready for to fly. Scaliger calls the eyes Cupid's arrows, the tongue the lightning of love, the paps the tents, Balthazar Castilio the causes, the chariots the lamps of love. Emula luminis stellis, lumina qui possent sollicare Deus. Eyes emulating stars in light, enticing gods at the first sight, love's orators, Petronius. O blandos oculos, et o facetos, et quandum propria nota loquaces, illic est Venus, et leves amores, atque ipsa in medio sedet voluptas. O sweet and pretty speaking eyes, where Venus, love, and pleasure lies. Love's torches, torch-box, naphtha and Maxius. Tibullus. Ilius ex oculis quam vult exurere divos, ascendit geminas lampades arser amor. Tart love, when he will set the gods on fire, lightens the eyes as torches to desire. Leander at first sight of Hero's eyes was incensed, saith Mucius. Simul in ocularum radiis crescebat vox amorum, et cor fevrebat invecti ignis impetu, pulcriditu enim celebris immaculati femina, acutior hominibus est volusi sagitta, oculus vero via est, ab oculo ictibus vulnus diabitur, et in precordia viri manat. Love's torches 'gan to burn first in her eyes, and set his heart on fire which never dies. For the fair beauty of a virgin pure is sharper than a dart, and doth inure a deeper wound, which pierceth to the heart by the eyes, and causeth such a cruel smart. A modern poet brings in Ammon, complaining of Thamar. Et me fascino occidit ille risus et formi lepos, illi nitor, illa gratia, et versus decor, illi emulantes purpuram, et rosas ginae, oculic vintaeque aro nodo comae. It was thy beauty, 'twas thy pleasing smile, thy grace and comeliness did me beguile, thy rose-like cheeks, and unto purple fair, thy lovely eyes and golden knotted hair. Philostratus Lemnius cries out on his mistress's basilisk eyes, ardentes faces, those two burning glasses, that had so inflamed his soul, that no water could quench it. What a tyranny, saith he, what a penetration of bodies is this! Thou drawest with violence, and swallowest me up, as Charybdis doth sailors with thy rocky eyes. He that falls into this gulf of love can never get out. Let this be the corollary then, the strongest beams of beauty are still darted from the eyes. Nam quis lumina tanta posset luminibus suis tueri, non statim trepidansk, palpitansk, prae estuantis aura, etc. For who such eyes with his can see, and not forthwith enamoured be? And as men catch dotterels by putting out a leg or an arm, with those mutual glances of the eyes they first inveigle one another. Cynthia prima suis miseram me, sapit ocellis. Of all eyes, by the way, black are most amiable, enticing, and fairer, which the poet observes in commending of his mistress. Spectandum nigris oculis, nigroque capillo, which Hesiod admires in his Alamena. Cujus a vertice ag nigritantibus oculis, tale quidam spiral ac ab aurea venere. From her black eyes and from her golden face, as if from Venus came a lovely grace. And Triton in his Milanae, nigra oculus formosa mihi. Homer useth that epithet of ox-eyed in describing Juno, because a round black eye is the best, the sun of beauty, and farthest from black the worst, which Polydore Virgil taxeth in our nation. Angli ut plurimum caesius oculus. We have grey eyes for the most part. Baptisma Porta, Physiognom, Book 3, puts grey colour upon children, they be childish eyes, dull and heavy. Many commend on the other side Spanish ladies, and those Greek dames at this day for the blackness of their eyes, as Porta doth his Neapolitan young wives. Suetonius describes Julius Caesar to have been nigris vegetisque oculis micantibus, of a black, quick, sparkling eye. And although Averroes in his Collige will have such persons timorous, yet without question they are most amorous. Now, last of all, I will show you by what means beauty doth fascinate, bewitch, as some hold, and work upon the soul of a man by the eye. For certainly I am of the poet's mind, love doth bewitch and strangely change us. Ludit amor sensus, oculos perstringit, et aufert libertatum animi, mira nos fascinat arte. Credo aliquis demon subiens precordia flammam concitat, et raptam tollit de cardine mentum. Love mocks our senses, curbs our liberties, and doth bewitch us with his art and rings. I think some devil gets into our entrails, and kindles coals, and heaves our souls from the hinges. Heliodorus, Book 3, proves at large that love is witchcraft, it gets in at our eyes, pores, nostrils, engenders the same qualities and affections in us, as were in the party whence it came. The manner of fascination, as Ficinus declares it, is thus. Mortal men are then especially bewitched, whenas by often gazing one on the other, they direct sight to sight, join eye to eye, and so drink and suck in love between them. For the beginning of this disease is the eye. And therefore he that hath a clear eye, though he be otherwise deformed, by often looking upon him, will make one mad, and tie him fast to him by the eye. Leonardus Varius tells us, that by this interview the pure spirits are infected, the one eye pierceth through the other with his rays, which he sends forth, and many men have those excellent piercing eyes, that, when Suetonius relates of Augustus, their brightness is such, they compel their spectators to look off, and can no more endure them than the sunbeams. Barradius, Book 6, Chapter 10, De Harmonia Evangeliarum, reports as much of our Saviour Christ, and Peter Morales of the Virgin Mary, whom Nicephorus describes likewise to have been yellow-haired, of a wheat colour, but of a most amiable and piercing eye. The rays, as some think, sent from the eyes, carry certain spiritual vapours with them, and so infect the other party, and that in a moment. I know, they that hold visio fit intra mittendo will make a doubt of this, but Ficinius proves it from blear eyes, that by sight alone make others blear-eyed, and it is more than manifest, that the vapour of the corrupt blood doth get in together with the rays, and so by the contagion the spectators' eyes are infected. Other arguments there are of a basilisk, that kills afar off by sight, as that Ephesian did of whom Philostratus speaks, of so pernicious an eye, he poisoned all he looked steadily on. And that other argument, menstrui famine, out of Aristotle's Problems, morbosi capivacius, adds, and Septalius the commentator, that contaminate a looking-glass with beholding it. So the beams that come from the agent's heart by the eyes infect the spirits about the patients, inwardly wound, and thence the spirits infect the blood. To this effect she complained in Apuleius, Thou art the cause of my grief, thy eyes piercing through mine eyes to mine inner parts, have set my bowels on fire, and therefore pity me, that am now ready to die for thy sake. Ficinus illustrates this with a familiar example of that Marhusian Phaedrus and Theban Lysias. Lysias he stares on Phaedrus' face, and Phaedrus fastens the balls of his eyes upon Lysias, and with those sparkling rays sends out his spirits. The beam of Phaedrus' eyes are easily mingled with the beams of Lysias, and spirits are joined to spirits. This vapour, begot in Phaedrus' heart, enters into Lysias' bowels, and that which is a greater wonder, Phaedrus' blood is in Lysias' heart, and thence come those ordinary love speeches, my sweetheart, Phaedrus, and mine own self, my dear bowels. And Phaedrus again to Lysias, O my light, my joy, my soul, my life. Phaedrus follows Lysias because his heart would have his spirits, and Lysias follows Phaedrus because he loves the seat of his spirits. Both follow, but Lysias the earnester of the two. The river hath more need of the fountain than the fountain of the river, as iron is drawn to that which is touched with a lodestone, but draws not it again, so Lysias draws Phaedrus. But how comes it to pass then that the blind man loves that never saw? We read in the Lives of the Fathers a story of a child that was brought up in the wilderness, from his infancy by an old hermit. Now, come to man's estate, he saw by chance two comely women wandering in the woods. He asked the old man what creatures they were. He told him fairies. After a while talking obiter, the hermit demanded of him which was the pleasantest sight that ever he saw in his life. He readily replied, the two fairies he spied in the wilderness. So that, without doubt, there is some secret lodestone in a beautiful woman, a magnetic power, a natural inbred affection, which moves our concupiscence, and as he sings, methinks I have a mistress yet to come, and still I seek, I love, I know not whom. 'Tis true indeed of natural and chaste love, but not of this heroical passion, or rather brutish burning lust of which we treat. We speak of wandering, wanton, adulterous eyes, which, as he saith, lie still in wait as so many soldiers, and when they spy an innocent spectator fixed on them, shoot him through, and presently bewitch him. Especially when they shall gaze and gloat, as wanton lovers do one upon another, and with a pleasant eye conflict, participate each other's souls. Hence you may perceive how easily and how quickly we may be taken in love, since at the twinkling of an eye, Phaedrus' spirits may so perniciously infect Lysias' blood. Neither is it any wonder, if we but consider how many other diseases closely, and as suddenly are caught by infection, plague, itch, scabs, flux, etc., the spirits taken in will not let him rest that hath received them, but egg him on. Idque petit corpus mens unde est saucia amor. And we may manifestly perceive a strange education of spirits, by such as bleed at nose after they be dead, at the presence of the murderer. But read more of this in Lemnius, Valleoria, Book 2, Chapter 7, Valesius, Ficinus, Cardan, Libavius de cruentis cadaveribus, etc. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 12. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 3. Artificial allurements of love, causes and provocations to lust, gestures, clothes, dower, etc. Natural beauty is a stronger lodestone of itself, as you have heard, a great temptation, and pierceth to the very heart. Forma veracundae, nocquid mihi visa puellae. But much more when those artificial enticements, and provocations of gestures, clothes, jewels, pigments, exornations, shall be annexed unto it, those other circumstances, opportunity of time and place shall concur, which of themselves alone were all sufficient, each one in particular to produce this effect. It is a question much controverted by some wise men, forma debeat plus artia naturae, whether natural or artificial objects be more powerful, but not decided. For my part, I am of opinion that though beauty itself be a great motive, and give an excellent lustre in sordibus, in beggary, as a jewel on a dunghill will shine and cast his rays, it cannot be suppressed, which Heliodorus feigns of Chariclea, though she were in beggar's weeds. Yet as it is used, artificial is of more force, and much to be preferred. Sic dentata sibi videtur aigle, emptis ossibus induco cornu, sicque nigrior escadante moro, serusada sibi placet licores. So toothless aigle seems a pretty one, set out with new-bought teeth of Indy bone. So foul Lycoris blacker than berry, herself admires, now finer than cherry. John Larius the Burgundian, chapter 8, History of Navigation in Brazil, is altogether on my side. For whereas, saith he, at our coming to Brazil, we found both men and women naked as they were born, without any covering, so much as of their privities, and could not be persuaded by our Frenchmen that lived a year with them to wear any. Many will think that our so long commerce with naked women must needs be a great provocation to lust, but he concludes otherwise, that their nakedness did much less entice them to lasciviousness than our women's clothes. And I dare boldly affirm, saith he, that those glittering attires, counterfeit colours, headgears, curled hairs, plaited coats, cloaks, gowns, costly stomachers, guarded and loose garments, and all those other accoutrements, wherewith our countrymen counterfeit a beauty, and so curiously set out themselves, cause more inconvenience in this kind than that barbarian homeliness, although they be no whit inferior unto them in beauty. I could evince the truth of this by many other arguments, but I appeal, saith he, to my companions at that present, which were all of the same mind. His countryman, Montague, in his Essays, is of the same opinion, and so are many others, out of whose assertions thus much in brief we may conclude, that beauty is more beholden to art than nature, and stronger provocations proceed from outward ornaments than such as nature hath provided. It is true that those fair sparkling eyes, white neck, coral lips, turgent paps, rose-coloured cheeks, etc., of themselves are potent enticers. But when a comely, artificial, well-composed look, pleasing gesture, and affected carriage shall be added, it must needs be far more forcible than it was, when those curious needleworks, variety of colours, purest dyes, jewels, spangles, pendants, lawn, lace, tiffanies, fair and fine linen, embroideries, calamistrations, ointments, etc., shall be added. They will make the veriest dowdy otherwise a goddess, when nature shall be furthered by art. For it is not the eye of itself that enticeth to lust, but an adulterous eye, as Peter terms it, 2:14, a wanton, a rolling, lascivious eye, a wandering eye, which Isaiah taxeth, 3:16, Christ himself and the Virgin Mary had most beautiful eyes, as amiable eyes as any persons, saith Bardius, that ever lived, but withal so modest, so chaste, that whosoever looked on them was freed from that passion of burning lust, if we may believe Gerson and Bonaventure. There was no such antidote against it as the Virgin Mary's face. 'Tis not the eye, but carriage of it, as they use it, that causeth such effects. When Pallas, Juno, Venus, were to win Paris's favour for the golden apple, as it is elegantly described in that pleasant interlude of Apuleius, Juno came with majesty upon the stage, Minerva gravity, but Venus dulce subridens constitut aemone, et gratissime, gratice Deum propitiantes, etc., came in smiling with her gracious graces and exquisite music, as if she had danced, et nonnequam saltare solis oculus, and which was the main matter of all, she danced with her rolling eyes. They were the brokers and harbingers of her suite. So she makes her brags in a modern poet. Soon could I make my brow to tyrannize, and force the world do homage to mine eyes. The eye is a secret orator, the first bawd, amoris porta, and with private looks, winking, glances, and smiles, as so many dialogues they make up the match many times, and understand one another's meanings before they come speak a word. Euryalus and Lucretia were so mutually enamoured by the eye, and prepared to give each other entertainment, before ever they had conference. He asked her goodwill with his eyes, she did suffragagi, and gave consent with pleasant look. That Thracian Rodophe was so excellent at this dumb rhetoric, that if she had but looked upon any one almost, saith Calisiris, she would have bewitched him, and he could not possibly escape it. For as Salvianus observes, the eyes are the windows of our souls, by which, as so many channels, all dishonest concupiscence gets into our hearts. They reveal our thoughts, and as they say, frons animi index, but the eye of the countenance, quid proco cabis intuere ocellis, etc. I may say the same of smiling, gait, nakedness of parts, plausible gestures, etc. To laugh is the proper passion of a man, an ordinary thing to smile. But those counterfeit, composed, affected, artificial, and reciprocal, those counter smiles are the dumb shows and prognostics of greater matters, which they most part use, to inveigle and deceive, though many fond lovers again are so frequently mistaken, and led into a fool's paradise. For if they see but a fair maid laugh, or show a pleasant countenance, use some gracious words or gestures, they apply it all to themselves, as done in their favour. Sure she loves them, she is willing, coming, etc. Stultus quando videt quod pulchra puella ridet, tum fatus credit si quod amare velit. When a fool sees a fair maid for to smile, he thinks she loves him, 'tis but to beguile. They make an art of it, as the poet telleth us. Quies credat, discunt etiam ridere puellae, quaritur atque illis hac quo parte decor. Who can believe, to laugh maids make an art, and seek a pleasant grace to that same part? And 'tis as great an enticement as any of the rest. Subrisit molle puella, cor tibi rite salit. She makes thine heart leap with a pleasing gentle smile of hers. Dulce ridentem lalagem amabo, dulce loquentem. I love Lalage as much for smiling as for discoursing, delectata ille risit tam blandum, as he said in Petronius of his mistress, being well pleased, she gave so sweet a smile. It won Ismenias, as he confesseth, Ismene subrisit amatorium. Ismene smiled so lovingly the second time I saw her, that I could not choose but admire her, and Gala's sweet smile quite overcame Faustus the shepherd. Me aspiciens moils blande subrisit ocellis. All other gestures of the body will enforce as much. Daphnis in Lucian was a poor tattered wench when I knew her first, said Corbeil, panoso et zacera, but now she is a stately piece indeed, hath her maids to attend her, brave attires, money in her purse, etc. And will you know how this came to pass? By setting out herself after the best fashion, by her pleasant carriage, affability, sweet smiling upon all, etc. Many women dote upon a man for his compliment only, and good behaviour they are won in an instant, too credulous to believe that every light wanton suitor, who sees or makes love to them, is instantly enamoured. He certainly dotes on, admires them, will surely marry, when as he means nothing less, 'tis his ordinary carriage in all such companies. So both delude each other by such outward shows, and amongst the rest an upright, a comely grace, courtesies, gentle salutations, cringes, a mincing gait, a decent and an affected pace, are most powerful enticers, and which the prophet Isaiah, a courtier himself, and a great observer, objected to the daughters of Zion, 3:16, they minced as they went, and made a tinkling with their feet. To say the truth, what can they not effect by such means? Whilst nature decks them in their best attires, of youth and beauty which the world admires. Jurit voce, manu, gressu, pectore, fronte, oculus. When art shall be annexed to beauty, when wiles and guiles shall concur, for to speak as it is, love is a kind of legerdemain, mere juggling, a fascination. When they show their fair hand, fine foot and leg withal, magnum sui desiderem nobis relinquunt, saith Balthazar Castilio, Book 1, they set us a longing, and so when they pull up their petticoats and outward garments, as usually they do to show their fine stockings, and those of purest silk and dye, gold fringes, laces, embroiderings, it shall go hard but when they go to church or to any other place all shall be seen. 'Tis but a spring to catch woodcocks. And as Chrysostom telleth them downright, though they say nothing with their mouths, they speak in their gait, they speak with their eyes, they speak in the carriage of their bodies. And what shall we say otherwise of that baring of their necks, shoulders, naked breasts, arms and wrists, to what end are they, but only to tempt men to lust? Nam quid lacteola sinus et ipsas, praetefer sine lintio papias, hoc est dicere posce trado, hoc est ad venerem vocare amantas. There needs no more, as Fredericus Matenesius well observes, but a crier to go before them so dressed, to bid us look out, a trumpet to sound, or for defect a sough-gelder to blow. Look out and look and see, what object this may be, that doth perstring mine eye. A gallant laddy goes, in rich and gaudy clothes, but whither away God knows. Look out, etc. Atque secuntur. Or to what end and purpose? But to leave all these fantastical raptures, I'll prosecute my intended theme. Nakedness, as I have said, is an odious thing of itself, remedium amoris. Yet it may be so used in part, and at set times, that there can be no such enticement as it is. Nec mihi cincta Diana placet, nec nuda cithere, illa voluptatis nil habet haec nimium. David so espied Bathsheba, the elder Susanna. Apelles was enamoured with Campaspe, when he was to paint her naked. Tiberius in Suetonius, chapter 42, supped with Sestius Gallus an old lecher, libidinoso sene, e lege et nudie puellae administrerant. Some say as much of Nero, and Pontus Huter of Carallax Pugnax. Amongst the Babylonians it was the custom of some lascivious queens to dance frisking in that fashion, saith Curtius Book 5, and Sardus Book 1, writes of others to that effect. The Tuscans at some set banquets had naked women to attend upon them, which Leonicus de Varia, Historiae, Book 3, chapter 96, confirms of such other bawdy nations. Nero would have filthy pictures still hanging in his chamber, which is too commonly used in our times. And Heliogabalus etiam coram agentes, ut ad venerem insaterant. So things may be abused. A servant maid in Aristaenetus spied her master and mistress through the keyhole merrily disposed. Upon the sight she fell in love with her master. Antoninus Caracalla observed his mother-in-law with her breasts amorously laid open. He was so much moved that he said, Ah, si liceret, oh that I might! Which she by chance overhearing, replied as impudently, Quicquid libet licet, thou mayst do what thou wilt. And upon that temptation he married her. This object was not in cause, not the thing itself, but that unseemly, indecent carriage of it. When you have all done, veniunt aveste sagittae, the greatest provocations of lust are from our apparel. God makes, they say, man's shapes, and there is no motive like unto it. Which doth even beauty beautify, and most bewitch a wretched eye. A filthy knave, a deformed queen, a crooked carcass, a mawkin, a witch, a rotten post, a hedge-stake, may be so set up and tricked out, that it shall make as fair a show, as much enamour as the rest. Many a silly fellow is so taken. Primum luxuria, accupiam, one calls it, the first snare of lust. Bossus accupium anumerum, lethalem arundinum, a fatal reed, the greatest bawd, forte lenocinimum, sanguineasis lacrimis deplorandum, saith Matenesius, and with tears of blood to be deplored. Not that comeliness of clothes is therefore to be condemned, and those usual ornaments. There is a decency and decorum in this as well as in other things, fit to be used, becoming several persons, and befitting their estates. He is only fantastical that is not in fashion, and like an old image in arras hangings, when a manner of attire is generally received; but when they are so new-fangled, so unstaid, so prodigious in their attires, beyond their means and fortunes, unbefitting their age, place, quality, condition, what should we otherwise think of them? Why do they adorn themselves with so many colours of herbs, fictitious flowers, curious needleworks, quaint devices, sweet-smelling odours, with those inestimable riches of precious stones, pearls, rubies, diamonds, emeralds, etc.? Why do they crown themselves with gold and silver, use coronets and tires of several fashions, deck themselves with pendants, bracelets, earrings, chains, girdles, rings, pins, spangles, embroideries, shadows, ribatoes, versicolor ribbons? Why do they make such glorious shows with their scarves, feathers, fans, masks, furs, laces, tiffanies, ruffs, falls, cauls, cuffs, damasks, velvets, tinsels, cloth of gold, silver, tissue, with colours of heaven, stars, planets, the strength of metals, stones, odours, flowers, birds, beasts, fishes, and whatsoever Africa, Asia, America, sea, land, art, and industry of man can afford? Why do they use and covet such novelty of inventions, such new-fangled tires, and spend such inestimable sums on them? To what end are those crisped false hairs, painted faces, as the satirist observes, such a composed gait, not a step awry? Why are they like so many Sybarites, or Nero's Poppaea, Ahasuerus's concubines, so costly, so long a dressing, as Caesar was marshalling his army, or a hawk in pruning? Dum moliuntur, dum comuntur annus est. A gardener takes not so much delight and pains in his garden, a horseman to dress his horse, scour his armour, a mariner about his ship, a merchant his shop and shop-book, as they do about their faces, and all those other parts. Such setting up with corks, straightening with whalebones, why is it, but as a daynet catches larks, to make young men stoop unto them? Philocharis, a gallant in Aristaenetus, advised his friend Polyaenus to take heed of such enticements, for it was the sweet sound and motion of his mistress's spangles and bracelets, the smell of her ointments, that captivated him first. Illa fuit mentis prima ruinae meae. Quid sibi vult pixidem turba, saith Lucian. To what use are pins, pots, glasses, ointments, irons, combs, bodkins, setting sticks? Why bestow they all their patrimonies and husbands' yearly revenues on such fooleries? Bina patrimonia singulis auribus. Why use they dragons, wasps, snakes for chains, enamelled jewels on their necks, ears? Dignum potius foret ferro manus istes religere, atque utine monilia vere dracones essent. They had more need, some of them, be tied in bedlam with iron chains, have a whip for a fan, and hair-claws next to their skins, and instead of wrought smocks have their cheeks stigmatized with a hot iron. I say, some of our Jezebels, instead of painting if they were well served. But why is all this labour and all this cost, preparation, riding, running, far-fetched and dear-bought stuff? Because forsooth they would be fair and fine, and where nature is defective, supply it by art. Sanguineque viro non rubit, arte rubit. Ovid. And to that purpose they anoint and paint their faces, to make Helen of Hecuba, parvemque exortamque puellem, Europen. To this intent they crush in their feet and bodies, hurt and crucify themselves, sometimes in lax clothes, 100 yards I think in a gown, a sleeve, and sometimes again so close, ut nudos expriment artos. Now long tails and trains, and then short, up, down, high, low, thick, thin, etc. Now little or no bands, then as big as cartwheels, now loose bodies, then great farthingales and close girt, etc. Why is all this but with the war and the proverbs, to intoxicate some or other? Oculorum decupulem, one therefore calls it, and indicem libidinus, the trap of lust, and sure token, as an ivy bush is to a tavern. Quod pulchrus glycere sumas depixit vultis, quod tibi composite nec sine lege comae, quod nitia digitis adamas, berulus in are, nun sum divinus, sed scio quid cupius. O Glycere, and that you paint so much, your hair is so bedecked in order such, with rings on fingers, bracelets in your ear, although no prophet, tell I can, I fear. to be admired, to be gazed on, to circumvent some novice, as many times they do, that instead of a lady he loves a cap and a feather, instead of a maid that should have verum corolum, corpus solidum et suci plenum, as Cheria describes his mistress in the poet, a painted face, a rough band, fair and fine linen, a coronet, a flower, naturaeque putat quod fuit artificis, a wrought waistcoat he dotes on, or a pied petticoat, a pure dye instead of a proper woman. For generally, as with rich furred conies, their cases are far better than their bodies, and like the bark of a cinnamon tree, which is dearer than the whole bulk, their outward accoutrements are far more precious than their inward endowments. 'Tis too commonly so. Aufarimer cultu et gemmis aroque teguntar, omnia pars minima est ipsa puella sui. With gold and jewels all is covered, and with a strange tire we are won, while she's the least part of herself, and with such baubles quite undone. Why do they keep in so long together, a whole winter sometimes, and will not be seen but by torch or candlelight, and come abroad with all the preparation may be, when they have no business, but only to show themselves? Spectatum veniunt, veniunt spectentur ut ipsae. For what is beauty if it be not seen? Or what is to be seen if not admired? And though admired, and less in love desired. Why do they go with such counterfeit gait, which Philo Judius reprehends them for, and use, I say it again, such gestures, apish, ridiculous, indecent attires, sybaritical tricks, fucos genus, purpurisam venis, cerusam frunti, legis oculis, etc., use those sweet perfumes, powders, and ointments in public, flock to hear sermons so frequent, is it for devotion? Or rather, as Basil tells them, to meet their sweethearts, and see fashions? For, as he saith, commonly they come so provided to that place, with such curious compliments, with such gestures and tires, as if they should go to a dancing school, a stage play, or bawdy house, fitter than a church. When such a she-priest comes her mass to say, 20 to 1 they all forget to pray. They make those holy temples, consecrated to godly martyrs and religious uses, the shops of impudence, dens of whores and thieves, and little better than brothel houses. When we shall see these things daily done, their husbands bankrupts, if not carnutos, their wives light housewives, daughters dishonest, and hear of such dissolute acts as daily we do, how should we think otherwise? What is their end but to deceive and inveigle young men? As tow takes fire, such enticing objects produce their effect, but how can it be altered? When Venus stood before Anchises, as Homer feigns in one of his hymns, in her costly robes, he was instantly taken. Cum ante ipsum staret Jovis filia videns eam, Anchises admirabatur formam et stupendis vestes, erat enim indutat peplo, igneus radies splendiadore, habibat quoque torques fulgidos, flexilis helices, tenerum colium ambibent monilia pulchra, aurea variegata. When Venus stood before Anchises first, he was amazed to see her in her tires, for she had on a hood as red as fire, and glittering chains and ivy-twisted spires, about her tender neck were costly brooches, and necklaces of gold, enamelled ouches. So when Medea came in presence of Jason first, attended by her nymphs and ladies, she is described by Apollonius. Cunctas vero ignis instar sequibatur splendor, tantum ad aureus fimbris resplendebat jubar, accenditque in oculis dulce desiderem. A lustre followed them like flaming fire, and from their golden borders came such beams, which in his eyes provoked a sweet desire. Such a relation we have in Plutarch, when the queens came and offered themselves to Antony, with diverse presents, and enticing ornaments, Asiatic allurements, with such wonderful joy and festivity, they did so inveigle the Romans, that no man could contain himself, all was turned to delight and pleasure. The women transformed themselves to Bacchus shapes, the men children to satyrs and pans. But Antony himself was quite besotted with Cleopatra's sweet speeches, philters, beauty, pleasing tires. For when she sailed along the river Cydnus, with such incredible pomp in a gilded ship, herself dressed like Venus, her maids like the Graces, her pages like so many Cupids, Antony was amazed, and rapt beyond himself. Heliodorus, Book 1, brings in Dameneta, stepmother to Cnemon, whom she saw in his scarves, rings, robes, and coronet, quite mad for the love of him. It was Judas Pantophles that ravished the eyes of Holofernes, and Cardan is not ashamed to confess that seeing his wife the first time all in white, he did admire and instantly love her. If these outward ornaments were not of such force, why doth Naomi give Ruth counsel how to please Boaz? And Judith, seeking to captivate Holofernes, washed and anointed herself with sweet ointments, dressed her hair, and put on costly attires. The riot in this kind hath been excessive in times past. No man almost came abroad but curled and anointed. Et matutino suadans Crispinas amomo, quantum vix redolent duo funera. One spent as much as 2 funerals at once, and with perfumed hairs, et rosa canus odorata capillos Assyriaca nardo. What strange thing doth Suetonius relate in this matter of Caligula's riot? And Pliny, Book 12 and 13, read more in Dioscoroides, Ulmus, Arnaldos, Randolitius de Fuco et Decoratione, for it is now an art, as it was of old, so Seneca records, officinae sunt adoras quoquentium. Women are bad, and men worse, no difference at all between their and our times. Good manners, as Seneca complains, are extinct with wantonness. In tricking up themselves men go beyond women, they wear harlots' colours, and do not walk, but jet and dance, hic mulier, hic vir, more like players, butterflies, baboons, apes, antics, than men. So ridiculous, moreover, we are in our attires, and for cost so excessive, that as Hierome said of old, uno filio villarum insunt praetia, uno lino decius sestertium inseritur. 'Tis an ordinary thing to put 1,000 oaks and 100 oxen into a suit of apparel, to wear a whole manor on his back. What with shoe ties, hangers, points, caps and feathers, scarves, bands, curls, etc., in a short space their whole patrimonies are consumed. Heliogabalus is taxed by Lampridius, and admired in his age for wearing jewels in his shoes, a common thing in our times, not for emperors and princes, but almost for serving men and tailors. All the flowers, stars, constellations, gold and precious stones do condescend to set out their shoes. To repress the luxury of these Roman matrons, there was Lex Valeria and Oppia, and a Cato to contradict. But no laws will serve to repress the pride and insolency of our days, the prodigious riot in this kind. Lucullus's wardrobe is put down by our ordinary citizens, and a cobbler's wife in Venice, a courtesan in Florence, is no whit inferior to a queen, if our geographers say true. And why is all this? Why do they glory in their jewels, as he saith, or exult and triumph in the beauty of clothes? Why is all this cost? To incite men the sooner to burning lust. They pretend decency and ornament, but let them take heed, that while they set out their bodies, they do not damn their souls. 'Tis Bernard's counsel, shine in jewels, stink in conditions, have purple robes, and a torn conscience. Let them take heed of Isaiah's prophecy, that their slippers and attires be not taken from them. Sweet balls, bracelets, earrings, veils, wimples, crisping pins, glasses, fine linen, hoods, lawns, and sweet savours, they become not bald, burned, and stink upon a sudden. And let maids beware, as Cyprian adviseth, that while they wander too loosely abroad, they lose not their virginities, and like Egyptian temples seem fair without, but prove rotten carcasses within. How much better were it for them to follow that good counsel of Tertullian, to have their eyes painted with chastity, the word of God inserted into their ears, Christ's yoke tied to the hair, to subject themselves to their husbands. If they would do so, they should be comely enough, clothe themselves with the silk of sanctity, damask of devotion, purple of piety and chastity, and so painted they shall have God himself to be a suitor. Let wars and queens prank themselves up, let them paint their faces with minion and ceruse, they are but fuels of lust and signs of a corrupt soul. If ye be good, honest, virtuous, and religious matrons, let sobriety, modesty, and chastity be your honour, and God himself your love and desire. Mulia rector olet, ubi nihil olet. Then a woman smells best, when she hath no perfume at all. No crown, chain, or jewel, Guievara adds, is such an ornament to a virgin, or virtuous woman, quam virgini pudor, as chastity is. More credit in a wise man's eye and judgment they get by their plainness, and seem fairer than they that are set out with baubles, as a butcher's meat is with pricks, puffed up, and adorned like so many jays with variety of colours. It is reported of Cornelia, that virtuous Roman lady, great Scipio's daughter, Titus Sempronius's wife, and the mother of the Gracchi, that being by chance in company with a companion, a strange gentlewoman, some light housewife belike that was dressed like a May lady, and as most of our gentlewomen are, was more solicitous of her head tire than of her health, that spent her time between a comb and a glass, and had rather be fair than honest, as Cato said, and have the Commonwealth termed topsy-turvy than her tires marred, and she did not but brag of her fine robes and jewels, and provoke the Roman matron to show hers. Cornelia kept her in talk till her children came from school, and these, said she, are my jewels, and so deluded and put off a proud, vain, fantastical housewife. How much better were it for our matrons to do as she did, to go civilly and decently, honestae mulieris instar quae ututur aro pro eo quod est, ad ea tantum quibus opus est, to use gold as it is gold, and for that use it serves, and when they need it, than to consume it in riot, beggar their husbands, prostitute themselves, inveigle others, and peradventure damn their own souls. How much more would it be for their honour and credit? Thus doing, as Hiram said of Blasilla, Furius did not so triumph over the Gauls, Papirius of the Samnites, Scipio of Numantia, as she did by her temperance, Pulla semper veste, etc. They should insult and domineer over lust, folly, vainglory, all such ordinate, furious, and unruly passions. But I am over tedious, I confess, and whilst I stand gaping over fine clothes, there is another great allurement, in the world's eyes at least, which I'd like to have stolen out of sight, and that is money. Venient ad dote sagittae, money makes the match, monon agregam blepausen, 'tis like sauce to their meat, cum carne condimentum, a good dowry with a wife. Many men, if they do hear but of a great portion, a rich heir, are more mad than if they had all the beauteous ornaments, and those good parts art and nature can afford. They care not for honesty, bringing up, birth, beauty, person, but for money. Canis et ecos, o cirn, quaerimus, nobilis, et bona progenie, malam vera uxorem, malice patris filium, ducere non curat vir bonus, modo ei magnum dotem efferat. Our dogs and horses still from the best breed, we carefully seek, and well may they speed. But for our wives, so they prove wealthy, fair or foul, we care not what they be. If she be rich, then she is fair, fine, absolute, and perfect. Then they burn like fire, they love her dearly, like pig and pie, and are ready to hang themselves if they may not have her. Nothing so familiar in these days as for a young man to marry an old wife, as they say, for a piece of gold. Asinum oro honustum, and though she be an old crone, and have never a tooth in her head, neither good conditions nor a good face, a natural fool, but only rich, she shall have 20 young gallants to be suitors in an instant. As she said in Suetonius, non me, sed mea ambiunt, 'tis not for her sake, but for her lands or money, and an excellent match it were, as he added, if she were away. So on the other side, many a young lovely maid will cast away herself upon an old doting decrepit dizzard. Bis pur effioto quam vis balbutiet ore, prima legit rere tam culte roseta puelle. That is rheumatic and gouty, hath some 20 diseases, perhaps but one eye, one leg, never a nose, no hair on his head, wit in his brains, nor honesty, if he have land or money, she will have him before other suitors, dumodo sit dives barbarus illit placet. If he be rich, he is the man, a fine man and a proper man. She will go to Jacatris or Tidore with him. Galesimus de Monte Orio, Sir Giles Goosecap, Sir Amorous La Fool shall have her. And as Philemasium in Aristanius told Emusas, absque argento omnia vana, hang him that hath no money. 'Tis to no purpose to talk of marriage without means. Trouble me not with such motions. Let others do as they will, I'll be sure to have one shall maintain me fine and brave. Most are of her mind, deburamus ultime fiat quaestio, for his conditions, she shall enquire after them another time, or when all is done, the match made, and everybody gone home. Lucian's Lycia was a proper young maid, and had many fine gentlemen to her suitors, Ethecles, a senator's son, Melissus, a merchant, etc. But she forsook them all for one Passius, a bare, hirsute, bald-pated knave. But why was it? His father lately died, and left him sole heir of his goods and lands. This is not amongst your dustworms alone, poor snakes that will prostitute their souls for money, but with this bait you may catch our most potent, puissant, and illustrious princes. That proud upstart domineering Bishop of Ely, in the time of Richard I., viceroy in his absence, as Nubergensis relates it, to fortify himself and maintain his greatness, propinquarum suarum conubis, plurimus sibi potentes et nobilis devincere curavit, married his poor kinswoman, which came forth of Normandy by droves, to the chiefest nobles of the land, and they were glad to accept of such matches, fair or foul, for themselves, their sons, nephews, etc. Et quis tam praeclarem afflinatem sub spe magnae promotionis non aptaret. Who would not have done as much for money and preferment, as mine author adds? Vortiger, king of Britain, married Rowena, the daughter of Hengist the Saxon prince, his mortal enemy, but wherefore? She had Kent for her dowry. Iagello, the great Duke of Lithuania, 1386, was mightily enamoured on Hedenga, insomuch that he turned Christian from a pagan, and was baptized himself by the name of Uladislas, and all his subjects for her sake. But why was it? She was daughter and heir of Poland, and his desire was to have both kingdoms incorporated into one. Charles the Great was an earnest suitor to Irene the Empress, but saith Zonaras, ob regnum, to annex the empire of the East to that of the West. Yet what is the event of all such matches, that are so made for money, goods, by deceit, or for burning lust, quos fode libido conjunxit? What follows? They are almost mad at first, but 'tis a mere flash; as chaff and straw soon fired, burn vehemently for a while, yet out in a moment. So were all such matches made by those allurements of burning lust, where there is no respect of honesty, parentage, virtue, religion, education, and the like, they are extinguished in an instant, and instead of love come hate, for joy, repentance, and desperation itself. Franciscus Barbarus, in his first book, De Re Uxoria, chapter 5, hath a story of one Philip of Padua, that fell in love with a common war, and was now ready to run mad for her. His father, having no more sons, let him enjoy her, but after a few days the young man began to loathe, could not so much as endure the sight of her, and from one madness fell into another. Such event commonly have all these lovers, and he that so marries, or for such respects, let them look for no better success than Menelaus had with Helen, Vulcan with Venus, Theseus with Phaedra, Minos with Pasiphae, and Claudius with Messalina: shame, sorrow, misery, melancholy, discontent. End of Section 12. Recording by Kirsten Nelson, Toronto.
Section 13 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 13. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 4, Part 1. Importunity and opportunity of time, place, conference, discourse, singing, dancing, music, amorous tales, objects, kissing, familiarity, tokens, presents, bribes, protestations, tears, etc. All of these allurements hitherto are afar off and at a distance. I have come nearer to those other degrees of love, which are conference, kissing, dalliance, discourse, singing, dancing, amorous tales, objects, presents, etc., which as so many sirens steal away the hearts of men and women. For as Tacitus observes, Book 2, it is no sufficient trial of a maid's affection by her eyes alone, but you must say something that shall be more available, and use such other forcible engines. Therefore take her by the hand, wring her fingers hard, and sigh withal. If she accept this in good part, and seem not to be much averse, then call her mistress, take her about the neck and kiss her, etc. But this cannot be done except they first get opportunity of living or coming together, ingress, egress, and regress. Letters and commendations may do much, outward gestures and actions, but when they come to live near one another, in the same street, village, or together in a house, love is kindled on a sudden. Many a serving man by reason of this opportunity and importunity inveigles his master's daughter. Many a gallant loves a dowdy. Many a gentleman runs upon his wife's maids. Many ladies dote upon their man, as the queen in Ariosto did upon the dwarf. Many matches are so made in haste, and they are compelled as it were by necessity so to love, which had they been free, come in company of others, seeing that variety which many places afford, or compared them to a third, would never have looked one upon another, or had not that opportunity of discourse and familiarity been offered, they would have loathed and contemned those who, for want of better choice and other objects, they are fatally driven on, and by reason of their hot blood, idle life, full diet, etc., are forced to dote upon them that come next. And many times those which at first sight cannot fancy or affect each other, but are harsh and ready to disagree, offended with each other's carriage like Benedict and Beatrice in the comedy, and in whom they find many faults, by this living together in a house, conference, kissing, coaling, and such like allurement, begin at last to dote insensibly one upon another. It was the great motive that Potiphar's wife had to dote upon Joseph, and Clitiphon upon Leucippe, his uncle's daughter, because the plague being at Byzance, it was his fortune for a time to sojourn with her, to sit next to her at the table, and to tell the tale himself in Tatius, book 2, which though it be but a fiction, is grounded upon good observation, and doth well express the passions of lovers. He had opportunity to take her by the hand, and offer a while to kiss, and handle her paps, etc., which made him almost mad. Ismenias the orator makes the like confession in Eustathius, book 1, when he came first to Sothenes' house, and sat at table with Chrastices his friend Ismene, Sothenes' daughter, waiting on them with her breasts open, arms half bare, nuda podium, distincta sinum, spolata lacteros, after the Greek fashion in those times, nudos media plus parte lacteros, as Daphne was when she fled from Phoebus, which moved him much, was ever ready to give attendance on him, to fill him drink. Her eyes were never off him, rogabundi oculi, those speaking eyes, courting eyes, enchanting eyes. But she was still smiling on him, and when they were risen, that she had got a little opportunity, she came and drank to him, and withal trod upon his toes, and would come and go, and when she could not speak for the company, she would wring his hand, and blush when she met him. And by this means first she overcame him. Bibens amorem haribam simul. She would kiss the cup and drink to him, and smile, and drink where he drank on that side of the cup. By which mutual compressions, kissings, wringing of hands, treading of feet, etc., ipsam mihi videbar sorbillare virginem, I sipped and sipped so long, till at length I was drunk in love upon a sudden. Philocharinus in Aristonides met a fair maid by chance, a mere stranger to him. He looked back at her, she looked back at him, and smiled withal. Ille dies lithe primus, primisque malorum cose friut. It was the sole cause of his farther acquaintance, and the love that undid him. O nullis tutum credere blandidis. This opportunity of time and place, with their circumstances, are so forcible motives, that it is impossible almost for two young folks equal in years to live together and not be in love, especially in great houses, princes' courts, where they are idle in summo gradu, fare well, live at ease, and cannot tell otherwise how to spend their time. Ille Hippolytum pone, Priapus irit. Achilles was sent by his mother Thetis to the island of Cycros, in the Aegean Sea, where Lycomedes then reigned, in his nonage to be brought up, to avoid that harsh destiny of the oracle, he should be slain at the siege of Troy, and for that cause was nurtured by Genesco, amongst the king's children in a woman's habit. But see the event. He compressed Diadmia, the king's fair daughter, and had a fine son, called Pyrrhus, by her. Peter Abelard, the philosopher, as he tells the tale himself, being sent by Phluberdus, her uncle, to teach Heloise his lovely niece, and to that purpose sojourned in his house, and had committed agnem talenum famelico lupo. I use his own words. He soon got her good will, plura erant ascula quam senete, and he read more of love than any other lecture. Such pretty feats can opportunity plea, primum domo conducti, inde animis, etc. But when I say nox vinum et adolescentia, youth, wine, and night shall occur, nox amoris et quietus conscia, 'tis a wonder they be not all plunged over head and ears in love, for youth is benign in amorem et prono materiis, a very combustible matter, naphtha itself, the fuel of love's fire, and most apt to kindle it. If there be 7 servants in any ordinary house, you shall have 3 couples in some good liking at least, and amongst idle persons how should it be otherwise? Living at Rome, saith Arantine's Lucretia, in the flower of my fortune, rich, fair, young, and so well brought up, my conversation, age, beauty, fortune, made all the world admire and love me. Night alone, that one occasion, is enough to set all on fire, and they are so cunning in great houses, that they make their best advantage of it. Many a gentlewoman that is guilty of herself of her imperfections, paintings, impostures, will not be willing to be seen by day, but as Castilio noteth in the night, diem et glis odit, tedarum lucem super omnia mavut. She hateth the day like a dormouse, and above all things loves torches and candlelight, and if she must come abroad in the day, she covets, as in a mercer's shop, a very obfuscate and obscure sight, and good reason she hath for it, nocte latent mende, and many an amorous gull is fetched over by that means. Gomesius, Book 3, Chapter 22, gives instance in a Florentine gentleman, that was so deceived with a wife, she was so radiantly set out with rings and jewels, lawns, scarves, laces, gold, spangles, and dowdy devices, that the young man took her to be a goddess, for he never saw her but by torchlight. But after the wedding solemnities, when he viewed her the next morning without her tires, and in a clear day, she was so deformed, a lean, yellow, shrivelled, etc., such a beastly creature in his eyes, that he could not endure to look upon her. Such matches are frequently made in Italy, where they have no other opportunity to woo but when they go to church, or, as in Turkey, see them at a distance. They must interchange few or no words, till such time they come to be married. Then, as Sardus and Bohemus relate of those old Lacedaemonians, the bride is brought into the chamber, with her hair girt about her. The bridegroom comes in and unties the knot, and must not see her at all by daylight, till such time as he is made a father by her. In those hotter climates these are ordinary practices at this day, but in our northern parts, amongst Germans, Danes, French, and Britons, the continent of Scandinavia, and the rest, we assume more liberty in such cases. We allow them, as Bohemus saith, to kiss coming and going, et modo absit lascivia in caponum ducere, to talk merrily, sport, play, sing, and dance, so that it be modestly done, go to the alehouse and tavern together. And 'tis not amiss though Chrysostom, Cypria, Hierome, and some other of the fathers speak bitterly against it. But that is the abuse which is commonly seen at some drunken matches, dissolute meetings, and other unruly feasts. A young pick-vaunted, trim-bearded fellow, saith Hierome, will come with a company of compliments, and hold you up by the arm as you go, and wring your fingers, will so be enticed, or entice, one to drink, another embraceth, a third kisseth, and all the while the fiddler plays or sings a lascivious song, a fourth singles you out to dance, one speaks to beck and signs, and that which he dares not say, signifies by passions, amongst so many and so great provocations of pleasure. Lust conquers the most hard and crabbed minds, and scarce can a man live honest amongst feastings and sports, or at such great meetings. For as he goes on, she walks along with the ruffling of her clothes, makes men look at her, her shoes creak, her paps tied up, her waist pulled in to make her look small. She is strait girded, her hairs hang loose about her ears, her upper garment sometimes falls, and sometimes tarries to show her naked shoulders, and as if she would not be seen, she covers that in all haste, which voluntarily she showed. And not at feasts, plays, pageants, and such assemblies, but as Chrysostom objects, these tricks are put in practice at service time in churches, and at the communion itself. If such dumb shows, signs, and more obscure significations of love can so move, what shall they do when they have full liberty to sing, dance, kiss, coll, and use all manner of discourse and dalliance? What shall he do that is beleaguered of all sides? Quium tot tatrosia petunt pullae, quium cute cupient nuris amorque, omnius undique et unduscunque et usque, omnius ambit amor venusque hyminque. After whom so many rosy maids inquire, whom dainty dames and loving wights desire, in every place still and at all times sue, whom gods and gentle goddesses do woo. How shall he contain the very tone of some of their voices? A pretty pleasing speech, an affected tone they use, is able itself to captivate a young man. But when a good wit shall concur, art and eloquence, fascinating speech, pleasant discourse, sweet gestures, the sirens themselves cannot so enchant. Petrus Jovius commends his Italian countrywomen to have an excellent faculty in this kind, above all other nations, and amongst them the Florentine ladies. Some prefer Roman and Venetian courtesans, they have such pleasing tongues and such elegancy of speech, that they are able to overcome a saint. Pro facie multis vox sua lena fruit, tanta gratia vocas fama conciliabat, saith Patronus in his fragment of pure impurities, I mean his Satyricon. Tam dulcis sonas permusabat aera, putaris inter aras cantare Sarinum concordium. She sang so sweetly that she charmed the air, and thou wouldst have thought thou hadst heard a concert of sirens. O good God, when Laius speaks, how sweet it is! Philocalus exclaims in Aristaenetus, to hear a fair young gentlewoman play upon the virginals, lute, viol, and sing to it, which, as Gellius observes, Book 1, Chapter 11, are lascivientum delictae, the chief delight of lovers, must needs be a great enticement. Partinus was so taken, mi voxista avida haruit ab are animam. O sister Harpedona, she laments, I am undone. How sweetly he sings! I'll speak a bold word. He is the properest man that ever I saw in my life. How sweetly he sings! I die for his sake. Oh, that he would love me again, if thou didst but hear him sing. Saith Lucian, thou wouldst forget father and mother, forsake thy friends, and follow her. Helena is highly commended by Theocritus, the poet, for her sweet voice and music. None could play so well as she, and Daphnis in the same Edlian. Quiem tibis os dulce est, et vox amabilis o Daphne. Jocundius est audire canetem quiem melingere. How sweet a face hath Daphne, how lovely a voice! Honey itself is so pleasant in my choice. A sweet voice and music are powerful enticers. Those Samian singing wenches, Aristonica, Onanthe, and Agathocleia, Regis Diademathius, insulturunt, insulted over kings themselves, as Plutarch contends. Cinctum luminibus, cinctum caput Argus habebat. Argus had 100 eyes, all so charmed by one silly pipe, that he lost his head. Clitophon complains in Tatius of Lusiphia's sweet tunes. He heard her play by chance upon the lute, and sing a pretty song to it in commendations of a rose, out of old Anacreon belike. Rosa honor decrusque florum, rosa flas odorque divum, hominum rosa est valupas, decus ilia gratiarum, florente amoris ora, rosa suavium Diones, etc. Rose, the fairest of all flowers, Rose, delight of higher powers, Rose, the joy of mortal man, Rose, the pleasure of fine woman, Rose, the graces' ornament, Rose, Dione's sweet content. To this effect the lovely virgin, with a melodious air upon her golden wired harp or lute, I know not well whether played or sang, and that transported him beyond himself, and that ravished his heart. It was Jason's discourse as much as his beauty, or any other of his good parts, which delighted Medea so much. Delectabatur enim anima simul forma delectabusque verbis. It was Cleopatra's sweet voice and pleasant speech which inveigled Antony above the rest of her enticements. Verba ligant hominem et tarorum cornua funes. As bulls' horns are bound with ropes, so are men's hearts with pleasant words. Her words burn as fire. Ecclesiastes 9:10. Roxolana bewitched Suleiman the Magnificent, and Shore's wife by this engine overcame Edward IV. Omnibus una ones sorpuit Veneres. The wife of Bath and Chaucer confesseth all this out in her experience. Some folk desirous for riches, some for shape, some for fairness, some for that she can sing or dance, some for gentleness, or for dalliance. Peter Aretine's Lucretia telleth as much and more of herself. I counterfeited honesty, as if I had been Virgo Virginissima, or more than a vestal virgin. I looked like a wife. I was so demure and chaste. I did add such gestures, tunes, speeches, signs, and motions upon all occasions, that my spectators and auditors were stupefied, enchanted, fastened all to their places, like so many stocks and stones. Many silly gentlewomen are fetched over, in like sort, by a company of gulls and swaggering companions, that frequently belie noblemen's favours, rhyming Corybantiasmi, Thracian, Rhadamantes, or Bompomachides, that have nothing in them but a few players' ends and compliments, vain braggadocians, impudent intruders, that can discourse at table of knights and lords, combats like Lucian's Leonticus, of other men's travels, brave adventures, and such common trivial news, ride, dance, sing old ballad tunes, and wear their clothes in fashion, with a good grace. A fine, sweet gentleman, a proper man, who could not love him? She will have him through, though all her friends say no, though she beg with him. Some again are incensed by reading amorous toys, Amadis de Gaul, Palmerin de Olivia, the Knight of the Sun, etc., or hearing such tales of lovers, descriptions of their persons, lascivious discourses, such as Astyanaxa, Helen's waiting woman, by the report of Suidas, writ of old, de concubidis modus, and after her Fulinius and Elephantine, or those light tracts of Aristes Milesius, mentioned by Plutarch, and found by the Persians in Crassus' army amongst the spoils. Arantine's dialogues with ditties, love songs, etc., must needs set them on fire, with such like pictures of those of Aretine, or wanton objects of what kind soever, no stronger engine than to hear or read of love toys, fables, and discourses, one saith, and many by this means are quite mad. At Abdera in Thrace, Andromeda, one of Euripides' tragedies, being played, the spectators were so much moved with the object, that those pathetical love speeches of Perseus, amongst the rest, O Cupid, prince of gods and men, etc., that every man almost a good while after spake pure iambics, and raved still on Perseus' speech, O Cupid, prince of gods and men, as Carmen, boys and apprentices, with a new song is published with us, go singing the new tune still in the streets. They continually acted that tragical part of Perseus, and in every man's mouth was O Cupid, in every street, O Cupid, in every house almost, O Cupid, prince of gods and men, announcing still the stage players, O Cupid. They were so possessed all with that rapture, and thought of that pathetical love speech, they could not a long time after forget, or drive it out of their minds, but O Cupid, prince of gods and men, was ever in their mouths. This belike made Aristotle, Politics, book 7, chapter 18, forbid young men to see comedies, or to hear amorous tales. Haec igitar juvenes nicam felisque puellae inspixiant. Let not young folks meddle at all with such matters. And this made the Romans, as Vitruvius relates, put Venus' temple in the suburbs, extra murum, ne adolescentes veneris insuscans, to avoid all occasions and objects. For what will not such an object do? Ismenias, as he walked into Sothenes' garden, being now in love, when he saw so many lascivious pictures, Thetis' marriage, and I know not what, was almost beside himself. And to say truth, with a lascivious object who is not moved? To see others dally, kiss, dance, and so much, and much more when he shall come to be an actor himself. to kiss and be kissed, which, amongst other lascivious provocations, is as much a burden in a song, and a most forcible battery, an infection, Xenophon thinks, as the poison of a spider, a great allurement, a fire itself, proemium aut anticoenium, the prologue of burning lust, as Apuleius adds, lust itself. Venus quita parte sui nectaris imbuit, a strong assault that conquers captains and those all commanding forces. Demasque ferro sed de maris osculo. Aretine's Lucretia, when she would in kindness overcome a suitor of hers, and have her desire of him, took him about the neck, and kissed him again and again, and to that which she could not otherwise effect, she made him so speedily and willingly condescend, and 'tis a continual assault, hoc non deficit incipitque semper, always fresh, and ready to begin as at first, basium nullo fine terminator, sed semper recen est, and hath a fiery touch with it. Taintem modo tanger corpus, jam tua mellifluo membra calore fluat. Especially when they shall be lasciviously given, as he feelingly said, et me praesulum deosculata fotis, catenatis lacteris, abtorto valgerto iabello. Vagias suavis dum sem muco suavio, miam puellem suavior, anima tunc agra et sucia, concurrit ad labia mihi. The soul is all moved, jam plurus osculis labra crepidabrunt animarum, quidque mixorum facientes in turmurturos complexus animas anhelantes, hacimas calentes, ex transfundimas hinc itint iabellis, erantes animas valete cura. They breathed out their souls and spirits together with their kisses, saith Balthazar Castilio, change hearts and spirits, and mingle affections as they do kiss, and it is rather a connection of the mind than of the body, and although these kisses be delightsome and pleasant, ambrosial kisses, suaviolum dulcius ambrosia, such as Ganymede gave Jupiter, ductarum suavius, sweeter than nectar, balsam, honey, oscula, marinum amorum, stillantia, love-dropping kisses, for the gilliflower, the rose is not so sweet as sugared kisses be when lovers meet, yet they be an irksome impression, like that of aloes or gall. Ut me ex ambrosia mutatum jam fluit illud, suavulium triste tristius elobro. At first Ambrose itself was not sweeter, at last black hellebore was not so bitter. They are deceitful kisses. Quiet me molibros implicas lacteres, quiet fallacibus osculis inescias, etc. Why dost within thine arms me lap, and with false kisses me entrap? They are destructible, and the more the worse. Et quia me perdunt, osculilia debat. They are the bane of these miserable lovers. There be honest kisses, I deny not, osculum charitatis, friendly kisses, modest kisses, vestal virgin kisses, officious and ceremonial kisses, etc. Oscula sensuis, bacorium, amplexus. Kissing and embracing are proper gifts of nature to a man, but these are too lascivious kisses, implicitiusque suas circum miet cola lacteris, etc., too incontinuate and too violent. Brachia non hedera, non vincunt, oscula conque. They cling like ivy, close like an oyster, bill as doves, meretricious kisses, biting of lips, cum adamento. Tam impressa ore, saith Lucian, ut vix labia metrahant inter deosculandum mordiscantes, tum eto apparentes, quaeque et mamas atregantes, etc. Such kisses as she gave to Ghiton, innumera ascula dedit, non repugnante puero, servicium invadens, innumerable kisses, etc., more than kisses, or too homely kisses, as those that he spake of, acceptoras ab ipsa venere, suavia, etc., with such other obscenities that vain lovers use, which are abominable and pernicious. If Peter de Ledsimona holds every kiss a man gives a woman after marriage bimortale peccatum, a mortal sin, or that of Hiram adultera as ciscis in uxorum suam ardentorum est amator, or that of Thomas, contactus est osculum pectatum, or that of Durand, abstinere debent conjuges acomplexu, toto temperis quo solennitas nuptiarum interdictura. What shall become of all such immodest kisses and obscene actions, the forerunners of brutish lust, if not lust itself? What shall become of them that often abuse their own wives? But what have I to do with this? End of section 13. Recording by Capricia Page.
Section 14 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 14. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 4, Part 2. That which I aim at is to show you the progress of this burning lust, to epitomize, therefore, all this which I have hitherto said, with a familiar example out of that elegant Musaeus. Observe but with me those amorous proceedings of Leander and Hero. They begin first to look one on another with a lascivious look. Oblique intuens inde nutibus. Nutibus mutuis inducens in errorem mentem puellae, et illa a contra nutibus mutuis juvenis. Leandri quod amorem non renuit, etc. Inde adabat in tenebris tacite quidem stringens. Roseos puellae digitos, ex imo suspirabat, vehementer. Inde virginis autem bene olens collum osculatus, tale verbum et amoris ictis stimulo, preces aude et amoris miserere mei, etc. Sic vatus recusantis persuasit mentem puellae. With becks and nods he first began to try the wench's mind. With becks and nods and smiles again, an answer he did find. And in the dark he took her by the hand. and wrung it hard, and sighed grievously, and kissed her too, and wooed her as he might, with "Pity me, sweetheart, or else I die," and with such words and gestures as there passed, he won his mistress's favour at the last. The same proceeding is elegantly described by Apollonius in his Argonautics, between Jason and Medea, by Eustathius in the 10 books of the loves of Ismenias and Ismene, Achilles Tatius between his Cleitophon and Leucippe, Chaucer's neat poem of Troilus and Criseyde, and in that notable tale in Petronius of a soldier and a gentlewoman of Ephesus, that was so famous all over Asia for her chastity, and that mourned her husband, the soldier wooed her with such rhetoric as lovers used to do, placitoni etiam pugnabis amori, etc. At last, frangi pertinaciam passa est, he got her good will, not only to satisfy his lust, but to hang her dead husband's body on the cross, which he watched instead of the thief's that was newly stolen away, whilst he wooed her in her cabin. These are tales, you will say, but they have most significant morals, and do well express those ordinary proceedings of doting lovers. Many such allurements there are, nods, jests, winks, smiles, wrestlings, tokens, favours, symbols, letters, valentines, etc. For which cause belike Godfridus book 2 de amoribus would not have women learn to write. Many such provocations are used when they come in presence. They will and will not. Malome Galatea petit lasciva puella, et fugit ad salices, et se cupit ante videre. My mistress with an apple woos me, and hastily to covert goes, to hide herself, but would be seen with all her heart before, God knows. Hero so tripped away from Leander as one displeased, yet as she went full often looked behind, and many poor excuses did she find to linger by the way, but if he chance to overtake her, she is most averse, nice, and coy. Deneget et pugnat, sed vult super omnia vinci. She seems not won, but won she is at length. In such wars women use but half their strength. Sometimes they lie open and are most tractable and coming, apt, yielding, and willing to embrace, to take a green gown, with that shepherdess in Theocritus, Idol 27, to let their coats, etc., to play and dally at such seasons. And to some as they spy their advantage, and then coy, close again, so nice, so surly, so demure, you had much better tame a colt, catch or ride a wild horse, than get her favour or win her look. Not a look, not a smile, not a kiss for a kingdom. Aretine's Lucretia was an excellent artisan in this kind, as she tells her own tale. Though I was by nature and art most beautiful and fair, yet by these tricks I seemed to be far more amiable than I was, for that which men earnestly seek and cannot attain draws on their affection with a most furious desire. I had a suitor loved me dearly, said she, and the more he gave me, the more eagerly he wooed me, the more I seemed to neglect to scorn him, and which I commonly gave others, I would not let him see me, converse with me, no, not have a kiss. To gull him the more and fetch him over, for him only I aimed at, I personated mine own servant to bring a present from a Spanish count, whilst he was in my company, as if he had been the count's servant, which he did excellently well perform. Comes de Monte Turco, my lord and master hath sent your ladyship a small present, and part of his hunting, a piece of venison, a pheasant, a few partridges, etc., all which she bought with her own money, commends his love and service to you, desiring you to accept of it in good part, and he means very shortly to come and see you. Withal she showed him rings, gloves, scarves, coronets, which others had sent her, when there was no such matter, but only to circumvent him. By these means, as she concludes, I made the poor gentleman so mad, that he was ready to spend himself, and venture his dearest blood for my sake. Philinna, in Lucian, practised all this long before, as it shall appear unto you by her discourse. For when Diphilus her sweetheart came to see her, as his daily custom was, she frowned upon him, would not vouchsafe him her company, but kissed Lamprius his co-rival at the same time, before his face. But why was it? To make him, as she telleth her mother that chid her for it, more jealous. To whet his love, to come with a greater appetite, and to know that her favour was not so easy to be had. Many other tricks she used besides this, as she there confesseth, for she would fall out with and anger him of set purpose, pick quarrels upon no occasion, because she would be reconciled to him again. Amantium ire amoris redintegratio, as the old saying is. The falling out of lovers is the renewing of love, and according to that of Aristaenetus, jucundiores amorum post injurias deliciae. Love is increased by injuries, as the sunbeams are more gracious after a cloud. And surely this aphorism is most true. For as Ampelus informs Chrysis in the said Lucian, if a lover be not jealous, angry, waspish, apt to fall out, sigh and swear, he is no true lover. To kiss and call, hang about her neck, protest, swear and wish, are but ordinary symptoms. Incipientis ad hoc et crescentis amoris signa. But if he be jealous, angry, apt to mistake, etc., bene speres licet, sweet sister, he is thine own. If you let him alone, humour him, please him, etc., and that he perceive once he hath you sure, without any co-rival, his love will languish, and he will not care so much for you. Hitherto, saith she, can I speak out of experience. Demophantus, a rich fellow, was a suitor of mine. I seemed to neglect him, and gave better entertainment to Caliades the painter before his face. Principio abiit, verbis me insectatus. At first he went away all in a chafe, cursing and swearing, but at last he came submitting himself, vowing and protesting he loved me most dearly. I should have all he had, and that he would kill himself for my sake. Therefore I advise thee, dear sister Chrysis, and all maids, not to use your suitors over kindly. Insolentes enim sunt hoc cum sentient, 'twill make them proud and insolent. But now and then reject them, estrange thyself. Et si me audies semel atque iterum exclude. Shut him out of doors once or twice, let him dance attendance. Follow my counsel, and by this means you shall make him mad. Come off roundly, stand to any conditions, and do whatsoever you will have him. These are the ordinary practices, yet in the said Lucian, Melissa methinks had a trick beyond all this. For when her suitor came coldly on, to stir him up, she writ one of his co-rivals' names and her own in a paper, Melissa amat Hermotimum, Hermotimus Melissam, causing it to be stuck upon a post for all gazers to behold, and lost it in the way where he used to walk. And when the silly novice perceived, statim ut legit creditit, instantly apprehended it was so, came raving to me, etc. And so when I was in despair of his love, 4 months after I recovered him again, Eugenia drew Timocles for her Valentine, and wore his name for a long time after in her bosom. Camaena singled out Pamphilus to dance, at Myson's wedding, some say, for there she saw him first. Felicianus overtook Caelia by the highway side, offered his service, thence came further acquaintance, and thence came love. But who can repeat half their devices? What Aretine experienced, what conceited Lucian, or wanton Aristaenetus? They will deny and take, stiffly refuse, and yet earnestly seek the same. repel to make them come with more eagerness. Fly from it if you follow. But if averse, as a shadow they will follow you again. Fugientem sequitur, sequentem fugit, with a regaining retreat, a gentle reluctancy, a smiling threat, a pretty pleasant peevishness, they will put you off, and have 1,000 such several enticements. For as he saith, non est forma satis, nec quae vult bella videri, debet vulgari more placere suis, dicta, sales, lusus, sermones, gratia, risus, vicunt naturae candidioris opus. 'Tis not enough, though she be fair of hue, for her to use this vulgar compliment, but pretty toys and jests and saws and smiles, as far beyond what beauty can attempt. For this cause belike Philostratus in his images makes diverse loves, some young, some of one age, some of another, some winged, some of one sex, some of another, some with torches, some with golden apples, some with darts, gins, snares, and other engines in their hands, as Propertius hath prettily painted them out, Book 2, 29, and which some interpret, diverse enticements, or diverse affections of lovers, which if not alone, yet jointly may batter and overcome the strongest constitutions. It is reported of Decius and Valerianus, those two notorious persecutors of the church, that when they could enforce a young Christian by no means, as Hierome, to sacrifice to their idols, by no torments or promises, they took another course to tempt him. They put him into a fair garden, and set a young courtesan to dally with him, took him about the neck and kissed him, and that which is not to be named, manibusque attrectare, etc., and all those enticements which might be used, that whom torments could not, love might batter and beleaguer. But such was his constancy, she could not overcome, and when this last engine would take no place, they left him to his own ways. At Berkeley in Gloucestershire, there was in times past a nunnery, saith Gualterius Mapesh, an old historiographer, that lived 400 years since, of which there was a noble and a fair lady abbess. Godwin, that subtle Earl of Kent, travelling that way, seeking not her but hers, leaves a nephew of his, a proper young gallant, as if he had been sick, with her, till he came back again, and gives the young man charge so long to counterfeit, till he had deflowered the abbess, and as many besides of the nuns as he could, and leaves him withal rings, jewels, girdles, and such toys to give them still, when they came to visit him. The young men, willing to undergo such a business, played his part so well, that in a short space he got up most of their bellies, and when he had done, told his lord how he had sped. His lord made instantly to the court, tells the king how such a nunnery was become a bawdy house, procures a visitation, gets them to be turned out, and begs the lands to his own use. This story I do therefore repeat, that you may see what force these enticements are, if they be opportunely used, and how hard it is, even for the most averse and sanctified souls to resist such allurements. John Major, in the life of John the monk, that lived in the days of Theodosius, commends the hermit to have been a man of singular continency, and of a most austere life. But one night by chance the devil came to his cell in the habit of a young market wench that had lost her way, and desired for God's sake some lodging with him. The old man let her in, and after some common conference of her mishap, she began to inveigle him with lascivious talk and jests, to play with his beard, to kiss him, and do worse, till at last she overcame him. As he went to address himself to that business, she vanished on a sudden, and the devils in the air laughed him to scorn. Whether this be a true story or a tale, I will not much contend. It serves to illustrate this which I have said. Yet were it so, that these of which I have hitherto spoken, and such enticing baits, be not sufficient, there be many others, which will of themselves intend this passion of burning lust, amongst which dancing is none of the least, and it is an engine of such force I may not omit it. Incitamentum libidinis, Petrarch calls it, the spur of lust, a circle of which the devil himself is the centre. Many women that use it have come dishonest home, most indifferent, none better. Another terms it the companion of all filthy delights and enticements, and 'tis not easily told what inconveniences come by it, what scurrile talk, obscene actions, and many times such monstrous gestures, such lascivious motions, such wanton tunes, meretricious kisses, homely embracings. Ut gaditana canoro, incipiat prurire coro, plausuque probatae, ad terram tremula descendant clune puellae, intamentum veneris languentis, that it will make the spectators mad. When that epitomizer of Trogus had to the full described and set out King Ptolemy's riot as a chief engine and instrument of his overthrow, he adds tympanum et tripudium, fiddling and dancing. The king was not a spectator only, but a principal actor himself, a thing nevertheless frequently used, and part of a gentlewoman's bringing up, to sing, dance, and play on the lute, or some such instrument, before she can say her Pater Noster, or 10 Commandments. 'Tis the next way their parents think to get them husbands. They are compelled to learn, and by that means, in coestos amores et tenero meditantur ungue. 'Tis a great allurement, as it is often used, and many are undone by it. Thais, in Lucian, inveigled Lamprias in a dance. Herodias so far pleased Herod, that she made him swear to give her what she would ask, John Baptist's head in a platter. Robert, Duke of Normandy, riding by Falaise, spied Arlette, a fair maid, as she danced on a green, and was so much enamoured with the object, that she must needs lie with her that night. Owen Tudor won Queen Catherine's affections in a dance, falling by chance with his head in her lap. Who cannot parallel these stories out of his experience? Speusippus, a noble gallant in that Greek Aristeriatus, seeing Panareta, a fair young gentlewoman, dancing by accident, was so far in love with her, that for a long time after he could think of nothing but Panareta. He came raving home full of Panareta. Who would not admire her? Who would not love her, that should but see her dance as I did? O admirable, O divine Panareta! I have seen old and new Rome, many fair cities, many proper women, but never any like to Panareta. They are dross, dowdies, all to Panareta. Oh how she danced, oh how she tripped, how she turned, with what a grace! Happy is that man that shall enjoy her. O most incomparable, only Panareta. When Xenophon in Symposio or Banquet has discoursed of love, and used all the engines that might be devised to move Socrates, amongst the rest, to stir him the more, he shuts up all with a pleasant interlude or dance of Dionysius and Ariadne. First Ariadne dressed like a bride came in and took her place. By and by Dionysius entered, dancing to the music. The spectators did all admire the young man's carriage, and Ariadne herself was so much affected with the sight, that she could scarce sit. After a while, Dionysius beholding Ariadne, and incensed with love, bowing to her knees, embraced her first, and kissed her with a grace. She embraced him again, and kissed him with like affection, etc., as the dance required. But they that stood by, and saw this, did much applaud and commend them both for it. And when Dionysius rose up, he raised her up with him, and many pretty gestures, embraces, kisses, and love compliments passed between them, which when they saw fair Bacchus and beautiful Ariadne, so sweetly and so unfeignedly kissing each other, so really embracing, they swore they loved indeed, and were so inflamed with the object that they began to rouse up themselves, as if they would have flown. At last, when they saw them still, so willingly embracing, and now ready to go to the bride chamber, they were so ravished with it, that they that were unmarried swore they would forthwith marry, and those that were married called instantly for their horses and galloped home to their wives. What greater motive can there be than this burning lust? What so violent an oppugner? Not without good cause, therefore, so many general councils condemn it, so many fathers abhor it, so many grave men speak against it. Use not the company of a woman, said Siracides 8:4, that is a singer or a dancer, neither hear, lest thou be taken in her craftiness. In circo non tam cernitur, quam discitur libido, Haedus holds. Lust in theatres is not seen, but learned. Gregory Nazianzen, that eloquent divine, as he relates the story himself, when a noble friend of his solemnly invited him with other bishops to his daughter Olympia's wedding, refused to come. For it is absurd to see an old gouty bishop sit amongst dancers. He held it unfit to be a spectator, much less an actor. Nemo saltat sobrius, Tully writes. He is not a sober man that danceth. For some such reason, belike, Domitian forbade the Roman senators to dance, and for that fact removed many of them from the senate. But these, you will say, are lascivious and pagan dances. 'Tis the abuse that causeth such inconvenience. And I do not well therefore to condemn, speak against, or innocently to accuse the best and pleasantest thing, so Lucian calls it, that belongs to mortal men. You misinterpret, I condemn it not. I hold it notwithstanding an honest disport, a lawful recreation. If it be opportune, moderately and soberly used, I am of Plutarch's mind. That which respects pleasure alone, honest recreation, or bodily exercise, ought not to be rejected and contemned. I subscribe to Lucian. 'Tis an elegant thing, which cheereth up the mind, exerciseth the body, delights the spectators, which teacheth many comely gestures, equally affecting the ears, eyes, and soul itself. Sallust discommends singing and dancing in Sempronia, not that she did sing or dance, but that she did it in excess. 'Tis the abuse of it, and Gregory's refusal doth not simply condemn it, but in some folks. Many will not allow men and women to dance together, because it is a provocation to lust. They may as well, with Lycurgus and Mahomet, cut down all vines, forbid the drinking of wine, for that it makes some men drunk. Nihil prodest quon laedere posset idem, igne quid utilus. I say of this, as of all other honest recreations, they are like fire, good and bad, and I see no such inconvenience, but that they may so dance, if it be done at due times, and by fit persons. And conclude with Vulfungus Hider, and most of our modern divines. Si decorae, graves, verecundae, plena luce bonorum virorum et matronarum honestarum, tempestive fiant, probari pussunt et debent. There is a time to mourn, a time to dance, Ecclesiastes 3:4. Let them take their pleasures then, and as he said of old, young men and maids flourishing in their age, fair and lovely to behold, well attired, and of comely carriage, dancing a Greek galliard, and as their dance required, kept their time, now turning, now tracing, now apart, now together, now a curtsy, then a caper, etc. And it was a pleasant sight to see those pretty knots and swimming figures. The sun and moon, some say, dance about the earth, the three upper planets about the sun as their centre, now stationary, now direct, now retrograde, now in apogee, then in perigee, now swift, then slow, occidental, oriental, they turn round, jump and trace. Mars and Mercury about the sun with those 33 maculae or Borbonian planet, circa solum saltantes Cytharedum, saith Frumandus. 4 Medicean stars dance about Jupiter, 2 Austrian about Saturn, etc., and all, belike, to the music of the spheres. Our greatest counsellors and staid senators at some times dance, as David before the ark, 2 Samuel 6:14, Miriam, Exodus 15:20, Judith 15:13, though the devil hence perhaps hath brought in those bawdy bacchanals, and well may they do it. The greatest soldiers, as Quintilianus, Aemilius Probus, Coelius Rhodiginus, have proved at large, still use it in Greece, Rome, and the most worthy senators, Cantare, Saltare, Lucian, Macrobius, Libanus, Plutarch, Julius, Pollux, Athenaeus, have written just tracts in commendation of it. In this our age it is in much request in those countries, as in all civil commonwealths, as Alexander ab Alexandro, Book 4, Chapter 10, and Book 2, Chapter 25, hath proved at large, amongst the barbarians themselves none so precious, all the world allows it. Divitas contemno tuas, rex Chrysae, tuamque vendo Asiam, unguentis, flore, mero, choreis. Plato in his Commonwealth will have dancing schools to be maintained, that young folks might meet, be acquainted, see one another, and be seen. Nay more, he would have them dance naked, and scoffs at them that laugh at it. But Eusebius, Book 1, Chapter 11, and Theodoret, Book 9, worthily lash him for it, and well they might, for as one saith, the very sight of naked parts causeth enormous, exceeding concupiscences, and stirs up both men and women to burning lust. There is a mean in all things. This is my censure in brief. Dancing is a pleasant recreation of body and mind, if sober and modest, such as our Christian dances are; if tempestively used, a furious motive to burning lust; if, as by pagans heretofore, unchastely abused. But I proceed. If these allurements do not take place, for Simierus, that great master of dalliance, shall not behave himself better, the more effectually to move others, and satisfy their lust, they will swear and lie, promise, protest, forge, counterfeit, brag, bribe, flatter, and dissemble of all sides. 'Twas Lucretia's counsel in Aretine, si vis amica frui, promitte, finge, jura, perjura, jacta, simula, mentire, and they put it well in practice, as Apollo to Daphne. Mihi Delphica tellus, et Claus et Tenedos, pateraeque regia servit, Jupiter est genitor. Delphos, Claus, and Tenedos serve me, and Jupiter is known my sire to be. The poorest swains will do as much. Mille pecus nivei sunt et mihi valibus agni. I have 1,000 sheep, good store of cattle, and they are all at her command. Tibi nos, tibi nostra superlex, ruraque servierint. House, land, goods are at her service, as is he himself. Dinomachus, a senator's son in Lucian, in love with a wench inferior to him in birth and fortunes, the sooner to accomplish his desire, wept unto her, and swore he loved her with all his heart, and her alone, and that as soon as ever his father died, a very rich man and almost decrepit, he would make her his wife. The maid by chance made her mother acquainted with the business, who being an old fox, well experienced in such matters, told her daughter, now ready to yield to his desire, that he meant nothing less. For dost thou think he will ever care for thee, being a poor wench, that may have his choice of all the beauties in the city, one noble by birth, with so many talents, as young, better qualified, and fairer than thyself? Daughter, believe him not. The maid was abashed, and so the matter broke off. When Jupiter wooed Juno first, Lilius Giraldus relates it out of an old comment on Theocritus, the better to effect his suit, he turned himself into a cuckoo, and spying her one day walking alone, separated from the other goddesses, caused a tempest suddenly to arise, for fear of which she fled to shelter. Jupiter, to avoid the storm, likewise flew into her lap. In Virginis Junonis gremium devolavit, whom Juno for pity covered in her apron, but he turned himself forthwith into his own shape, began to embrace and offer violence unto her, sed illa matris metu abnuebat, but she by no means would yield, donec policitus connubium obtinuit, till he vowed and swore to marry her, and then she gave consent. The fact was done at Tomac's hill, which ever after was called Cuckoo Hill, and in perpetual remembrance there was a temple erected to Telia Juno in the same place. So powerful are fair promises, vows, oaths, and protestations. It is an ordinary thing too in this case to belie their age, which widows usually do, that mean to marry again, and bachelors too sometimes. Cujus octavum trepidavit aetas, cernere lustrum, to say they are younger than they are. Chamides in the said Lucian loved Philematium, an old maid of 45 years. She swore to him she was but 32 next December. But to dissemble in this kind is familiar of all sides, and often it takes. Valere credentem res et operosa puellam, 'tis soon done, no such great mastery. Egregium vero laudem, et spolia amplia, and nothing so frequent as to belie their estates, to prefer their suits, and to advance themselves. Many men to fetch over a young woman, widows, or whom they love, will not stick to crack, forge, and feign. Anything comes next. Bid his boy fetch his cloak, rapier, gloves, jewels, &c., in such a chest, scarlet golden tissue breeches, &c., when there is no such matter, or make any scruple to give out, as he did in Petronius, that he was master of a ship, kept so many servants, and to personate their part. The better take upon them to be gentlemen of good houses, well descended and allied, hire apparel at brokers, some scavenger or prick-louse tailors to attend upon them for the time, swear they have great possessions, bribe, lie, cog, and foist how dearly they love, how bravely they will maintain her, like any lady, countess, duchess, or queen. They shall have gowns, tiers, jewels, coaches and caroches, choice diet, the heads of parrots, tongues of nightingales, the brains of peacocks and of ostriches. Their bath shall be the juice of gilliflowers, spirit of roses and violets, the milk of unicorns, &c. As old Volpone courted Celia in the comedy, when as they are no such men, not worth a groat, but mere shakers, to make a fortune, to get their desire, or else pretend love to spend their idle hours, to be more welcome, and for better entertainment. The conclusion is, they mean nothing less. Nil metuunt jurare, nihil promittere curant, sed simul accupite mentis satiata libido est, dicta nihil metuere, nihil perjura curant. Oaths, vows, promises are much protested, but when their mind and lust is satisfied, oaths, vows, promises are quite neglected. Though he solemnly swear by the genius of Caesar, by Venus's shrine, Hymen's deity, by Jupiter and all the other gods, give no credit to his words. For when lovers swear, Venus laughs. Venus haec perjuria ridet. Jupiter himself smiles, and pardons it withal, as grave Pluto gives out, of all perjury, that alone for love matters is forgiven by the gods. If promises, lies, oaths, and protestations will not avail, they fail to bribes, tokens, gifts, and such like feats. Plurimus auro conciliatur amor, as Jupiter corrupted Danae with a golden shower, and Liber Ariadne with a golden crown, which was afterwards translated into the heavens, and there for ever shines. They will rain chickens, florins, crowns, angels, all manner of coins and stamps in her lap. And so must he certainly do that will speed, make many feasts, banquets, invitations, send her some present, or every other foot. Sumo studio parentur epulae, saith Haedus, et quebrae fiant largitiones. He must be very bountiful and liberal, seek and sue, not to her only, but to all her followers, friends, familiars, fiddlers, panders, parasites, and household servants. He must insinuate himself, and surely will to all, of all sorts, messengers, porters, carriers. No man must be unrewarded or unrespected. I had a suitor, saith Aretine's Lucretia, that when he came to my house, flung gold and silver about, as if it had been chaff. Another suitor I had was a very choleric fellow, but I so handled him, that for all his fuming I brought him upon his knees. If there had been an excellent bit in the market, any novelty, fish, fruit, or fowl, muscatel or malmsey, or a cup of neat wine in all the city, it was presented presently to me, though never so dear, hard to come by, yet I had it. The poor fellow was so fond at last, that I think if I would I might have had one of his eyes out of his head. A third suitor was a merchant at Rome, and his manner of wooing was with exquisite music, costly banquets, poems, etc. I held him off till at length he protested, promised, and swore, pro virginitate regno me donatorum, I should have all he had, house, goods, and lords, pro concubitu solo. Neither was there ever any conjurer, I think, to charm his spirits that used such attention, or mighty words, as he did exquisite phrases, or general of any army so many stratagems to win a city, as he did tricks and devices to get the love of me. Thus men are active and passive, and women not far behind them in this kind, audax ad omnia foemina, quae vel amat, vel odit. For half so boldly there can none swear and lie as women can. They will crack, counterfeit, and collogue as well as the best, with handkerchiefs and wrought nightcaps, purses, posies, and such toys as he justly complained. Comitis violas, nempe ut violentus uret, quid volas violis me violenta tuis, etc. Why dost thou send me violets, my dear? To make me burn more violent, I fear. With violets too violent thou art, to violate and wound my gentle heart. When nothing else will serve, the last refuge is their tears. Haec scripsi, testo amorum, mixta lacrimis et suspiriis. Twixt tears and sighs, I write this. I take love to witness, saith Celidonia to Philonus, lumina quae modo fulmina, iam flumina lacrimarum. Those burning torches are now turned to floods of tears. Aretine's Lucretia, when her sweetheart came to town, wept in his bosom, that he might be persuaded those tears were shed for joy of his return. Quartilla in Petronius, when naught would move, fell a-weeping, and as Balthazar Castilio paints them out, to these crocodile tears they will add sobs, fiery sighs, and sorrowful countenance, pale colour, leanness, and if you do but stir abroad, these fiends are ready to meet you at every turn, with such a sluttish neglected habit, dejected look, as if they were now ready to die for your sake. And how, saith he, shall a young novice thus beset escape? But believe them not. Animum ne crede puellis, namque est femina tutior unda fide. Thou thinkest, peradventure, because of her vows, tears, smiles, and protestations, she is solely thine, thou hast her heart, hand, and affection, when as indeed there is no such matter. As the Spanish bawd said, gaudet illa habere unum in lecto, alterum in porta, tertium qui dome suspiret. She will have one sweetheart in bed, another in the gate, a third sighing at her home, a fourth, etc. Every young man she sees and likes hath as much interest, and shall as soon enjoy her as thyself. On the other side, which I have said, men are as false. Let them swear, protest, and lie. Quod vobis dicunt, dixerunt mille puellis. They love some of them, those 11,000 virgins at once, and make them believe, each particular, he is besotted on her, or love one till they see another, and then her alone, like Milo's wife in Apuleius, book 2. Sequem conspexent speciosae formae in venem, venustate ejus sumitur, et in eum animum intorquet. 'Tis their common compliment in that case. They care not what they swear, say, or do. One, while they slight them, care not for them, rail downright and scoff at them, and then again they will run mad, hang themselves, stab and kill if they may not enjoy them. Henceforth, therefore, nulla viro durante femina credat, let not maids believe them. These tricks and counterfeit passions are more familiar with women. Finem hic dolore faciet aut vita dies, miserere amantes, quoth Phaedra to Hippolytus. Joessa in Lucian told Pythias, a young man, to move him the more, that if he would not have her, she was resolved to make away herself. There is a nemesis, and it cannot choose but grieve and trouble thee, to hear that I have either strangled or drowned myself for thy sake. Nothing so common to this sex as oaths, vows, and protestations, and as I have already said, tears, which they have at command, for they can so weep that one would think their very hearts were dissolved within them, and would come out in tears. Their eyes are like rocks, which still drop water. Diariae lacrimae et sudoris in modum lugeri promptae, saith Aristenaetus. They wipe away their tears like sweat, weep with one eye, laugh with the other, or as children weep and cry, they can both together. Neve puellarum lacrimis moveare memento, ut flerent oculos erudiere suos. Care not for women's tears, I counsel thee. They teach their eyes as much to weep as see, and as much pity is to be taken of a woman weeping as of a goose going barefoot. When Venus lost her son Cupid, she sent a crier about, to bid every one that met him take heed. Si fleatum aspicias, ne mox fallare, caveto, sin aridebit magis effuge et oscula si fors fere volet. Fugito, sunt oscula noxia, in ipsis suntque venena, labris, etc. Take heed of Cupid's tears, if cautious, and of his smiles and kisses I thee tell, if that he offered, for they be noxious, and very poison in his lips doth dwell. 1,000 years, as Castilio conceives, will scarce serve to reckon up those allurements and guiles that men and women use to deceive one another with. End of section 14.